I'm the queen, feel alright. Menjajali ternyalain dah. If you want me, profit me way mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me, ni yang kusebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan buat yang lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Dia menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan.
I was born with the crown. Fortune on
surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
find my way, on my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Yeah.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. And I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you gotta down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings.
Pour some gas, it's gonna burn up.
Honor kings.
On a careless spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. Yeah, we got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I'm gonna shut down. We got no cry. We burn it fast as one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've treated my soul
On my
that
pace.
we the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings.
Pour some gas, it's gonna burn up.
Honor kings.
On a careless spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. Yeah, we got honor. In this sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Cry
get things far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Halo guys, balik lagi bersama aku Mocan. Dan aku lagi di Museum Nasional Indonesia. Tapi aku nggak sendirian, karena aku bareng sama teman-teman aku di sini. Nah, hari ini bakal ada misi spesial buat kalian semua. Tapi sebelum itu, aku bakalan bagi kalian ke dua tim. Yang pertama ada Jrel. Tim kamu namanya siapa, Jrel?
Nama tim kita Tim Buko.
Tim yang satu lagi, tim kamu namanya apa?
Anoman.
Misi kalian adalah melangkah bersama dengan para komunitas untuk menjelajahi bersama keajaiban pameran Hauka Wukong Anoman. Dan jangan lupa untuk have fun. Are you guys ready? Loh, kok nggak boleh masuk?
Kenapa ya?
Kayaknya kita harus buat konten dulu deh sama mereka. Kontennya kayaknya harusnya gampang sih. Tapi kalian siap gak? Let's go! Jadi gimana? Udah boleh masuk belum? Oke guys, let's go! Ini sejarah tradisional Indonesia, ya kan?
Apa namanya?
Wayang kulit. Tapi kalau kalian tahu nggak kalau wayang kulit nih aslinya tuh terbuat dari apa?
Saya tahu.
Apa?
Kulit sapi.
Kulit kerbau.
Bang toket itu. Izin, Mak.
Oke guys, jadi karena kita udah selesai nih di exhibition yang keren ini, gimana kalau kita lanjut ke immersive di sebelah sana? selesai turnya untuk special HOK Exhibition juga. Gimana, seru banget gak? Seru! Keren, aku mau ngucapin terima kasih buat waktunya kalian juga, terutama untuk ACE Community. Thank you so much. Dan kita punya hadiah sedikit. Ini spesial karena ini merchandise eksklusif Wukong Anoman. So aku mau ucapkan dan kita pamit undur diri dan kita bakal ketemu lagi di video berikutnya. Bye-bye!
In the right way. Xuan over here taking a 1v2.
Flash to say with the squad coordination here. Finds the 1v2. Yes, the assassination of the 1v2 situation. Also in the backside here, Mushi flashes away from Just Cheat. Death from below. Catch the sun. Pushes in into the hungry mouths of the MT. But Meishu gets a beautiful knock up here, but that was enough as well. Well, for the aggro being collected by the side of the Timber. They're going for the push. They got it. Secure fight is not a beat up out the battle. Looks more engagement with the battle side.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama, di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally, dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lemas mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libat seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang sampai bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Wah, game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali. Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tu kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalau pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go this sing sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali terjalan dah. If you want me, profit me way mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali? Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan kuatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Dia menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah
surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be self-reliant anymore. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better for you, got mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the petty time waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor, kings.
Some gas is gonna burn up.
Honor, kings.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made it rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I gotta show them, we got no cry. We burn it fast as one, crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
On my pace.
We the champions, scream it, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the petty time waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go. Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama, di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally, dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu, ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuk, ku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libat seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh, panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari, sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini. Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari, seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi, ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit untuk dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang eloke. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, bulat tekadku yang...
Jakarta. Today, the city isn't just a capital, but a home ground.
To the honor of Kings Invitational Season 4, it's our game!
The battle lines are drawn. The first match saw brother fight brother. Dominator took control of the gorge with impressive performances from CC and Tian X. And though Kagendra fought their hardest,
double unending sorrow.
Dominator showed that they have what it takes to represent the strength of Indonesia.
And now at KIS4, we can champion at Jakarta also. We want to bring the trophy to Jakarta.
In match 2, it was the clash of kings. The code breakers sought to break the code, but both Xuen and Wendy proved unbreakable.
4-2 exchange in favor of Nova Esports on towards the cross-map side, making a double coming in from Nova Esports mid lane.
With a 3-0 sweep, Nova showed why they are the defending champions of KIS.
I think Shun's playstyle is really like disciplined and more like tactical than other clash laners, so it's kind of hard for me to fight him like that.
In the final match of the day, with exceptional performances from BTR's new roster,
The Grandmaster's force, hiding already 2 members, slicing them down. Make that a tree before he falls. Now triple kill in towards the hands of BTR's.
John Q was able to make incredible plays, even with a surprise lead buy pick in Game 3.
They got it!
It was a show of force for BTR as they protected the home ground.
We have shown you BTR chemistry. Watch out for us.
The missions only get harder from here as rivalries deepen. What will the Gorge reveal for us today in Day 2?
Indonesia, selamat datang and welcome to the second day of the group stage here at the honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. Today we'll witness the birth of a new contender, ready to introduce themselves and show their desire to become kings of the world. And it doesn't end there. The heat between the IKL and PKL continues as we'll witness 2 exciting matches that will be centered around a rivalry. I'm Mara Aquino, and this is the year that we rise for honor. Teams rally to the top, but only one can claim the throne. Tell the story of the day, casters, and lead the gorge.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is day 2 of the Honor of Kings Invitational 2026. This is the season 4 of our Invitational. I'm gonna be your caster for today, Isaac Peña. With me, your favorite kind of tofu. It is Kin Tofu. Kin, thanks for being here with me, man.
Yes, it's great to be finally back. Welcome, of course, to the first lap of the year for HOK 2026. This is where we find out the strength of the teams, where they're at this current point. And we've already seen from yesterday's games that some of the teams are better equipped at the moment.
Totally right, man. Day 1 was completely amazing performances from in all the 3 matches. All the 6 teams that we got to see yesterday demonstrated what they have been doing through that preseason. We had 2 games from Group B, and we had 2 games from Group A and 1 game from Group B, in which we had Group B Dominator Esports taking a 3-1 against Kagendra, and then after that was just 3-0, 3-0, early going back home. Nova just 3-0 swept over there to Blacklist, and after that, Bigatron by Vitality at 3-0 against Launching Red Force. Did you get to watch the games yesterday?
Of course I did. It tired me out a little bit because my heart was pumping like crazy. Now, there were quite a few debut matches, right? Because it's day number 1. But today we also have a team that will debut, and they're going to be the first game of today. That's going to be Team Hawk I'm talking about. Very curious about how they're going to perform because we have not seen them as a team just yet for this year.
Yeah, Team Hack is going to make their debut today. It's going to be their first performance of 2026. It's going to be a beautiful day for them to come in, right? After watching everything from day 1, they got to see what the stage feels like. At the same time, let us remind a little bit about the big picture of our KIS4. The total prize pool, $100,000 US. They are going to be giving the champions a $35,000 bag. Second place, $17,000. Third and fourth, $14,000, and fifth to eighth, they still go home with $5,000, which for me, it's still a pretty okay award.
Yes, you have to make bank, right? That's the important part. But it's also about how you start your journey in HOK for this year. So we'll take a look at the standings for Group A first. BTR, of course, with the 3-0 win yesterday, they'll be tied up with Nova at the top. Blacklist and Nongshim, on the other hand, they have to find their footing in this next part of the tournament. As we head to Group B as well, DMT, the only team that has gotten a win on the board so far. The rest of them will show up today. Let's see how their performance is going to be.
I'm telling you, in Group A with BTR and Nova already with their first victories, today's BTR performance against Blacklist is going to be one of the highlights of the day. Because if BTR is to win against Blacklist, that's going to put the match against Nova as what could be the final to just seal that first place.
Fully agree. And you know what? This new BTR that we're looking at, they have taken the best players out of every single team in IKL. And it feels like this formula, you know, sometimes you can have the best players, but they might not have the best chemistry. But Bigatron proved us wrong yesterday.
Oh, come on, like Bigatron yesterday, the performance, even with some unorthodox picks, right? Like we actually saw yesterday thank you, with the Lipai coming in. We have not yet seen Lipai in such a long time. And Tranky just coming in and showing us how to play it. It was not his best performance, but at the end of the day, just to be able to have the courage and bring that hero out there, it shows to you the confidence that BTR has in themselves.
Yeah, and that's what's so scary, right? Because you want to look at the potential, and this is not even a final form. So let's take a look at today's matches. We're going to have Team Hawk going up against Kagendra in a best of 5 in our first series of the day, followed by Boom going up against Dominator. This one, IKL versus PKL. We love this matchup. It's going to be the second series of the day. We're going to conclude the day with Blacklist going up against the Bigatron. This one, another monster match. IKL PKL today is a very exciting day.
You can find that 2 of these games are going to be about redemption, right? How Kagendra and Blacklist, they need to redeem themselves from yesterday's performances. It was not their best. They did not work. They were unable to just get any points. So for the 2 of them, it's do or die today. 2 losses in a row is going to set them away from that first place that they want to get in group stage.
For sure. I mean, maybe we can take a look at this as the silver lining as well. In the group stages, nobody gets eliminated. So this is more like an test of experience, right? How much information can you find out about your opponents before the results truly come to play?
I'm telling you, man, like yesterday's performances just let us know not only about the teams, but the players as well, how individually they could actually perform. And it is important to understand that the individual performance of the players have a direct performance and a direct impact on the game. We've got right now for our KIS4 this completely new ranking, the star value ranking.
Yes, and you can take a look at it. Chami won, even though the team did not get the best result that they wanted yesterday. He's close to $1 billion in terms of net worth here and topping the charts at the current moment.
That is a lot of points, man. Chami won right now, top 1. Zan coming in second place, and Senku coming in to seal the top 3. 2 members from Kagendra on the top 3. That's gotta be that's gotta make proud for them, huh?
Yes, and you know how they get this star value is by achieving certain criteria in the game. So even though they might not have hit the peak of their performance just yet, they're already doing well in making sure that the plays are coming out for the teams.
The star value ranking is one of the innovative ways that we had over here for this KIS4. Over here at Honor of Kings, we take pride on always trying to look for creative and innovative ways on how to get the game a little bit more interesting, right? Remember that this star value ranking does not only apply for the players over there on your screens, but you as well can go get online and then just keep increasing your star value ranking as well.
So a lot of new things to like. And I like what we're looking at below, right? This is like a news channel. We kind of find out, okay, what's happening today. Now, Team Hawk, this really is their first step into the world of HOK as a team. And it's quite a challenge because you're going up against past champions of IKL Kagendra. And I think they are a force to be reckoned with. They have not really found their footing just yet, but it's day number 1.
Well, when you look at Kagendra from yesterday, let's not make it sound that it was all bad, because yesterday in the 4 games that we got to watch, their performances, besides the first game that was a total stomp from Dominator, every single other one they could actually fight. They had good performances. The problem is that they do not understand how to really capitalize from their advantages. They got to the 10-minute mark sometimes with an advantage that they could not just take into a victory. So from yesterday's performance, I'm not really worried about Kagendra as much as I am right now curious about what Team Hack could actually do.
That's true. I mean, it's kind of like a polishing act, right? Now you know the gaps you're supposed to fill as a team, and it's not just about individual plays, right? The better team wins. That's the whole thing in HOK. It's not an individual game. You need to work together with your team members to find out what's this perfect formula against each individual team. So Team Hawk, that I think it's going to be their biggest challenge today, because Kagendra have already gotten their warm-up yesterday, right? What do they do against Team Hawk?
Oh no, come on, like at the end of the day, Kagendra already stretched, already took the nerves out of the whole 2026 coming in from the preseason. They're already out there. They're already ready to go. Team Hack on the other side, they're gonna have to prove if all this composition around Bai, it's actually going to work, right? Like we know that Bai is going to be the main player over there for Team Hack, as he's gonna be the core jungle. Will the other players who are not actually just unfamiliar faces to us, would they be able to have the synergy to go around with Bai?
Yeah, I truly feel that as well, right? Synergy is definitely something that's very important. It's really what makes or breaks a team. And so far, I think based on what we have seen yesterday, right, Kagendra have found their footing a little slower, but still, they will be able to do it. And bear in mind, they are also backed by their coach, Reflect. Reflect has been with them since day number 1. You can take a look at their fans as well. The Balagendras, as we call them.
Kagendra, you can see how the fans are already. That's one of the beautiful things about having home advantage, right? If you have home advantage, your fans are going to be right over there. It doesn't matter the numbers. It just matters the energy that they can bring you in. And then On the other side, they're gonna have to fight against that. Having the turf advantage for Kagendra is gonna be something that Team Hack is gonna have to try to break.
I love this. It's called the first prowl, right? So you're kind of like a jaguar hiding in plain sight, waiting for that opportunity to really get the slice in, right? And I think Team Hack, they have the potential to do it, but everyone has potential. It's who manages to realize it today.
Potential is everywhere, man. Like, we're talking about the top players on top teams in the world. So I do believe that every single one of them has earned the way to making it here. You can see the photos over there of the two coaches, the one coach from Kagendra and the one coach from Team Hack. These are people that they spend so much time preparing the strategies that they are gonna have to put to measure over here in the next 5 minutes.
Fully agree. Now, we talk about experience, and Reflect definitely has that on the side of Kagendra. But Amox, I need to give you this piece of information. Amox is entirely new into our ecosystem of Honor of Kings. So this is also his first challenge.
Well, when you have your first challenge, you have some kind of energy, you have some kind of drive that a lot of people that might have a lot bit more experience in our ecosystem might have already lost, or they might just have like weakened a little bit. When you come in as a new person in an ecosystem, you want to demonstrate, right? So you're very eager. That could be going in two different ways. When you're extremely eager, you might make some little mistakes, but at the same time, when you're very eager to do well, there's an extra energy that in difficult situations might give you an edge.
And this is something that I really like, right? We've already talked about this since last year, all of the HOK events. What really makes a strong team is their ability to adapt to that situation. Now this time, they have a little bit more breathing space. It's a best of 5, let us remind you once again. So you have 3 tries, right? If you get a total of 3 wins in the series, you take the entire thing. So let's see whether Team Hack can find the 3 points today.
Team Hack, as they're making their way into the arena, it's going to be tough for them. It is going to be tough. They might be experienced. We know that they have that previous experiences in these certain specific scenarios, in these environments. But at the same time, new team, new teammates, new tournament, the synergy might not be there yet.
Fully agree. I mean, they have accepted the mission. That was Team Hack as they take their stage down here. A lot of points that we can kind of talk about. I think let's focus. I want to zone in on one of my close friends here in Team Hack, John, in the Clash lane.
John,
he also has something to prove in this tournament.
Well, for John, it's going to be a very difficult competition for him. We know that he is a very popular content creator. Well, he's gone and earned his spot over there where Team Hack, not based on popularity, but actually in his performances. There's always going to be a line of doubt over there where people would say he's right over there just because of the amount of people that he can pull, but actually today he has an opportunity to show to us that he is actually able to play this game.
Right, walk the talk, right? And now this is not going to be an easy challenge because on the other side, for the side of Kagendra, we're talking about Saule here. Saule used to be a sub for the team, but right now he's on the main roster, so he also wants to prove a point here.
Saule yesterday had some good performances. Me personally, seeing him yesterday on the Baitsi, for me it was really nice. A hero that has not been seen a lot. The way that he initiated, in my opinion, was really good. From Dominator, they said that Saule gave them the opportunities to actually be able to turn things around. But in my opinion, from my eyes, what I saw was Saule understanding completely the mechanics of the hero, jumping in. And it was not a problem with his mechanics, but it was a problem of the coordination with his teammates.
Yes, I fully agree with that point as well. Now let's take a look at Team Hack here. It's going to be represented by Bai, Lola, John, Nono, as well as Man. So we talked about the chemistry of Team Hack. That is their first challenge of the day. And of course, going up against Kagendra is no easy feat. To do it in your debut match in KIS4, this truly is a tall mountain to climb.
It is a tall mountain to climb. Let's wait and see if they can actually be victorious by the end of the day. In front of them, they're going to have a team that is one of the strongest in IKL. It's going to be Kagendra. same 5 members as yesterday, Sole, Feishi, Zan, Senku, and Lu. Can they change what they did yesterday? Do you think that they had enough time to actually make the changes necessary to have a different result today?
I think it's really just about the mentality, right? My gut feel for Feishi yesterday was kind of like, okay, it was an introduction. Has he calmed his nerves yet? Because Feishi is not bad. I think it was really just the composure that got to him. And it's hard to expect more because you're playing in front of a live audience. Playing in person is definitely a very stressful scenario to be in.
It's a completely different beast, right? But that's why they are the pros, man. That's why they are the pros. That's why they are there and we are here. It's just that simple. When the stakes are this high, you need this different set of skills that's gonna allow you to bring the best value to the team that you are representing. Before we jump into the BP, let's talk a little bit about the heroes from yesterday. Yesterday, it was a very clear trend on the most picked heroes. Channel was in every single match it was played. There was 5 picks out of 6 possibles, and Diadia, it was the same 5 picks out of 6 possible.
I like it a lot because we talk about single target burst damage. This is something that Channel definitely offers as the pack leader as well. With multiple targets you have to deal with, the wolves and as well as the traps, it's really hard to tackle that problem. And to add on to that, the Diadia with the heals is something that most teams, if you don't have the burst, they outlast, they outsustain, and then they finish the job.
I remember talking to Sky last year in December when we were discussing about the heroes that we like. Sky just mentioned that Diadia is the hero that for her is the most complete out of all of the heroes in Honor of Kings. It's got initiation, it's got sustain, it can deal some sort of damage, it can be good on the ones, it can be good on the group battles. For us, Diadia is one of those heroes that it must be picked. As long as it is part of the meta, for me, Diadia should always be part of my roster.
Yes, very flexible pick as well. And of course, if you want to cheer for your team, we're going to put you on screen as well. Metro, we felt your love. Rua Yudin as well. Thank you for all of the messages to your team. Team Indonesia here. They show that they are a force to be reckoned with at KIS4, right? But that's game number 1, day number 1. They need to keep consistent. And that is the message for Kagendra today.
Hopefully Kagendra today is going to be able to show us something different compared to yesterday. Well, let's wait and see. I am really looking forward to that. When you start thinking about Kagendra and doing things differently, who do you think that is going to have to improve compared to yesterday?
I really think it's about the jungle this time, right? For Kagendra, if Feishi does steal his nerves, get those executions and rotations a little bit quicker than what he did yesterday, I think this should be a win for them. On the flip side, we have seen the growth of Bai, right? All the way from RRQ now into the hands of Team Hawk. Has he proven that his mechanical skills have improved since then?
Today we'll just have to wait and see. Today we'll have to wait and see to see if he actually is up to the task. For junglers, it's very difficult, right? Because yesterday, actually, after you analyze the meta and you actually analyze the victories from yesterday, most of the teams that won, they did it on very big core jungle assassins. So if Bai and Feishi can come in here today and be able to utilize the Jinx, the Lunas, the Lambs, the Musashis, if they can utilize that kind of heroes to their advantage, we will be able to have a very beautiful game.
Yes, definitely. You can see the confidence in John there. he's looking excited. He's looking ready for this first game in the best of 5 as well. But we talk about the competition quite a bit. And, I also found out that yesterday we actually had quite a lot of early game-centric heroes like the Pei, right? And teams didn't really seem to shine on that yesterday.
It's difficult, man. It's very, very difficult. I do believe that coming out of the preseason and then just immediately into day 1 of the KIS4 makes it tough for a lot of them to be able to find the dexterity that they need in order to be able to perform. So if you come in and then you want to have like that, those kind of heroes that they are very tempo, they're very tempo specific. It's very tough for them to really perform in the first day after a long time of not competing.
That's true. I mean, we did see teams try that, right? Quite a few teams yesterday did try for that early level 1, level 2 invade going into the Crimson buff or the Azure buff as well. Did not really manage to find that formula yet. But once again, these are teething issues. I think today we'll see much more crisp and calculated gameplay by all the teams here for day number 2.
Well, we are getting ready into moving into this first game of today. This is going to be the second game for Kagendra. It's going to be their debut for Team Hack. We're live from Jakarta. Jakarta, Indonesia, beautiful place where we're going to be able to see the performance of the first tournament of the 2026. 2026 is going to bring us a lot of different performances, a lot of very different performances that hopefully will bring us to the top level of our competition.
All right, so let's get started here. Kagendra is going to be on the blue side, so they get prio pick. At the same time, Team Hawk on the red side. Now, do be reminded, we are practicing something called the global ban pick. You pick that hero once, you will not be able to use it for the rest of the series since it's a best of 5.
The first round of bans and picks are coming up. The Ogren is going to be taken out of the table from Kagendra, and Tricha is going to be taken out of the table from Team Hack. Yesterday, the Tricha was so participate in the BP. It was very frequent for us to see the Tricha either being banned or being picked yesterday from day one. One of those heroes that people do not want to be facing.
For good reason, right? Chicha is one of those heroes where once you run out of CC, she is practically unstoppable. And she has great sustain as well. Once she hits that final form, it's going to be a big problem. Now, Team Hawk, I like this respect going in for the side of Facer. They actually took out his Tigress pay. But Kagendra, they start off the Mai, Fire Ninja.
Come on, do your best.
Very good. Just yesterday, the Mai had very good performances as well, right? One of those top 5 heroes that were picked yesterday. Mai just allows you to have the burst damage. And we've been seeing that since yesterday's performances, having the Mai allows you for mobility. And that mobility has been key in our tournament right now.
Yes, and you know, with the ability to steal camps really early on, that power spike in the early game is something that Kagendra wants to rely on. But one of the solutions that Team Hawk can really take a look at is Mega Tanks, right? Kagendra, they're gonna look in for the Featherfoot here, the Fade. I think we had a pretty good showing of Fade yesterday as a hero across the teams that have picked him. Let's see if this trend continues today.
Yesterday we saw that Fade coming in that first game, and I remember that for Kagendra, yesterday when they were actually playing against Dominator, they wanted to really focus a lot on what Facer could do. And Fade could be actually one of those options that could allow them just to put the spotlight on him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the ability to JD-fire any member within range and get the insta-kill, that is a very useful tool. And like we talked about before, Team Hawk here, looking for that Flowborn tank, Peaceful Fist here, going to be a great answer, right? Because you can't really burn him down too fast.
Flowborn tank yesterday had a lot of very good performances as well. One of the beautiful things about the Flowborn tank is just the ability to be able to initiate multiple times consecutively, just being able to knock back your opponents.
Yes, and it's a very useful tool, right? We have seen teams use the diversity of it, right? In terms of the roam, we have like the Dark Child Lantern Light, where you get the TP back home, the second skill. But Team Hawk wants to go for a more aggressive approach here. With the Bond Weaver, the idea is going to be able to provide the heals. My concern now, if Kagendra does not position right, they might get wiped out immediately.
The positioning right now that Team Hack knows that right now they need to target on that channel. That's why Tramfe and Lapu Lapu just completely banned out. It's going to force that channel just to get a roamer or a support that might not provide that much vision. And we know that the channel needs time to or actually get his damage online.
For sure. And my concern now is Kagendra, where is the sustain? Where is the tank, right? Because they have damage on hand, but then this also means if they get caught out by Team Hawk, now there is a board master, the Yixing, one of my personal favorites. Once the board gets laid down, they're caught inside. I think it's done deal.
I think that every single time that we have played together, Ken, I think that you have been playing that Yixing every single time. It is literally your favorite.
It is. It truly is. Because I know what it's like to catch people on the board. You get that very nice combination of your first and second skills. And you know what? It would have been great if the Dharma was in the hands of Team Hawk. But Kagendra knows better. Coach Reflect knows better. They pick it for themselves along with the Morton Peacekeeper.
Now that puts Team Hack in a very big trouble, right? Because right now, in terms of clash lane, right now there's nothing that could be a really good option in there. Guan Yu, it is meta right now, but the problem is that you've got the Kachusens coming in from the mid, you have the Cannon Blast coming in from the mods, and so there's a lot of options that could slow down that Guan Yu, and we know that Guan Yu does not want to be slowed down.
For sure. And Kagendra, for Kagendra, the fight starts even before Team Hawk enters within range, right? There's so much poke. They have the Lupine Traps by the pack leader, they have the Cannon Blast by the Peacekeeper, and like you said, the Kachosens coming in from the Fire Ninja. These are all big poke abilities, and Team Hawk, even before the fight starts, they might be low already.
Well, this table has been set. We have already locked in what the heroes are going to be for this first game of our match number 4 of the tournament. Remember that this is going to be best of 5, right? You do not have a lot of pressure over here in this first game, but at the same time, losing here might put you on your back heel for the rest of the series.
Agree, because we have some pretty big picks here, right? The War Saint, Guan Yu here already picked up. The Parasolar, one of the stock standard picks we've seen from across the board for all teams, because she's so mobile, she has a lot of burst potential in the late parts of the game. This is something that is going to cost Team Hawk if they do not take this game.
From what I saw yesterday, they already had a very good time yesterday in her matchups against the channel. So what different can Team Hawk do right now to continue doing that? Because I know that the channel has been extremely favorable pick, and the fact that for Arlie she needs to really just be dealing damage to one single objective. In terms of the laning stage, it might give the advantage to channel. What do you think?
Definitely will, right? Up until the point where the farm laner on the side of Team Hawk, Lola here, gets that first lightning charge, right? Once he gets the massive magic damage coming in, multi-target attacks, that is where Team Hawk can really shine.
I can see right now the mid laners in here just having a very important role to play. We know that mid lane might not be the most important lane right now at this moment of the game because of the damage they can deal, but the rotations are going to be critical. Well, this is going to be our first game of the day. We're going to have Kagendra on the blue side, and we're going to have Team Hack on the red side.
All right, so we start off with the usual here once again. If you have not attended the event, Jakarta Assemble, in the game as well, you can actually vote for your teams and get some amazing rewards by making sure that you add on, support your team in the game as well. All you have to do is to claim those points. It will be popped up on the right-hand side of the screen.
Kagendra with a very clear opening right over here as they have to take the Firehawk, and right now the initiation over here, like the 3-man rotation, and they will be able to just cut in that one more resource.
Yep. So it actually slows down the farm of Lola. Nuonor was the one that actually got that camp. Now Zan is going to make sure that he gets his own, so this is going to be a slight advantage going to the side of Kagendra. A nice start for now. No big action, no rush.
Look at that. The rotations from Team Hack just showed you that they do have that communication. They do have that synergy. They know that they need to help the Flowborn to very quickly start to farm. So the 3-people rotation helping him clean up the jungle, it's a very big tactic.
to, because if Vi is unable to tank, then they don't really have that survivability that they need on side of Team Hak. At the same time, Kagendra, you know that they see this open, right? So they're going for the pokes down here, but it's not looking good for Lola. The heals will come in from Nonoa for the time being. But Kagendra, looks like this farm lane is going very well in their favor.
Yeah, we said that the channel was going to have the opportunity, right? Well, before we keep going on with the game, remember the CD key for today is going to be Sunblaze. Sunblaze, if you want those 50 Dragon Crystals, please go in there and then use Sunblaze as the first CD key. Our second one is going to be Flare Up. Flare Up is going to be our second CD key. If you want to join the game, go in and get that 1,000 skills.
Yes, very important. Get the rewards as well, right? Honor Pass, we have so many things installed for the Honor Pass, so you definitely need to get your rewards here with the extra 1,000 EXP. Now, I want to put some focus onto this playstyle by Kagendra. They have left the Clash laners alone and put a lot of pressure onto Lola. This tells me that Kagendra puts a lot of faith that Saule is going to win that 1v1.
Well, Saule can win. If he cannot win it, he can still stall, right? And that's going to be still a win for them. He does not even need to win that matchup. He just needs to keep Guan Yu over there. As long as Solid with the Dharma can keep Guan Yu there and do 4v4, it's a lot better for Kagendra than it could be for Team Hak.
I like this time here. 3 minutes in. This is the time you want to force the flashes or the common spells out of your opponents. So Team Hak here, Lola needs to know that something is going on because there's no one else showing on the side of Kagendra.
Exactly. If you paid attention to Senku with that match, you know he was just waiting for the right angle, but the opportunity just completely disappeared. Now it's going to be a 4 against 2 right over here, Ken.
It's going to be first blood going to the side of Team Hak though, and they will get the punish. So Kagendra, they get the better of this exchange. Lola with the fall. Once your farm laner falls as a Parasola, this is not good news. Kagendra win big.
Yeah, Kagendra wins big. It's a 2-1 trade for them. Even though Team Hak just took that first blood, but at the same time, Kagendra responded with a double kill in there. Now, that puts them in the moment of the 4 minutes. The Fade makes the rotation. Immediately, Facer is going to take this Tyrant for his team.
I mean, this is why you pick him, right? He is essentially a soft guarantee. You get all these neutral objectives. As long as Facer does not fall when he uses his ultimate, it is a guaranteed take for the side of Kagendra.
Team Hak right now a little bit on the back foot. It's going to be already a 1,000 gold advantage for Team Kagendra. So Team Hak, on the other hand, they need to start thinking about just starting to make some moves. Look at how the Guan Yu has already been released from the Clash lane. The EC is going to set the board, but nothing that they can do to capitalize out of that all.
I think Kagendra definitely have learned from yesterday, right? They make this very conscious choice, allowing Zan as well as Lu to take a little bit of risk. But in exchange, they take the T1 at the top, and right now they secure themselves over 1,000 worth of gold.
Right now, we can see that Kagendra has control over the waves, and they start just putting pressure over here to the mid lane. It's taking almost 50%. Look at that, kid.
Yeah, but it's not going to look good. At this point, they will try for the run and buy. The tank for the team will take a fall. T1 as well. Kagendra looks so strong.
5 minutes losing your mid lane turret. That is bad news for Team Hak. That is not a trade that they wanted to do. They were extremely focused over there on the bottom lane, but then after that, losing their mid lane turret, that is going to be bad news for them.
It is definitely not good news at all. And bear in mind that the anti-heal properties have already started to set in for both sides. Kagendra Senko already has the Venomous Staff. This is going to aid in that dwindling of healing from the side of Mono on this idea.
We're moving into 6 minutes of the game right now. Kagendra's just showing that they have a better preparation. We were wondering if Team Hak was ready for this contest. And in these first 6 minutes, we have not yet been able to see them just actually taking control of the game. Do you think that it's the nerves that are kicking in, or what is going on right now?
I think it's really just the nerves at this point, right? But now with the gold advantage going very strongly to the side of Kagendra, we were asking before, right? As the team composition on Kagendra, do they have enough tankiness? Looks like this hybrid build by the side of Facial with the Frostguard Embrace is going to provide a lot of value. Not only does he get that insane amount of defense, he also has extra frost damage coming in every time he uses a skill.
extra frost damage and the slowdown that's going to deal. It's going to look really good for FaZe as the time and the clock just keeps passing. Look at the rotations here coming in from Kagendra. They have vision and they have information on the whole location of all the Team Hack members. Senku waiting in there in the brush. He's setting up for the Kashuzi.
Yep, nice knockup with the passive activated as well. Can they get the finish on the job here? Killing spree for the side of FaZe. They're looking for more. The T2 is up, but they don't care. Kagendra, here comes the save though from the side of John. He could change the entire game here with that catch itself. For now, nobody falls on the side of Kagendra, and it's looking like IKL will dominate 6-1. T2 as the next reward for Kagendra.
Kagendra coming in, dealing damage, and they mean business. They thought that they could have the movement around. Team Hack did not know that Senku was waiting in the brush just to initiate this horrendous battle for them.
Totally caught off guard, right? So, Isaac, let's break down this pass fight.
Look at that, just the Kachuzen comes in and then Mai Shiranui in the exact perfect moment. Man's box comes in a little bit too late. It's not going to be enough. The Guan Yu comes in to try to help out, but it was FaZe just dealing damage. Nothing that anyone could have done against that.
Yep, the biggest issue was the fact that Zhang was just left all alone. They had to deal with the other members.
Yeah.
FaZe, this hybrid build is working wonders for the side of Kagendra.
8 minutes of the game right now, we can see that the minion waves are going to start clashing in. The pressure is right now going to turn into the high ground. The high ground is going to be the next objective. Kagendra is right now completely in control of the game, cleaning up the waves, and right now the high ground turret is going to be the next objective.
Alright, this is a defensive ball from the side of Man. But, you know, Kagendra has already done the top work. John, he is left in no man's land. He's running away. He's trying to run away for his life, but it's not going to happen. A killing spree for the side of Senko as Kagendra adds on to the pain for Team Ha.
John tried to come around and he was spotted by FaZe. FaZe is going to take that 1v1. Knowing that with his build right now, there's no way that Guan Yu could have run away. Completely slowed down. It looked like he was moving in slow motion.
Yeah, I like this build from the side of FaZe, right? Not only does he have the anti-heal properties from the Brazen Cape, he also has the extra damage from the Frost Guard Brace. So he is tanky, he does have damage, and right now Team Ha, because they're about, 7,000 gold behind, this is not ideal. They have to try and drag the game.
Drag the game? Can they even drag this? Can they protect their high ground turrets over here with this minion wave? The first one is going to clash against the mid lane, and there is nothing that they can do. As we can see, the turret just going 50% HP.
Yeah, right now, if you take a look at what Man is doing on the Yixing as the board master, he's trying to land those balls to make sure that they get the catch and potentially win that team fight. But right now, it's just a defensive option. There is no aggression behind it.
No, there's nothing that they can do right now. We're going to have 3 more seconds until the Overlord and the Tyrant are going to be enhanced. Right now, cannons are going to come in. Team Hack needs to pray to try to get something out of this. But Kagendra's going to respond with a double dragon attack.
Yeah, this is what I love about pro plays, right? Especially when you get the double objective pick. This is a finishing blow that most teams will find success in. Now, Team Hawk, John, he does not want to show himself at this point.
No. Like, showing up right over there in 1v2, what is he thinking about? There's nothing that he can actually do against it. And that's the problem, right? Because right now, the problem about this is that the Guan Yu in here is going to be of very few health for them to actually be able to protect their high ground turrets. One of them is going to fall, the next one is going to follow as well, and it's going to be only the Clash Lane turret that is going to survive.
And you talked about this long-range poke that Kagendra has, right? They're putting it to full use at this point. Now, John is going to try his best to cut the waves, but that's where Saule comes in, right? He already catches eyes onto John. He doesn't have to commit anything. He has the full kit. It's all about just making sure he does not come back for the 5v5. Right now, Kagendra looking for an opening.
Looking for an opening right now. The problem is that Guan Yu's coming in from behind. He jumps in, but it's not going to be enough, Kin.
Yep, it's not going to be enough. They do get 1 kill, but Man falls in return as well. Zan, there is not enough damage for the time being, but Kagendra, if they get a nice setup, from the side of the team, it's going to be success. Game number 1 could go into the hands, but the pushback from Team Hawk is going to be successful for the time being. Kagendra needs a little bit more time.
It's still more bangers coming in from the mid lane and from the bottom lane, as well as the fight goes one more time.
Yep, they locked, and members on the side of Kagendra, and Saule is the first to fall. Zan is going to be coming up in the next 5 seconds. Kagendra feels the risk is too much. They will back off.
Losing Zan so early right over there in that high ground attack, it was the reason why right now Team Hack is still alive. The problem of losing the channel is that you lose a little bit of the damage and then you're just going in with melee attacks. Well, right now Team Hack, they were able to survive that double dragon. Let's see what Kagendra wants to do right now. They have full control over the resources, but do they want to push or do they want to wait for the next overlord?
I think it's safer to get that secondary overlord, especially if it's shadow overlord. But right now, John, not the same here. Zan gets the finishing blow onto him. And Team Hawk now find themselves in a 4v5. The flank is coming from the side of Asia. Jumps, leaps through the walls, looking for the opening. Just a bait at this point. With the ball being laid down as well, they can't find an opening. Kagendra see a chance. They want to get the finish. Zan will be the one to make that happen. As Team Hawk get completely destroyed. Nice catch by the side of Saule as well. And this is looking like game number 1 goes to IKL's past champions, Kagendra.
The triple kill is going to seal the deal, and it's going to be Kagendra taking the victory. Congratulations to them. A 1-0 advantage in this best of 5. Congratulations to Kagendra.
Yep, beautiful work here. And we talked about the synergy, right, earlier today, right as the broadcast started. Have they found their footing? Have they found their chemistry? I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, of course. Like, I do believe that right now, this performance, I wouldn't even dare to say that it's better than yesterday, because yesterday they did not play badly. They did not play that bad. They did actually play really okay. The problem was that they were unable to just seal the deal. This time around, it's completely different. They're actually being able to seal the deal. They come in, they execute properly, and they were able just to finish with the last punch. So Kagendra today just fixing the little mistakes that they had yesterday.
It really is Kagendra's game, right? At this point, Team Hawk, I think the draft was okay, but there was quite a bit of damage lacking, right? Simply because Lola had no space. There were no options to explore. Man, as the Yixing on that board master, couldn't find any boards at all.
One of the issues in here as well comes down to the VP, right? Like the way that they are forced into playing that Guan Yu in a composition where Kagendra had already had all of the poke abilities that they needed. That's why the Guan Yu is unable to initiate anything in any moment. In the moment that Guan Yu wants to really start the fight, when it wants to really start to speed up, it's being slowed down by the poking ability coming in from Kagendra.
Yeah, quite a bit of pokes coming in, and not only are they giving damage, it's the stuns that are coming in from the side of the Mortar Peacekeeper. That really was a huge issue, because not only were you unable to get the boards, you're stopping the Guan Yu, the War Saint, from coming into the prime positions. And to complement this, I really like the fact that Fei Shi went for a hybrid build. Get the Rapacious Bite, yes, damage as the jungle item, but you complement it with tank, so you don't dive too heavily and get your life taken away.
Beautiful performance in here from him, right? Like, it was being able to make the right decisions in terms of items. We saw that Phase 3 on that Fade with a 6-0 and 6 for the KDA. He just came in, dealt the damage, got the kills, and then just run away immediately.
Yeah, I like the answer on the itemization, right? The Demon's Bane, beautiful work to make sure that he is able to handle the damage coming from both Nono as well as Man. At the same time, with the physical attributes on the side of the Blood Rage, he has more health, so the Blood Rage helps him get more damage done based on his health as well.
From Team Hack, I see the biggest issue in here was they're not very familiar to how to fight a team like Kagendra. I do not know in their preseason if they had opportunities to scrim to this high level, but what I'm seeing right now is that Team Hack came in with a very monotonous approach to what the game is. They came in, they read the books, they were trying to really tried to help out by just to build up more items early on. But then after that, in the moment that Kagendra tossed a question at them, it didn't feel like they had the knowledge to actually answer back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you take a look at the idea behind the draft, I think Team Hawk, the idea was there, right? Bai as the mega tank, he's supposed to be able to soak up all the damage that Kagendra is able to deal. But if you take a look at the goal difference here, that big spike starting at about the 4.5-minute mark, Bai was behind his counterpart Fei Shi by close to 4,000 gold. That's one whole item away.
One whole item away onto the Fade, into the IKL champions. It is a difficult feat. There is nothing that they could have done differently. I do believe that if they could have bought a better composition for their heroes, if they would be able to actually get a Byron, for example, instead of that Guan Yu, maybe they could have done something different. Because if you analyze here, just when you see the map, Sole had a very big advantage in the most important elements when you're looking at Clash. You're looking for assist, you're looking in for damage, you're looking for gold per minute. All of those areas, he was having a better performance than John.
Yes, and based on the common spells as well, the kit given by both of the Clash laners really was the difference maker, right? For Kagendra, they had plenty of angles to set up from. From Team Hawk, you only had that few. You either get Bai to dive in, and hopefully the team follows up with Man's board, and hopefully the catch by John as well. All of which you can predict, you can see. But for Saule, it's completely different. He has the Flash Truth Mantra. You will not see him. By the time you see him, his Truth Mantra is already on the multiple members on the side of Team Hawk. You are gone.
Senku and Zan's performances in there, as you analyze the data, tells you that those were the openers for Kagendra to actually be able to win this game. When you see the biggest difference in terms of the one-to-one, the head-to-head with their counterparts, those two players really built the opening for Patient to come in and deal the damage.
Yes. If you take a look at that singular situation, singular fights, you actually find out that there are very different perspectives on this. And of course, the well-deserved MVP Fei Shi, recovering from yesterday, showing a very strong performance in this game number 1. Did not fall a single time, 6-0-6.
Perfect performance by Fei Shi. Really glad to see that yesterday's loss did not have a negative impact onto his mindset. He comes in, first game, forget about what happened yesterday. I am here to demonstrate what I am made of. Let's look at the replays and the highlights from this first game. There were some moments in here, like even though Team Hack takes the first blood in this one, but they end up just paying with their lives.
Yep. If you take a look at the difference here between the POVs of Lola and Zan specifically, Lola is always looking at the first person in line of sight, right? He wants to make sure that he gets rid of that person. But then the follow-up comes in, Saule comes in, Fei Shi comes in, suddenly there are too many targets. And Lola as a Parasola, you are a single target damage-based hero. You can't deal with too many people at one time.
Of course, that's why the early yesterday I was discussing with Sagi about, like, is it really the monstrous hero that we were used to see in previous tournaments? We were questioning that. Yesterday there were a lot of players that they decided to play it. It played really well, but in this performance, you start seeing actually the shortcomings of a hero like Arlie.
Yes, for sure. And the main difference here is that Kagendra has always made sure that they kind of divide and conquer, right? They serve singular players on the side of Team Hawk on a plate for Zan. Zan is always free to do whatever he wants because the rest of the side of Team Hawk has to focus on the other members of Kagendra.
Well, that's going to be already a little advantage for Kagendra, just redeeming themselves from yesterday's defeat. As we move into the next game, do you think that Team Hack got what they need in order to beat Kagendra? After their first performance in here, what is your read?
If they can learn fast enough, then probably so, right? Now we see the difference in vision from both teams, right? On the side of Kagendra, it's really about can we serve each individual member on a plate for our farm laner Zan, right? At the same time, on the side of Team Hawk here, what other options can they explore? Do you want to now go for multi-targets, maybe like the Hoey, Solaris, right? That can do well in the team fights? Or do you want to get an even bigger burst hero into the hands of Lola on the farm lane.
Well, one of the important things in here is that Team Hack will be able to choose which side they're going to be taking. I do believe sincerely that they need to go and choose the red side. They need to be able to reply back to whatever that Kagendra says. If you analyze the data from yesterday we had 10 games with the red side actually winning 7 out of those 10. So, is this meta, is this patch just designed for you to have the final choice? It's better than having the first pick. What do you think?
I think it can be taken in multiple ways. My view is kind of different from yours. I think having the counter pick side is great. But at the same time, the execution really matters as well, right? Team Hawk, we could definitely see what the idea was, but then it came down to you didn't control the early game, right? You didn't wrestle the lead away from Fei Shi. And when you give a player such as Fei Shi, number one, the fade, and number two, a great goal lead, it's not going to work out in the way that you view it.
Yeah, that's one of the beautiful things about being in the blue side. That the first pick that Kagendra does is to take a Mai. There's no information whatsoever that you can just get from that. And then after that, as Team Hack picks the early and the Diadea in the past game, that tells Kagendra exactly what they need to know. They go for the fade. There's nothing that Hack can do, and set the whole Kagendra victory.
Yes, this is a beauty.
Does Team Hack has the experience and the knowledge to battle it in the BP? They might have the mechanics to battle it out on the Gorge, but can they battle it out over here on the chess match that the BP is?
No, well, let's see. Right now, they are going to head straight into the second test. This is game number 2, the best of 5 between Team Hawk as well as Kagendra. For the IKL fans, this is a sight to see, right? It's beautiful for them. For Team Hawk, though, coming in as the new representatives for MKL, they need to step up right now.
Those are some big shoes that they need to fill in, right? Because MKL is recognized as one of the strongest leagues around, and if Team Hack is going to come here as a representative of MKL, they cannot just so easily just surrender and admit defeat against the IKL champions.
That's true. And right now, I'm wondering if Team Hawk wants to take a page out of Kagendra's book here on their first pick, right? We talked about it. The Fire Ninja Mai is a very flexible pick. It can fit almost any composition, which opens the door up for a counter pick, even if you're on the blue side.
There is something very interesting that I have seen in these 2 BPs right now from Kagendra. Their first ban for both games is going to be the Ogren. Is there some information that I don't have about Bai's Ogren?
I think Bai's Ogren is pretty strong, right? We've seen it last year. So Bai has a couple of spectacular picks, one of them being Tigress. So I'm actually curious, does Team Hawk want to give the pay? But for now, I think this Forge Maiden here, Chicha, is definitely a great pick. This is a flexible pick, which is right up the alley of what we're talking about. Opens up the potential counter picks against Kendra's next 2 picks, which at this point, I think is going to be difficult. This is a very early game structure.
Byron and Pei. Well, the Pei is going to be a hero that allows you to control the game early on, but at the same time, there's very few error space in here. Like, you cannot make no mistakes. So it's going to depend a lot about the first 2, 3, 4 minutes of the game and your pacing in there. We know that Fei Shi is having a great moment right now. Right now, with this Pei choice, they're putting the whole spotlight on him to carry Kagendra in this victory.
Yes, we've already seen his highlights on the Pei yesterday, right? He is able to keep that farm going. That's the number one thing I have heard from the pros, right? As a Pei, you must constantly be farming. It doesn't matter where you're farming. It can be at the opponent's jungle as well. You just need to keep ramping up your gold. Now, with that being said, Team Hawk, they've completed the first half of their bans and picks. This is now where they have to try and make sure that this composition by Kagendra does not get into the full potential here.
Kagendra cannot get into a full potential, or else Team Hack is going to be already on a 2-0. They understand the importance of that idea, so they're going to ban it out. I can imagine that they're going to ban one more support because they do not want to let the composition for Kagendra just to scale up too quickly.
Okay, so there's a couple of options for Team Hack to kind of explore in the bench. Now, I know this is a completely... Okay, yep, they did ban out the Changfei. The other option I feel Kagendra can really pick up is actually the Sun Bin, right? With his second skill, the Time Flux, they're able to out-sustain the poke damage coming from Team Hack and get the silence in as well. But Kagendra going for a slightly different feel here. They're going to go with a flex pick. The Yuan can go into the mid, they can go into the roam as well.
Onto your point of the Sun Bin, right? Like the Sun Bin would give them a little bit of advantage in terms of balancing the early and the late game. The problem of that is that they do not want to make the late to enter the late game, right? There's something that they are not really willing to get into. Sun Bin option right over there would contradict their strategy of trying to dominate the game early and finish it early.
Agree, and there we go. This is where the Tunecaster Yuan will be going into the roam once they lock this in. Welcome, the new hero, Haya, a absolute menace if you know how to use it.
Yesterday we saw a lot of Haya. Actually, I do believe that yesterday we saw some Hayas that were completely unnecessary. We saw a lot of Hayas yesterday that it was more like a pick because it's new. So since it is new and it is available, I think I'm just gonna get it. We did not see excellent execution yesterday, but well, let's wait and see if Senku can show us something different today, right?
I mean, that's why we were talking about potential, right, earlier today. Like, potential is everywhere. But for you to realize it, it's not as easy as it sounds. Now, Kagendra, I like this lineup. They have very strong early game. The wave clear in the mid is going to be a problem for Team Hack. Evernight Aspirations, 3 uses of your first skill, a couple of your passive basic attacks. You have the lane cleared, especially if you have help from your Roam Yuan. Yeah, that's instant level 2 for you right there.
I like right now to see that Tricha in jungle. All the Tricha that we saw yesterday was mostly in the class lane. So seeing it right now in jungle is gonna be actually really interesting for us to see. Let's see what Vi can do in terms of that one. On the other side, Kagendra is all about the money. It's all about the money. It's all about the gold. It's all about initiating the fights early on and trying to just seal this deal in 10 to 12 minutes.
Yes, and we've already seen Kagendra do that in game number 1, right? So now the question for them is, can you repeat it? And I like the fact that, you know, Team Hack has gotten this Chicha in the jungle. One of the benefits of putting any hero into the jungle is the fact that you will have a level and EXP and hopefully gold advantage against the other members on the other side. So if you can get that first blood onto the Zan, if you're by, that's going to be great news for you, because not only do you shut down the farm lane, you also get the EXP advantage against Fei Shi.
At the same time, just having the Liu Bang on the clash lane because of its ultimate, it can allow you a little bit more of sustain, right? It can allow you to actually deal damage for a longer period of time. So it's important just to understand how to coordinate at that initiation over there with the Liu Bang, how he can actually come into the fight in the right moment. Not too late, not too early.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the shield values coming in from the side of Team Hack is something that we need to pay attention to. Like, they are pretty tanky at the later parts of this game. Of course, we're going to have that poke and proc coming in the mid lane to the side of Kagendra.
All right, let's jump straight up into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to assemble. Look at that immediate aggression and invasion over here for the Azure Golem.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the side of Team Hack here. Mana is already low on health. Fei Shi gets that first buff across from the side of Team Hack. Will be able to make it out safely. Gets the cap as well on that Spike Tail Beast. And right now, the world is his oyster.
I told you, it's all about that tempo. And right now, Fei Shi understands that. He comes in, takes the Azure Golem. How can Team Hack reply back to that? Like, they do not have the members to try to go and contest the Azure Golem from Team Kagendra. Are they just going to have to sit down and take the L? Just like that?
Damage limitation. I would guess so, because at this point, maybe steal a couple of camps away from Kagendra. That would have been the ideal answer, but it's Kagendra who's stealing stuff away from Team Hawk again.
Look at that. They come in, they take all of the resources, and they already start building a little bit of an advantage. I am loving the way that Kagendra is playing today. They completely forgot about yesterday's losses, and they're really into redemption.
Yeah, I like this, right? This is where learning is so important, right? Lifelong learning, and sometimes you have to take the L's. But once you get that lesson learned, this is what the result is. Kagendra now have a sizable lead in the early part of the game.
Kagendra over here already, Facer already in level 5. It's going to be the Moonscape Mirage. Is going to be the first ultimate prop in there.
Oh, what a beautiful job here. First blood. This is where that level advantage really makes sense, right? Kagendra, Senko was already 4. Man just hit level 4. And what are the rewards? Team Arc have to give away the Azure Golem to the side of Kagendra once again.
If we said that it was going to be a matter of just trying to finish this early, the way that Kagendra is just really capitalizing on the little mistakes from Team Hack, it is a masterclass. Real masterclass right now coming in from the team in the red side.
And I really like the confidence on the side of Kagendra, right? They over time and time again, they keep putting Sauli in a pure 1v1. Everyone on the side of Team Hawk, though, they want to find an opening on the bottom side of the map. Zan is falling a little bit low. Can they get the finish? No, the lifesteal will be enough. And Kagendra survived that first aggression from Team Hawk.
Team Hag right now with that first aggression is going to show a little bit of the desperation. They need to start trying to make something to turn the tides around. The problem in here is that they do not have that lethal damage at the moment. So what can they do right now more than just kind of like go around trying to start any fight that they can?
I don't think that's ideal, right? Because at this point, if you're going to commit to the fight, Kagendra has that level of advantage. If they get the stun on Lu here, it's going to be huge for the side of Kagendra. But for now, I think they want to play it safe, just take a couple more camps. Because in about 20 seconds more, the first neutral objectives will start to show.
The first neutral objectives are going to come in. What's going to happen before that is going to be the Azure Golem is going to spawn for Team Hack. And we know that Kagendra has a timer on that. Lapu Lapu already just set up in position, trying to send that information. And I think that Facer is going to allow Bai to take that first Azure Golem.
We'll see what that price is going to be. It's going to be the life of Lola here for the side of Kagendra. Beautiful work. And with the timing as well, 4 minutes, no more defense for the T1 at the bottom side. It's going to be taken down in quick succession here. Kagendra open up the doors to the jungle on the side of Team Hawk as well.
Lola falls, and it's going to be Kagendra, the one that's going to try to go for the Tyrant one more time. It's going to be Leopold, the one that's going to take on that pay. Facer overstepping, and he's going to fall.
Yep. It looks good for the side of Team Hawk, but only for a moment, because Kagendra still got that neutral objective. They got the Tyrant in the first Tyrant of the game here. And with a 2-1 scoreline, it is still a 2,000 gold advantage going to the side of Kagendra, unless they can get Lu here with no options left. Bai finds that recovery.
Okay, now you see this exactly what I'm talking about from the things that we cannot start allowing Kagendra. You have an advantage. There's no reason why you need to actually start making these little mistakes. That cannot happen no more. Yesterday, it was the exact same scenario. They've got the advantage, but then those little rotation mistakes were the reason why Dominator yesterday beat them. Don't let that happen again. Team Hack right now putting a little bit of pressure on the whole thing.
Yeah, but Bai is the first one to fall in this exchange. John is going to be the next one as well. Fei Shi getting a double kill for the side of Kagendra. So they want to turn the tides here. Nice amount of poke from the side of Lu. He can afford to do so. He does have his ultimate. So he will be able to get the heals in if necessary. At the same time, rotations are coming in. They're going to set it down. But the Mirage going to be set down from the side of Senko, locking Man in the middle here, and it's numbers advantage for the side of Kagendra. They get the kill on the Man, they get the T1 in the mid, and Team Hawk, they found some success, but it's a short one.
I just love it. In the moment that looks like Team Hack might have a little bit of hope, there's nothing they can do. Kagendra immediately, just with an iron fist, comes and hits them straight in the face.
Yep. And they send them a reminder once again. Fei Shi wants to let Bai know that the Azure Golem you took was one that we gave to you. Right now, Facial has his side of the buff.
6 minutes and 30 seconds, you can see already a 5,000 gold advantage for Kagendra. It is not something that we see a lot happening, right? This is not a frequent view that we have to see over here in international tournaments. Kagendra, right now, they have everything under control. Let's wait and see what they want to do. Going for the Overlord, going for the Tyrant might be the next task, but look at that. It's going to be Pai the next target.
Okay, they did burn the flash on the side of Blue here. They are unable to find the kill, but it does not matter because Kagendra's goal here is to get the split push going in. You can take a look at what Facial is doing. Cutting the waves here is going to open up the map for the side of Kagendra. And all they have to do on the other side of the map for the 4 remaining Kagendra members is to slow the movement down. But Team Hawk, they will not be looking for that kind of mistake. They're looking for a catch here, but it is going to be Team Hawk that is open up for the taking here. Kagendra, they wrap them around the T3 and T2 on the top side here. Lu getting the damage in. He does have his ultimate to try and get the heals if things go Ori. Senko gets that first catch here onto Mana, I believe, into the side of the Mirage here. Mana's going to be taking the T2 taken. Well, Kagendra find an opening, a rampage for the players as they want to lay down Zan with the finishing blow. And with that T3 taking off the ball for the side of Team Hawk, this fight could very well be over. Facial will have to pay with his life. Maybe not. Oh no, he actually makes it out. Unstoppable. And
the IKL champions come in, take game number 2. It was such a beautiful and long fight. They started it right over there on the tier 2 turret and then immediately just start taking kills, start taking bodies, start taking resources, and they took the crystal to finalize this advantage.
I mean, the way that Facial knows about the advantage that he has and pushes his hero to the absolute limits, it's insane.
I agree with you. Completely insane the way that they were able just to use their mechanics and they just be able to just to close in the game. It was such a beautiful performance. There were some moments where I was actually wondering if Kagendra was able to just finish this because it looked like, oh, the old mistakes started coming again, and they just closed the door immediately, went in, and then they just completely destroyed Team Hack.
Yes, it's a very scary notion, right? Because for a moment, you could see that Team Hawk was like, hey, you know what? Facial's alone. 5 of us versus 1 of him, we definitely can get the job done. But because Pei is such a mobile hero, he's a tiger, right? He's going to be very quick on his feet. And that's where the opening came out for the side of Kagendra. Yeah, exactly. So once they cornered them at the bottom, at the top side of the map, T2 taken down. Now you have no more defense.
No, exactly. I completely agree with you in terms of that, right? Like you cannot just go and try to hunt a tiger. Trying to hunt a tiger in that way is not the smart choice in this moment. Well, Team Hack right now is going to collect 2 defeats at the moment. I'm a little bit concerned about how their mindset is gonna be right now. It's very difficult to come in for your debut and then just losing 2 games straight in this fashion. It's not only losing, but the way that they lost these 2 games.
Yeah, it really puts a mental barrier onto you, right? Because it feels like you have all the answers, but every move you make is shut down. Let's take a look at the kill score. Facial, once again, beautiful game by him, 5-1 and 2. This time going for damage, another hybrid build, right? Frostguard Embrace with the Axe of Torment for the armor pierce, as well as the frost damage and slow.
Well, you can already start seeing a trend, right? Like you can already start seeing the Facial when he's, in terms of his itemization, he is trying to make hybrids all the time in order just to have that level of error, that error room in case that something goes wrong.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Senko recognized the fact that, hey, we have a lead, right? I already have the level advantage against Man in the mid, and he actually went for the Twilight Stream as the first core item on this higher pick. And that means you get additional magic pierce and quite a lot of damage, close to 30,000 worth from Senko alone.
Only 8 minutes of the game. We did not even make it to the 10-minute mark in this one. This was really a sprint. It was very, very quick.
Yeah, it definitely was. And now, we were talking about, hey, Lola was did not find options for the team fight. He was completely out of this game. Everyone on the side of Team Hawk was a target for Kagendra.
It's going to be such a tough day for Lola. Like, can you imagine just coming in, just trying to make your debut as a farm laner, and then in this match, there's no damage for you to deal. There's no gold, there's no items. Can you imagine just coming to your debut in your first 2 games and then not being able to be part of the game at all? That's gotta be tough.
I mean, it came down to that first initiation from Kagendra, right? That level 1 invade. Not a lot of teams have done that. Even last year for 2025 of HOK, very few teams tried it. Very few teams even found success in it. But Kagendra has been one of the first teams this year to make it work.
I'm really happy to see Kagendra just turning things around. This is really good. I know that all of the fans, all of the Kagendra fans over there in Jakarta are feeling elated with the performance of their team today. Just showing us a new face compared to if yesterday was the first day of the tournament. Let's just leave that yesterday in the past, the same as 2025. This is the Kagendra we want to see the whole 2026.
Yep, actually, this is what I expected out of Fei Shi, right? The aggression coming in. This guy is an academy player, meaning he still has a lot of years in his bag. He still has a lot of fight in him. And to start the year off at this kind of standard, I feel like Kagendra is set for success.
Well, when you're an academy player, it might be a new face for a lot of the people over there at home, right? Like a lot of us might be completely new to him, but it does not mean that he's inexperienced. It is just the fact that he's new to our ecosystem. It does not mean that he's new to the game. So Fei Shi right now, just coming into Kagendra, just probably might be the solution that the old Kagendra needed to the old problems.
Okay, before this scene changes, right, that kill participation rate is 100% for the side of Man on that Mai, right? And that tells a very big story of how Kagendra won this game. When they were making the choices, Kagendra was able to farm. But in every aspect of the game number 2, Team Hawk had no space to find farm. They were constantly trying to fight against the members of Kagendra. Of course, Haya being a big pick for the side of Kagendra. Props to this man, MVP Senko bringing in the win here, 2-0-1.
Senko yesterday was the first Haya of the KIS4. Today brings the Haya back and is going to take the victory. Not only the victory, but it's going to take the MVP for the Evernight aspiration, Haya.
I like it a lot, right? And this is where you truly get to see this is not a individual game. This is where the team composition matters. How you complement each other's weaknesses is going to be how you get the wins as well. Lou, I want to give a silent shout out to him in this entire match. Yes, he got taken down at this particular point, but if you take a look at the rest of the game, he was constantly in the faces because he could afford to do so. His ultimate, used to perfection.
At the end of the day, Lou's performance in here as a roamer, his job is just to provide vision, to provide sustain, and to use his ulti just to be able to nullify the front versus attacks.
Yeah, and take a look at this guy. We talked about him since yesterday. Saule has really impressed me so far. This game, he was just all over the place, and it's a good thing, right? Normally when we say all over the place, it might not be the best situation. But he was playing to the nines today.
Wow. 8 minutes, come in, Kagendra takes the victory. They put one more in their bag. We're gonna come in and move into game number 3. When we go here into our game number 3, it's gonna be very difficult for us to say that Team Hack, or to try to sell the idea that Team Hack can turn things around. What about if we just try to sell a different narrative? What can Team Hack learn from these 2 games and try to apply into the next one?
Study your opponents. I think this is a very clear sign that not only has Kagendra studied Team Hawk, maybe not as a team, but the individual players themselves, because we have seen them in our ecosystem, right? Their favorite picks, the rotations they make and stuff like that. So Kagendra now, I think it really shows you that doing your homework is really important. Even if it's a new team, there is information online.
So I do believe that the coaches did a very big part of that work, right? Because I know that in terms of how an esports club works, like there's so many people that they are behind the scenes doing the hard work that they should get a shout out, right? Like not only the players that we get to see on the screens all the time should be rewarded with the victories and with all of this. There are coaches, there are analysts, the people that are going around just kind of like trying to get the footage, that analyze the footage, that bring up those summaries. All of those people are the ones that created this Kagendra advantage on top of Team Hack.
Yes, everything adds up together, right? Accumulation as well. And, you know, once again, Kagendra goes for the red side. Or in this case, we have to focus on Team Hack, right? They still go for the blue. And is that going to be a big problem? Because the way I'm going to just call it now, Kagendra goes for the Dolia Yangjian combination. Right here, right now.
Oh, really? Just like that? Yes, Dolia Yangjian.
Yeah, I mean, it has to, right? We've seen that yesterday.
What makes you feel like that? What makes you feel like that?
I feel like Kagendra has already figured out the way to win the early game against Team Hack. And one of the best combinations with a early game advantage is the Dolia Yangjian combination, right? You out-tank, you out-damage, you out-sustain.
Well, let's wait and see, because for the Dolia and Yangjian to be available right over there, it would mean that Team Hack, at the same time, they would need to allow the Trichap, they would need to allow the Ogren. There's a lot of other picks that there will be available right over there. Hopefully we will get to see the Dolia and the Yangjian. Yesterday, we saw some Yangjian without the Dolia. It did not perform as well. But in the moment that we saw that pair in there, exquisite performances.
That's true. I mean, it's not necessary for them to pick up the Dolia, but I think the combination we've seen from other teams is a very scary one. We have the Nerza, Dolia, Yangjian, and then just fit any two heroes, man.
Well, it is available right over there for Team Hack, for grabs as well. They might just go for the Dharma, and I'm really looking forward to see the Dolia Yangjian going in for Kagendra.
Okay, we'll see Team Hack here. I like the idea of the Martial Monk, right? Dharma fits in any great competition as well. It really comes down to the team fight. Can you find those openings? But Kagendra straight away teasing us with the Magistrate, the Tier here. And hey, it looks like the Dolia is on the cards here.
If the Dolia is on the cards right over there, they do not need to pick the Yangjian immediately, right? The opponents already have the Dharma. Having the Dharma and Yangjian in there would not be an option for Team Hack. So what about if they just seal a Direnjie beforehand?
Ooh, really? Team Hack, they're going for the potential Luna pick here. I mean, we do have the distractions of the Luna, which will allow for the Dharma to get those beautiful catches. But Kagendra, the fact that they have the Dolia here, and with the potential of the Yangjian, and even the Nerza is a great combination. I wonder if Team Hack has been played into the hands of Kagendra here.
Let's... Jing. Double mirror domain would be an option as well here. Well, they decide to go for the Jing. Sadly, we will not be able to see the Yangjian. I like the idea of the Jing and the Luna. Yesterday we had a Jing and Luna matchup as well. It's just so beautiful just to see both of those heroes just trying to chase after the other.
Yes, this really is a mechanical matchup, right? Technical skills for both junglers here. Fei Shi against Bai. I like this. Honest 1v1. Who is the flashier, but who is the more clinical jungler at this point?
And it's gonna come down just to the mechanics of each of them, right? Like when you have big heroes like that, like the Luna, like the Jing, a lot of times it depends completely on you just to carry your team. So being able to have those mechanics, I don't think that Bai has demonstrated today yet what his real level is. On the other side, Fei Shi is completely on fire.
Yeah, fully agree. I mean, it's really just about permission, right? You have to ask for the consent. And so far, Kagendra has said no to Bai multiple times. You're not allowed to play your game. You have to play Kagendra's game.
Yeah.
And right now, it's looking a little bit sticky here because Celestial, the Nua here, Major burst damage, very great answer against the Lung's ultimate infinite fastness as well. So Team Hawk, they have to do their work here.
Yesterday I was talking to Sagi about that, right? Like about how the new one could use the annihilation, just waiting for Loom to come out. Because that's one of the things that Loom does, right? Like he's just coming in, just going to deal damage when his HP is going to be extremely low. Infinite vastness out of there, and then this new one could actually just play to work as a sniper, just waiting for him to land.
Yes, so this only tells us one thing. The common spells in this game, really important, right? Because if it comes down to the situation where Lola does find himself potentially going to get sniped down, the flash can save his life. But we'll see how this goes, because the Nemesis here, Guikus, is one of my personal favorites, but it's really hard to pull off if you don't have the coordination, right? If it happens the way Team Hawk wants it, it's an instant ace.
Again, like Guigutsu, as you just mentioned, in terms of that, number one, you need to have the flash. You need to have the flash available in there, just to kind of just take your flash and your second ability, be able to jump in, to really get multiple targets. Without your flash, Guigutsu, not as mobile and not that big a threat as he should be.
That's true. And at this point, I think I like this composition from Team Hawk, but this is an even more difficult composition to pull off than what they have done in the first two games.
So, I agree with you in terms that they might just be being very greedy in terms of like, oh yeah, this composition looks good, this composition might work. Do they have the coordination? Do they have the coordination today? Because it's not a matter of like, oh yeah, will they have the coordination in the future? Do they have that coordination today? They have not demonstrated yet.
It's going to be very important, right? And bear in mind, there is quite a lot of disruptions available on the side of Kagendra as well. They have the Demons here, the Magistrate. The Golden Token is one that is going to win them a lot of prizes if it lands onto the Luna. At the same time, they have the Sunsa, which with the Bolt is CC immune. You can get out of a lot of things on the side of Team Hawk.
Sunso, a pick that has not had a lot of priority over there in the Clash lane recently, because we were more in an era where the Byron, where the Charlotte, where the Majin were taking control over there, the Clash lane, the Dharmas as well. So seeing the Sunsa come in is an interesting pick, as we know that Kagendra already with a 2-0 advantage allows them to be a little bit more flexible in terms of their picks. So we might be seeing right now something that they have practiced, but that they still might not have mastered.
Yeah, and I think because of the risk of the game for both sides, where you don't want to give momentum to Team Hawk, at the same time for Team Hawk, you don't want to give the game over to Kagendra. Both junglers should not go for the invade in this level 1.
A little bit more passive, please, right? Let's try to make peace, right? Like let's try to be a little bit more into that. But look at that. They do not care. They do not care about pleasing here.
They truly do not. Base actually goes in to take the touch force. Not the biggest steal, but still, it is a resource that is now dwindled from the side of Bai. Bai will get that level 2 first, but now he has lesser camps to take. So, I don't know, Team Hawk needs to find something else with it.
Well, the Guigutsu is going to follow onto Bai. Nuonu and Bai are going to be a pair right now over here. They're going to be best friends for this game, as we know that Guigutsu initiation could start setting up Bai for success early in the first stages of the game.
Yeah, but only if he has the flash. And in the situation that maybe the other members of Kagendra unfortunately grouped up together, which I don't think we'll get to see just yet. But Team Hawk, I like this rotation coming in. They secure that first space bite of the game. This is going to aid the rotation of Bai.
They come in, look at that, Facial is going to come and is going to check on what's happening. If it's 2 against 3, do they want to take this in?
Oh, they do get the catch, some potential first blood, but with the bolt, it actually turned it around. Saule, he's still going in, but with that turnaround by John, just as he hits 4, there's going to be first blood going to the side of Team Hawk here. The response has been great from Kagendra. They get a secondary kill. Bai will be taken out as well. And this is not looking good for the side of Team Hawk. Once again, Kagendra have control of the early game.
Losing by right over there in that first fight, 2 minutes in the game when you are a Luna, you cannot allow that to happen. That Luna in there, they're just gonna need so much more time right now just to climb up that gigantic wall. Look at that, right now it's gonna be Kagenda trying to come in for the golem.
Yep, they can't do it. He does not have smite, and with that annihilation taken down by as well. Everything going to the favor of Kagendra. Refresh comes in from the side of Lu as well. So Feishu does have the mirror domain available. So everything going haywire for the side of Team Hawk here.
Ay, 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 look at that. Like I was literally just talking about how difficult a time he was going to have. And then immediately he just gets invaded and then just gets sent back to the fountain.
An immediate invasion coming from Feishu as well, looking for that steal, will be able to get it by once again, does not have the Azure buff. They have to run here. Feishu jumps in, looking for that finish onto Norno. Might not have to overcommit, take a couple of shots from the tower, but John comes in, unable to find any value, drops his ultimate, and still Kagendra make it out safe, and what a snipe from Senko!
Look at that, he's a sniper right now! Senko is on fire! From way, way, way behind, has the eyes on Noa. He says, "Your life is mine."
Yeah, this is a very phenomenal gameplay from the side of Senko. We know that he was good. We knew he was good last year, but this year, in this first part of 2026, it seems like he has found his stride. Like, what a snipe from this guy.
Great performances in here, right? Like, understanding the mechanics and understanding the advantage that such a long reach can give to your team, right? Only 4 minutes and already Kagendra leading by 3,000 gold.
Yep. And this is where I like the movements of Lu, right? As a Dolia, he is confident enough to stand in the front lines. Number one, because he is purified, but number two, also because he has the dive on his second skill. He's able to get out of sticky situations.
Look at that, John just waiting there in the bush. He knows he has eyes over there on Kagendra. He's just gonna have to TP out of there. He does not want any of that smoke.
Yep, does not want it at all. Kagendra using the minions to full effect at this point. Once again, threatening that Azure buff. I don't think Team Hawk will be able to fight for this. Will not be able to do so. Feishu once again treats Team Hawk's jungle as his own. Gets the reward, gets out, and he has a 2-level advantage against Bai.
Ken, that is the problem about just not having an advantage with the Luna, right? Because if you can let the other team, if you let your opponents to take control of your blue buff, then you do not have the mana that you need to actually fly around.
Yeah, and bear in mind, with additional EXP advantage going to the side of Feishu, gold, this guy is close to 1,000 gold ahead of his counterpart. Bai has no options.
Five minutes and 30 seconds of the game. This is just looking exactly the same as game number 2. Now it's going to be a 4-man rotation here to the mid lane. A 5-man rotation. They know Team Hack, they know that they need to start walking around together. They cannot just be taken down anymore.
Yeah, but what choice do you have, right? They don't have the ultimate of Mono. They know that the members of Kagendra are here, but they don't know exactly where they are at. And if you blindly step into the pressures, you are going to be taken out. Kagendra now, once again, asserting their dominance, takes away the Crimson buff from the side of Team Hawk. And you can see, they're trying to find an opening, but there's none.
Oh, this might be the first one. Look at that. Lu is going to be targeted out.
Oh, 3-man knockup from this side of Sauli as well. He sets the team up for success. Kagendra finished the job here by the next one to fall. 3 members down for the side of Team Hawk as Kagendra, they are ending this game with dominance.
Look at the way that they're going. Luke jumps into the brush. He's initiated, but then after that, Solid comes in with both the initiation, allowing Kagendra to take a 3-0 trade in this mid lane fight.
It's crazy. Who are you supposed to look at, right? Now you see that the boat is coming. And Sauli with the boat, a 3-man knockup. What options does that open? It opens up for Feishu to get that mirror domain down. It also opens up Zan to just be free because no one is looking at it.
When you look at the gold right now, look at the new WoW ready with 4,500 gold, a 2,000 gold advantage compared to to the Princess Frost right now. At the same time, the DRNG already with 5,700 gold, already 2 items in, building over there for the third one.
Oh, beautiful emergence from the side of Senko. He is so smart. He knows where to look across the map. Now Team Hawk, they have to mount a defense for the T2. Not going to happen though. Immediately taken out. Right here, Kagendra looking for an open.
Look at that in the mini-map. You can see the pressure that Facer was putting over there on the bottom lane. Right now, the top lane turret for the high ground might fall. And look at the DRNG. He does not need no minions, and he's just dealing damage to the turret.
Yep, every fourth hit from this side of Zen will be able to get free damage onto the T3s here. And right now, Team Hawk, this probably could be the last stand. Saule with the boat as well, as Facer looks for an opening in the bottom side of the map. Might have to give his life and will be taken down. But at this point, it is all about Kagendra. They take up the T3s in the mid, but John, he's looking for an opening, gets the catch with the Winter is here as well. Could this be the turnaround that they're looking for? No, it is not. Team Hawk, they got the initiation, but Kagendra just too strong to handle right now.
Facer overstepping right over there. He did not have to take that 1v1 over there at the bottom lane. It's only 8 minutes and 30 seconds. There was no rush at all. And then just falling in there, even though he's got an advantage, it might just start giving the opportunity for Team Hack to believe that they can turn things around.
I would agree with you, but Bai just lost his Azure Golem to Zan. With a smite as well. He smited that, but Zan still got that Azure buff. So right now, it is once again Bai on the back foot.
The little details, no? The little details, like just losing your Azure Golem right over there with the smite. There's going to be DRNG, it's going to be ganked, it's going to be 3v1. There's nothing that he can do out of that, and he's going to fall.
The response is more important. Saule gets that first kill onto the position of Nono as well. Saule all alone, but the backup does come through. Senko as well as Lu trying to provide him the shield. He will make it out. Saule survives, but Bai is the next one. Bai wants to go in again. Is it too much for him? It will be! And Kagendra punished the greed coming in from Bai, as well as Nono with that Kagendra. Restore order. There is a wave coming down the bottom side. Team Hawk, this is a problem.
Bai really thought that he could come in and take the 1v3. Sadly for him, it was Saule with the movement over there, over the wall, making the movement, just dodging the skills. And it was a 3v1 that Bai should not have taken. Right now, as we're going to hit the 10-minute mark, it is almost a 9,000 gold advantage for Team Kagendra. This is the moment for them to actually finish the dunk.
You know a team is successful when your Roma is taking camps, right? Lu is taking the camp away from Team Hawk. At the same time, Kagendra, once again, repeating that same story, a double objective take. Once they have this, it's looking like the end of the road for the side of Team Hawk.
Every single time right now, Kagendra is just going to apply the exact same strategy. And in this one last push, after the bangers are going to come in, I do not see any way that Team Hack could actually protect their high ground. There's going to be super minions coming in from both edges of the map. What can they do in there to try to protect? Just wait for Nuono just to get an initiation onto 5?
I mean, ideally you will want to pick up individual members on the side of Kagendra, but bear in mind, now Kagendra have a lot of damage. Saule with the board as well, looking for the setup. 3-man once again, a beautiful killing spree as Kagendra look for the finishing blow as well. John is left alone with Nono, they cannot hold, and Kagendra take the series 3-0, a clean sweep.
Congratulations to the IKL champions. It's going to be Kagendra, the ones that they're going to come in and demonstrate why their pedigree is like that. We thought that they were only good in national tournaments, but look at that. In the international stage, Kagendra being very, very dominant today.
You know, Kagendra has broken my heart twice. So yesterday I voted for them and they did not win. Today I did not vote for them and they won. So it looks like Kagendra has done me a number. But congratulations, this was a wonderful gameplay for the entire series from the 5 boys of IKL.
I know that the Kagendra fans right now, after just listening to your comments, Kin, they're waiting and hoping that you're never gonna vote for them no more. They're really looking forward to that.
Yeah, I would think so as well. I mean, History has been kind of funny for me with Kagendra as well. But Kagendra, what a showing today. This was definitely one of my favorite performances. But the one guy that really stood out to me, I have to talk about Sauli. This game, he has to be MVP, right?
Well, like the MVP could go to anyone, right? Like over there, what Solid did on the Sun Tzu with the boat coming in. When the Luna just was in front of him, the 1v1 that turned into Luna losing the 3v1. There was a very good movement that he makes over the wall in order for Luna just to fit, just to lose the ability. At the same time, I would actually put my money on Senku. Senku's Nuwa was really on point. The way that he just sniped multiple times the Luna and the way that he sniped the Goikutsu, Senku's got my vote.
I agree with that as well, because one of the things that Senko did really well was that his vision was not actually on the team fight, right? Everyone else was focused on the remaining members on the side of Team Hak. But Senko was like, hey, you know what? Nono is kind of low. And I think I can figure out exactly where this guy is going to be at.
You know how difficult it is to do that? It is really tough.
I do.
It is really, really hard, man. And there's the fact that he's just so confident on his own skills just to be able to do it and perform it so accurately. I have my money on Senko for this one. Well, Team Hack over here, sadly for them, the numbers do not look really good. It was their first performance over here in their KIS4. The road did not start in the best way for them. Their journey is going to start with a very tough defeat.
I think it's fine, right? End of the day, when you have a debut match, of course, everyone, the dream is let's start off with a clean sweep. We want to show everyone that we're strong. But then lessons have to be learned. And I think at this part of the year, we're in the first lap of HOK for 2026. I would rather you learn your lessons now than in the middle of the year or maybe even at the end of the year.
If you're going to commit mistakes, commit them right now. It is fine to commit those mistakes. At the end of the day, it's just all part of the learning journey. Team Hack, we're pretty blessed of just getting a spot on the 8 teams invited right over here for honor of Kings Invitational. So we're very happy to have them in here. Hopefully they did take some notes and hopefully they can go back and just work on those little details. I know that the fans really want to see their first victory. I am really looking forward for Team Hack just taking that first out.
Oh, I fully agree as well. But at the same time, the same could be said of Kagendra, right? They did so well today. Look at that goalie. And this is based off the Kagendra aggression that I really like they showed today, right? Level 1 invades, stealing away the camps, and knowing what the actual pain point of the composition or even the specific hero picks.
A 1,000 gold advantage per minute over here as we hit at the 11-minute mark with an 11,000 gold advantage. That is crazy. That is a trend that we saw from Kagendra yesterday as well, right? Like they're really good, at least in these 2 days, they're pretty good at just getting the gold advantage. Today, they were very good at solidifying that and just getting the opportunities to take the victory out of it. I hope that in their third match, as it's going to come in the next few days, they will be able just to continue with the same trend.
I think they will, right? Once you have gotten a taste of success and you understand why that formula worked, it's easy to replicate the result again, right? Of course, with that being said, their opponents are going to be different. We'll see if the lessons have been learned. Right now, Team Hak, of course, this is a painful debut day for them. But Kagendra, I like the recovery, I like the growth, I like the way that they adapted to the bands and pick as well.
All right, I know that the Kagendra fans right over there in Jakarta are really happy. I am certain that this is going to make their Sunday. Their Sunday today is going to be a lot happier than what their Saturday was. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And if there's any day to really have miracles happen, today is a Sunday. So that's great for the side of Kagendra. IKL fans are definitely going to be celebrating. Now, with that being said, we have seen Kagendra's growth. They've taken the first series of the day. This is going to be our first of 3 games, or 3 series that we'll be showcasing.
Well, for Team Hack is going to be a defeat, but it does not matter much, right? This is just going to be for their group standing. It's going to be all over here. It's going to affect their seeding. I know that when realistically looking at the group and coming in as a newcomer, I know that Team Hack comes in for this group stage in these 3 games in order to learn, in order just to take some notes. They really want to win, but at the same time, they cannot just have that tunnel vision that win is the only thing important here. What about if we look at the MVP for this game? It's going to be Solid on the Sun Tzu. You called it, Kin. The C4 is going to be the KDA 4-1-6. MVP goes to Solid from Kagan.
Beautiful. Thank you, production, for agreeing with me for this 4-1-6. I mean, look, the set sales by Saule really were the game changer, right? Not only did he get the multi-man knockups, he timed it so well with the frigid charge as well. And that was not the only formula for success. If you take a look at the item build by Lu on this Dolia, he also had a frigid charge. So when he dove in with his second skill, it's double stuns, one in the form of the Sauli ultimate, but the secondary came in the form of the frigid charges.
Look at this, like this initiation from the Guegutsu from Nuono, it's actually really good. The problem is that they do not have the damage, and then the set sail from Solid coming in is what stops them on their tracks.
Yes, and one thing that I want you to notice about Kagendra for all the expiring pros or just fans of great action coming in from the side of HOK is the fact that they recognize, Kagendra recognized immediately when Bai had run out of options, right? No smite, we steal your buffs. No survivability, no abilities, no ultimates, we go for the team fight.
Yes, exactly. Just the decisions right over there, just very on time. This one right over here, just such a difficult one for him to run away. Look at this Solid's performance. Comes in, goes through the wall, and that's exactly what just makes Pai just lose his ability. That's the moment where his ulti just got to stop.
Yeah, no reset coming in, and this beautiful setup by the side of Sauli as well, complemented by Lu, who uses his frigid charge to finish the job as well. And at this point, this is a sign that IKL has learned so much.
Congratulations to Kagendra, 3-0 victory over Team Hack. This is going to be our first game of today, already with a victory here from Kagendra. Do you think that this is going to turn things around? Do you still believe that they have a chance to aim for that first spot?
For Kagendra, maybe. We'll see, we'll see. A lot of things can change. It depends on how fast Team Heart grows, right? And of course, the performance of the other teams within their group as well. But let's hear from Mara. I am curious to see who she's going to interview in this second part of our day. So let's hear from you, Mara. Over to you.
Clean games from Kagendra with that 3-0. Salamat, Senko. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
I don't know if you're aware, but Game 2 has been the fastest yet. 8 minutes and 3 seconds. That was so amazing. So what were you guys, with the adjustments that you made, share it with us, because yesterday you were able to bounce back from that loss against Dominator Esports.
Yeah, basically we just review our game yesterday against Dominator, and we fixed our early pace in early game, and we fixed our communication.
So you fixed the communication and you talked about the early game, and it was so effective because that was such a great series. Now, the next match, which is going to be on day 4, it's going to be against a Boom Esports. Technically, Boom didn't pick you in their group because you were the last to be chosen. Why do you think that Boom or Blacklist didn't pick Kagendra?
Maybe they're scared of us.
Oh, they're scared.
Maybe.
You know what? It makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, let's look at the camera. Let's look at the camera right over there. What would you like to say to Carl and to Boom Esports, because you're going to go up against each other next?
For Boom first, we will revenge, and especially for Car, Homan Daka.
Oh, revenge, Human Daka, and that means get ready. For sure, Carl is watching. He was right there watching you, and he's going to take it to heart. Let's see what happens when you guys face each other. Now, what do you want to say to all the Indonesian fans? Because this was a full house, and they were all cheering for Kagendra.
Can I use bahasa?
Of course.
Terima kasih buat Balagenda dan semua yang udah datang di sini. Support kita terus sampai turnamen ini Beres. Makasih.
Boleh!
Boleh.
Boleh! Congratulations, and we hope to see more of your amazing plays because we were impressed by that. And if you were impressed by what Senko showed and Kagendra, let us know in the comment section below. And you know what? The game has not finished yet. We have 2 more coming up, so stay tuned only here on KIS4. We'll be right back.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibration.
burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marwah negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야. Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumandaan na kayo sa isang explosive na palabas. Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali, lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pula. Kandang ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Halo guys, balik lagi bersama aku Mocan. Dan aku lagi di Museum Nasional Indonesia. Tapi aku nggak sendirian, karena aku bareng sama teman-teman aku di sini. Nah, hari ini bakal ada misi spesial buat kalian semua. Tapi sebelum itu, aku bakalan bagi kalian ke dua tim. Yang pertama ada Jrul. Tim kamu namanya siapa, Jrul?
Nama tim kita Tim Muko.
tim yang satu lagi. Tim kamu namanya apa?
Anoman.
Misi kalian adalah melangkah bersama dengan para komunitas untuk menjelajahi bersama keajaiban pameran Hauka Wukong Anoman. Dan jangan lupa untuk have fun. Are you guys ready? Loh, kok nggak boleh masuk?
Kenapa ya?
Kayaknya kita harus buat konten dulu deh sama mereka. Kontennya kayaknya harusnya gampang sih. Tapi kalian siap gak? Let's go! Jadi gimana? Udah boleh masuk belum? Oke guys, let's go! Ini sejarah tradisional Indonesia, ya kan?
Apa namanya? Wayang.
Wayang kulit. Tapi kalau kalian tahu nggak kalau wayang kulit nih aslinya tuh terbuat dari apa?
Saya tahu.
Apa?
Kulit sapi.
Kulit kerbau.
Toket itu. Izin.
Oke guys, jadi karena kita udah selesai nih di exhibition yang keren ini, gimana kalau kita lanjut ke immersive di sebelah sana? Oke guys, jadi itu dia hari ini kita udah selesai turnya untuk special HOK exhibition juga. Gimana, seru banget gak? Seru! Keren, aku mau ngucapin terima kasih buat waktunya kalian juga, terutama untuk Ace Community. Thank you so much. Dan kita punya hadiah sedikit. Ini spesial karena ini merchandise eksklusif Wukong Anoman. So aku mau ucapkan dan kita pamit undur diri dan kita bakal ketemu lagi di video berikutnya. Bye-bye!
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, Del spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank medali dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lemah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuk ku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libat seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Di power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang sampai bijaksana. Siapa yang berani?
Welcome back. This is the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. We're live from Jakarta, Indonesia. Our game number 1 of the day had Kagendra take a 3-0 advantage on top of Team Hack, completely making the sweep. And right now we're going to move into our second game of the day. Boom Esports is going to be playing against Dominator Esports. Ken, what are the highlights of this game that we're going to have ahead of us?
I think this one is definitely not going to be a 3-0. That's the first thing for sure, right? This is going to be a very tightly contested battle. And there's so many things we can take a look at. But I want to point you to a conversation I had with Miggy the other day. So
Alright.
he feels that they are 100% confident against Dominator. But I don't know if that's going to be the case today.
How so? Why would you say that? Like, if he's coming up in a 100% confidence in this IKL against PKL showdown, what make you feel like it's not the truth?
Because we know the history of IKL and PKL, right?
Yeah.
These two teams, they are going to go for each other's necks. They have motivation to not just win, they want to dominate. That's the main point here today. This is not just a game of learning about your opponents. It's to make sure that you can make a statement to the later parts of this tournament as well.
Of course, like in terms of domination, I'm totally sure that Dominator Esports, after yesterday's performance, they want to continue riding this wave. They already are in a very good place mentally. I know that this PKL IKL first showdown in 2026 has a lot of spice behind it. Yesterday, after Dominator won in their game, Gerald came up to the stage to make a very bold statement. Gerald comes up and he says, Boom Esports make a mistake by choosing Dominator for their group during the live draw. He wants today to come in and prove that Boom Esports should have steered away from Dominator. What are your thoughts on this comment from Gerald?
So let me add in one more thing we know about this entire story, right? We know that Boom was expecting that Toshi was going to be part of the lineup against Boom Esports. But Toshi's not here. In his place, it is CC, another Academy player. And right now, the stats are looking pretty good for Dominator Esports here.
Do you think that this was just a little bit of a fumble coming in from Boom Esports? Should they have chosen just to take Dominator Esports and send them to the other group?
I love that you asked me this question because Migi also told me another piece of news. And this is directly in regards to CC, right? Nothing about CC, but for Boom's own farm lane, Danny. He feels that Danny can be the #1 farm lane in all of HOK Global.
Oh, really? He does have that kind of confidence on Danny's performance. He does have that kind of belief onto his teammate, which I completely love. I hope that today Danny is going to come in and is going to demonstrate, because CC yesterday, he completely demonstrated through his performance, right? I don't know if you watches the games, and then for everyone at home, CC came in a flowborn marksman in a game where he dealt around more than 200,000 damage in a whole game.
Yes, he's
Is that
a very
something that Danny can do?
Player. I don't know, but it feels like there is a potential for it. We'll have to see how this runs down, right? Because end of the day, this is a team game. And Migi did say, it does not matter how strong of an individual player you are, the better team wins.
Yeah. Well, if we start talking about teams, these are two completely different teams in terms of the process where they are at the moment. For Dominators, right now overhauling their 2026 rebuild. And for Boom Esports on the other side, it's just more about the stability, right? Remember that Boom Esports, they have chosen to keep their same roster as they had in 2025. 2025 was one of the most successful years in their history, and they're betting on long-term chemistry and consistency right now in terms of that. Do you think that just staying with that same roster is going to give them an advantage?
I think it definitely does, right? I think it's different styles for different teams. And Boom Esports, I think that it's a great choice to stay with this 5 members on the side of Boom Esports. On the other hand, for Dominator Esports, I feel like this change is well warranted. Right now, there is even more stability for the side of Dominator Esports. They used to rely so much on TNX as a jungle. If he does not find success, the team does not find success. But we have seen DMT now, there's so many different angles of success for them. We have Tufts, his Dharma was on fire yesterday. CC as well, his demons here, absolutely covered by the team. So Dominator, new form, new style, new strength. But I'm curious because this is debut day for Boom Esports.
Let's wait and see. As we can see on the screen, the Dominator Esports boys are already taking on the stage. these 5 boys already coming in on stage, ready to demonstrate that yesterday was not pure luck, and that actually today against Boom Esports, they can tell the world that they're here to try to call in the trophy theirs.
Yeah, I like that saying, right? If it's done once, it's luck. If it's done a second time, then it is a chance. But if it's done more than 3 times, that is consistency. So we take a look at consistency for the side of Boom Esports. Danny, Draw, Miggy, Carl, and Tatsui. These 5 members have represented Boom since last year. Let's see if this is going to be an even stronger Boom Esports.
They've been riding a very good wave over there for Boom Esports, a team from the PKL. In front of them, they're going to have the IKL representatives from Dominator Esports, TNX, L, Gerald, CC, and Top Z. Top Z yesterday with an amazing performance as well. That Clash laner yesterday owned the whole map.
Yes, his Dharma was really on point, right? It's very surprising, not in a bad way in a sense. Tufts, I think he has always been impressive as a Clash laner, but today his challenge is as high as well, because Miggy is no slouch. Miggy can perform. So it really comes down to, I believe, the ban picks.
Well, let's wait and see what the coaches have been cooking in terms of that, right? I know that they've been analyzing the new patch, and they've been analyzing the nerfs and the buffs that we have had in terms of heroes. And I know that they're gonna come and show us something different. We can see over here how the fans from all over the world are just choosing and just sharing with us their thoughts on what they expect their teams to have today.
Yeah. Aishiteru, welcome, and we feel your love as well. Thank you for giving your support to your team. And I like this. It's okay to lose, just not to Indonesia, right? Not to IKL. And so you know
lose to anyone, but not them. Lose to anyone, but not them. Please, 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 please. It's alright if you come in second last, as long as they are last.
And this is that satisfaction that money cannot buy, right? This is something that when you get the win, the rewards are well worth it as well. And to do it against Dominator, who is also one of the strongest teams in IKL, this is going to be a feast for our eyes.
That's what I like about rivalries. Rivalries should always exist because they take the whole sport to a new level. To a level where the people on stage represent us. They represent me, they represent our dreams, they represent our hopes. So when the rivalries start happening, you can start feeling that our game and our clubs are really start to build a culture and a tradition. So this IKL, PKL first showdown of 2026 is going to set up the stage to a lot of these matches coming in this amazing 12 months of competition.
Definitely. We may not be able to do it, but you guys can, so bring your hopes with us. And let's see, this time as we kickstart 2026 HOK, which region stands atop each other? IKL, PKL, this one is for the history books.
You can see right now the coaches already setting up the stage, trying to let the communication come in through the microphones, just kind of like testing everything is working properly. If you were to be the coach right now for Dominator Esports or for Boom Esports, right over here in this stage, in the minutes before the match is going to start, what do you think you would be doing in order to calm everyone's nerves down?
I would actually be telling them to think of what they would be thinking, right? I think it's once you reach a certain level of competition, you know what you can offer to your team. You know what you can offer in the battlefield.
Yes.
The only factor that changes is what does your opponent do? So if you are able to understand what your opponent wants to do, game set, you know how to win.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. I completely understand what you mean right over there, no? For me, it's a very interesting topic. Just the first minutes before a game, the psychology gains and the warfare in there, it's important. And then from the coaches who are going to be the only ones that are able to see it from a third person view. Having a conversation with the players, trying to just talk about something else that is not the game, for me is critical in order to calm their nerves down.
I agree. I mean, confidence is definitely part of that formula, right? And you want to have your players feel confident. This can come in many forms, right? Through results of the scrims or through the practice offline with your team in terms of synergy, in terms of drafts. And once you have that certain level of confidence, then you just have to reinforce it with your team, right? You guys are good enough, right? Now it's just all that's left for you to do is to go out there and prove it. Show the world your ambition. Show them you are worthy to be a king.
We are finalizing the last stages, so hopefully we're gonna get this game number 2 of today going very quickly. Boom Esports is going to be playing against Dominator Esports, our first 2026 PKL against IKL showdown. It's gonna take place over here in the KIS4 here directly from Jakarta. Thank you very much everyone online for your support. Let's jump straight into the banner pick. Dominator Esports is going to take the blue and Boom Esports is going to take the red.
Okay, so this opens up a couple of doors for the side of Dominator Esports. First pick, they're going to take away the pay. This is something that I think Carl has shown a high level of proficiency even from last year, right? So that's a great start in terms of the bans and picks. Boom Esports responds with the Luna. This is one of TNX's specialty heroes. We know he can perform on it.
The Luna yesterday showed up a lot of times. We know that TNX can really deal a lot of damage on that hero. Just taking it out is going to be a lot of respect towards him. Are they going to ban another jungler just to completely put the pressure on TNX? They decided not to do it and then just go and ban the Dharma. The Clash Laner option is going to be taken out.
Yeah, Boom Esports, Coach CN, he knows, he was watching yesterday. You don't give Tough Z that Dharma, right? He's just going to smack you in the face.
I shall protect this mortal world.
Lovely performances yesterday from Tough Z, right? I remember one over there in the mid lane where he just flashes in and then just straight up through Mantra, straight up against the wall 3 members of their opposing team.
Yeah, and they really capitalized off of that first big win in the first ever team fight of that game, right? So this is something that Boom Esports needs to watch out for, and I like this. We were kind of considering, hey, every time we see the Yangjin, the Dolia is definitely one of the considerations here, but Boom Esports, they snatch it away, and they take up the Forge Maiden as well.
Well, it's going to become a very trendy behavior in this whole week, right? As long as you can see the Yanjin being the first pick on the blue side, then immediately you just need to just take the Dolia and just break that combo apart. The Dolia is a better pick than the Yanjin, I would dare to say, because it's just a lot more flexible. You can pair it up with a lot more other heroes. Most likely, Dominator Esports already had this in mind, that this was going to be the result, and they answered back with a Mods and a Loam.
Right now, my consideration for Dominator Esports is, do you try to even up the heals for the side of DMT's draft, or do you go for tank, right? Because Boom Esports now, there's a couple of options that they can explore. The Musashi is a great answer against the Yangjin. They also have the great answer of Nerza for the anti-heal as well. So Boom Esports, this goes in line with like the reset from the Dolia's ultimate as well. So Dominator Esports, I'm curious what's the next plan here.
They decide to take the Haya out of the conversation, and then Boom Esports just keep putting pressure on the mid laner options. They denied the Ganon Mo, and they denied the new that we just saw in the previous match had amazing performances.
Yes, and even though, you know, heroes like the Liang are open, it's not the most ideal choice, right? Because Boom Esports, they have quite a lot of disruptions. You can stop that ultimate coming in for the power of word control. So Boom Esports, I like this kind of strategy they're going with. And they're going to play safe and slow Lady Jun with the Cascada pick. You don't need a lot of farm on her. She just needs to make sure the CC lands.
Lady Chen and that CC, it's going to be one of the targets of that Dolia, reset of the ultimate, right? Like that Lady Chen being able just to use twice that ulti, such a gigantic area of effect. It's going to deal a lot of control, and later on in the game, it's going to deal a lot of damage. I can see that as being one of the main initiations coming in from Boom Esports. On Dominator Esports, they decide to go with the Rose Fencer, the Charlotte, and the Faith Turner with the Hano.
Right, so which draft are you in preference with at this point? I'm going to tell you mine first. I like the Dominator Esports lineup because of the Hano pick, right? The Fate Turner, if they don't get the burst damage potential from the side of Boom Esports, once Dominator Esports gets the save in from the stuns coming in from the side of the Loam, the knockups from the Rose Fencer Charlotte, and the stuns from the Mortars, well, then essentially it becomes a 4v5.
I don't have one of the two of them that I like a little bit more, but from the two of them, I can see a lot of sustained and very long fights. There's going to be a lot of very, very long fights. I don't see much of burst damage happening. I don't see fights just lasting less than 10 seconds. It's going to be long. I can see I can see the tempo of the game being a lot slower at the beginning. I don't think that we're going to be seeing a lot of invasion in the first 2-3 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think this is a very macro-heavy game, right? It's all about the turrets before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah.
Once we have the 10-minute mark, the Shadow variants, this is where the Shadow Overlord is going to come into huge play. Because when the fight starts, whoever wins the team fight essentially gets quite a few things for free. The camps, the buffs, the turrets as well.
Yeah, exactly. So if we know that the team fights are going to be the main objective of this game, as long as I can start capitalizing from small advantages, I don't need to actually fight you. What are those small advantages? Well, can I just kind of like steal one little camp away? Can I just deny you to final hit minion wave? Can I just start building on those little things? And that, as time passes, that might just start building the gap that I need to in order to fight. If the gap is not there, I don't see one of the two teams just having a very clear advantage in terms of composition compared to the other.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think at this point, let's talk about the junglers a little bit, because TNX's jungling speed is definitely not going to be as fast as Carl, right? Carl has the release on the Agudo, which means that he actually gets one camp for free really quickly. And then we'll take a look at the rotations, right? I don't think they want to be aggressive and go for the steals, because both compositions don't really have like a early game advantage in terms of team fight.
Yeah. There's not a clear early game priority coming in from any of these two. This is going to be Dominator Esports against Boom Esports. Dominator is going to go from left to right on your screens, and then Boom Esports is going to go from right to left. Ladies and gentlemen, let the first IKL against PKL showdown of 2026 start right now.
Okay, we are wrong. Carl is going straight for the steal, gets it first. And right across the map, I like what Migi is doing. He's actually stopping the attempt from the side of DMT on the top side of the map. And this is success for Boom Esports. Great start.
This is why Honor of Kings is such a lovely game. The unpredictability in here. We know that this is based on the composition, what they're supposed to do. It's not what they are completely going to do. And look at that, TNX wants to answer back, just coming in, but he does not have the speed, kid.
Okay, he will get it, but right now it's about the first blood. Here comes Carl as well, looking for the opening as well. Dive by draw, they're looking for an opening. Katsuri uses the flash, catches all three, but there is no follow-up. And Boom will be able to escape for the time being. TNX is low, the flash comes and goes blood. Going to the side of Boom Esports, a great start. PKL starts strong.
TNX comes in, he sees that he loses his red buff as he tries to stop the bleeding. Jumps in, but then bites a little bit too much. Takes the steal, but he's unable to run away with the bag.
No, this is a double whammy, right? Because right now there is no buffs for the side of TNX. And now Migi gets both buffs from the side of DMT. Carl is able to set up once again. The ultimate is going to be used for the side of Jill, but he's falling quite a bit low. Boom knows not to overextend. They will make it out. Just a poke.
Well, remember, look at the screen. We're going to have the CD keys right over there, just showing to everyone. The first one, Sunblaze, the CD key, and the second CD key is going to be Flare Up. Remember to go online, get on the game, use the CD keys to get all these freebies that we are trying to bring you in this KIS4.
Okay, I have a big concern, Isaac, and it looks like Joe is not able to tank, right? So if Boom is able to stretch this goal lead, then Joe effectively becomes useless in the team fights. He's going to be cannon fodder.
No, exactly what we talked about in the beginning, right? Like, Gerald right over there, did you see how he had to proc his ulti just to run away? That comes in on a cooldown, and at the same time, it puts him in a position where it sends a message to Boom Esports. It sends a message that he is vulnerable, and that they might want to just try to put pressure straight into him.
Yep, and this is a pattern that's going to emerge, right? Then this is one thing that will give Boom the confidence. You're going to force out your Fate Rewind right before big objectives, and suddenly the power spike in terms of damage is not going to be there from Joe.
Only time will tell right now. We're going to come into 30 seconds for the first big fights. It's going to be the objectives. Right now, after Dominator not having an advantage and losing some of the resources, going in for that first Tyrant is going to be critical for them to kind of like balance the game one more time.
Yeah, they definitely need to find a balance now. 15 more seconds, we're going to have the first neutral objectives come out. The rotation's coming in. Migi as well as Kao, they're going to try and put a little bit more pressure on the top lane, which means that Space Sprite teleportation will be used, and Boom should get priority over this first Tyrant of the game.
Look at that, it's going to be a 2 against 1. Kind of try to put pressure on the turret. They do not want to engage as Gerald is going to come in and join the party.
This does not seem like the right choice here. DMT going to benefit off of that decision by the side of Boom Esports. Gets the first Tyrant of the game. And CC now putting a little bit of damage on the draw. Will be a standoff at this point. Boom needs to find something across the map, and that's exactly what Carl is doing. Gets the release on the Azure Golem. What more value can he find?
Well, the Azure Golem is going to just be a consolation prize for them, as they could have actually take control of the Tyrant. They did have a little bit of an advantage, but he decides to do that. And Dominator Esports just completely replies back by stealing his, so there is no actual winning here for Boom.
Yeah, and I like this composure from the side of DMT, right? Tuffs actually manages to secure his own camp, so this is going to dwindle the growth that Boom are looking for. At the same time, if you take a look at what's happening, DMT actually have a 1,000 goalie going on right now.
Yeah, just out of nothing, out of thin air, out of just that little decision in there, like immediately just bank in 1,000 gold advantage, and that's going to be critical for them right now. Boom Esports had the advantage of just taking the first blood on TNX, and then they did not capitalize on top of that.
And this is why I like the new Dominator, right? Look, they're funneling the farm, not the TNX at this point. They're putting it to CC. He has one of the highest gold on the roster here. And Boom right now getting chunked down bit by bit from the side of DMT.
Not even 6 minutes in the game, and that mid lane turret is going to fall. Dominator turning tables around. Carl is going to be put some pressure, because Top C, look at him, he does not know that there's anyone in the brush. He needs to run away.
It's a Charlotte, right? Even if a Charlotte gets caught, you know that Charlotte will be able to slip and slide out of dangerous situations. And the way that DMT is controlling the map, absolute beauty here. CC gets another T1 for free.
I wonder in which moment of this match happened that Boom Esports kind of just lost control of it. Because it just looked like Boom Esports was doing such a good job, but then on paper only, because look at that.
You know, it really came down to that first exchange, right? That neutral objective going to the side of DMT and having no return value from the side of Boom. That was the pain and critical point, turning point for the side of DMT. You can see they're playing with fire here. L is extremely low, but he does have the flash. The jump in from the side of Tuffs. This is a repeat of yesterday. A solo kill onto the jungler. Carl's the first one to take a fall. More to come. Miggy as well, the next one for the side of Boom Esports, as DMT just assume control of the Gorge.
DMT showing us that yesterday was not only luck. Right now, with this very good performance, the way that they came in all together, they find Carl right over there, sent him back, and then Miggy had to join him. An amazing 2-0 trade for DMT.
And this is where it gets a little bit more difficult for Boom, right? Because yes, I love the Chisha to bits, but you need to get some stacks with her basic attack before you really unleash that magical beast form for Danny. And when you're behind on farm, you're not allowed to touch the minions. You don't get the free stacks. You cannot go into your ultimate form.
Look at right now, Danny on only 4,300 gold and being very behind in terms of that.
Okay, attempt by the side of Boom, just a poke and prod for now. Members are falling low on the side of DMT, but they will not be able to find any more room. Boom Esports unable to force DMT into an awkward position, and right now it's just status quo.
Now the problem right now is going to be Carl. He does not have any resources, as right now DMT is just cleaning the whole jungle so quickly, and Carl's going to start slowing down a lot. You can already see the Yanjian just taking about a 700 gold advantage in terms of against him, and again that Carl started winning.
This is very important, right? Because Carl needs to be the damage dealer, and if you take a look at the tankiness on the side of Boom Esports, they don't really have it. Now, at the 8.5 minute mark, Joe will get his hands onto that Tyrant for the game, as Top C is going to try and make the split push happen as well. DMT just all across the gorge at this point.
Well, it might not look like a lot right now, but good news for Boom Esports is that Danny just got his Doomsday online, and that's going to give him a little bit of an advantage. They kind of like the item that he really needed a minute ago.
So that's like the first part of the formula. He needs time, right? And right now, CC is going to be going on a 1v1, but here comes the backup as well. L looking for the finishing blow. Can they escape? Miggy, you are caught! And with that, DMT get another one for the books. 2-1, 3-1 at this point, as they maintain a 5,000 gold.
Big problems in here is that CC is the one going to be claiming that kill as well, and that is going to keep just building wider and wider the gap in between marksmen. Right now, CC on that loom, I'm waiting for the item board just to show up, because I can imagine that he's at least 2 to 3 items gone.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation for them. And bear in mind, CC is able to really get a lot of free damage in. Anytime he has his ultimate, he can be super greedy.
Well, he needs to be a greedy player right now, right? Look at that. The items are just starting to show. The Axe of Torment is already online at 2-0-1 right now for that loom.
Yeah, he's at 7,000 gold. He's close to over 1,000 in front of Danny on this Chicha here. And he's very close towards the Overlord's Might. This is the most damage in a physical item in the physical attack category.
Dark Tyrant has been
10 minutes of the game, the Dark Tyrant is going to go for DMT. It is looking very, very grim right now for Boom Esports. Right now, DMT knows that they have an advantage and they want to try to come in and put some pressure. There's no minion wave from the Clash lane, but let's turn our eyes to the mid lane.
Yeah, they influence them and they escort them to the back of the base. Here comes Boom. They're going to make an attempt here. Ultimate drop by the side of Carl. Unable to find too much damage onto the side of DMT. And right now, the pressure has swung in favor of DMT, looking for some free damage. They do force out the Infinite Vastness. Great job and defense from the side of Boom Esports, but they need to do much more.
They do have a good composition in terms of trying to defend their high ground right now, Boom Esports, right? Like they can still use Tatsuri's Lady Trend, they can use Carl's Agudot in order to defend that, but for how long time can they do that? It's going to be one wave after the other.
Yep. 6,000 in terms of advantage it's a whole item for the side of DMT, right? And of course, this advantage now is scarily big because CC, he's already at 8,000. Just 4 more thousand, this guy is going to be 6 slaughtered, and he's going to be a big problem.
Siege Breaker, Frostar's Embrace, and Axe of Torment right now for CC. You do not want to be in a 1v1 against the man. DMT turned their eyes over here for the Overlord into what they would want to be just the goal, the resource that they need in order to take the high ground.
And you take a look at what TNX is doing. This is a very different TNX from last year, right? The new TNX, he is so calculated, he is so disciplined. TNX used to dive like crazy. Right now, this is a team play. DMT is looking like a much stronger team.
You make a very interesting point right over there, right? Because right now TNX is got to become the leader of the team. And as the leader of the team, you cannot be having those little mistakes, just diving in too early or diving in too much. You cannot die when you're the leader.
This is what I like about the new team, right? They're so focused on sharing the advantage that they have across all the different players. Tubbs is a problem, CC is a problem, and now you have too many targets to look at, and TNX and CC will benefit from that advantage that's given.
The three waves of bangers are going to come in, are going to clash in at the same time. Pressure is going to come mostly from the farm lane. The turret is going to fall. Right now, it's going to be one more banger in the mid lane. Look at that.
All right, they're going to try to tumble. Carl will make it out safely, but the towers are not. And with that, here comes the Fate Rewind. The slender stacks of passive onto the different members of Boom. This might not be the end, but it is a painful experience for the side of Boom Esports. DMT, they got what they came for. 2 T3s in quick succession. They move out.
It is tough. They want to come in and try to clean the bangers, but it's impossible because L using the cannon blast is keeping them at bay. They cannot jump in. Majin is trying to find the angle, trying to find where CC is, but there is nothing that they can do against the poking.
Yep. L, that's just half his name. Full name is El Diablo right now. He is just putting a lot of pain on the members of Boom Esports at this point. T3 on the top is already halfway done. And with the reset coming in, 9 more seconds, Shadow Tyrant available for the taking. DMT, this could be the finishing blow.
DMT, they know that they have it in their hands. 90% of this game is already done. DMT just needs to make that final push. They do not need to rush it. They want to take the dragon, and they just have the buff. It's going to be an 80 seconds buff that they will take in. Hopefully they can take advantage of this and go and get that final fight.
I think they can, right? Boom Esports, we talked about it. They want long, extended fights. That's where the true value of Doomsday comes in. But now with the Tyrant buff, DMT can essentially end the fight in a short amount of time.
Look at that. Waves are coming in. The super minions in the mid lane are going to be only a distraction, as we can see the cannons over there on the clash lane. Can the turret be safe? The minion waves cannot be cleaned. The infinite bastion is going to be pro.
Alright, it's going to be the finishing blow. Tatsuri gets blown out. Fate Rewind on the side of Jill as well. This could be the final blow. They're waiting for the next wave of minions to come in. 4 members on the side of Boom Esports trying to get it. Miggy jumps in the middle of 4, unable to find the value. Too much damage coming in from the side of DMT. And with that, Dominator, they take game number 1.
Dominators showing in here why Boom Esports shouldn't have picked them. Dominator comes, they see, they turn things around, and they take the victory. It's going to be a 1-0 lead for the boys from the IKL.
Yep, this is a very impressive performance, a very stable performance. That's even scarier, right? It felt like there were no gaps for DMT's lineup here.
It was very beautiful to see how they did not depend that much from the Yanjian, for example. They did not depend that much on the Charlotte. At the beginning of the game, the Heino had a very tough time, but then as things just turned around, we can actually see how CC and that Loom was just dealing so much damage, and they're just being critical and taking the spotlight.
I hope you noticed Joe's face as he went into the room just now. His face, that is a face of focus and confidence. Whatever statement he was making yesterday, they know what was going to happen today, for sure.
It was a very direct comment, man. I don't think that anyone in there did not pay attention to that. He comes in and then he says, well, you chose to beat us, then we're gonna have to beat you. It's just that simple. That's one of the things that I really like about this KIS4. The opportunity that Boom Esports and Blacklist had in order to choose who they wanted in their groups. That is one of the things that I hope that is going to stay with us for a little longer, because it gave completely a different level of storylines right now.
Yes, for sure. And this is something that's very important, because it's not just individual players with their titles online. This is also about a regional advantage. You want the IKL, for IKL fans of course, to be over on top of PKL. But here's the scary thing about Dominator's game just now. I can't tell who's going to be MVP.
No, I cannot tell who's going to be the MVP either, man, because everyone played such an amazing game. Like, everyone was really doing their part. I do believe that this was just like 5 members just that knew exactly what their role was, and they were able just to deliver what needed to be done. It was not even a game of a lot of fights and a lot of kills, right? Like we talked about this at the beginning of the game.
Yes, it really was just the macro game. This is what we expected. But for me personally, the way that DMT executed their macro game was so spectacular. CC got the gold advantage because he was always free farming, got 2 T1s for free, one at the bottom, one at the top. And once you have the gold advantage, boom, there's no way to come back.
Oh no, there was nothing for them to do. There was nothing. Like, they were just slowly. It's just the same as if they would have been in a room where you're just taking the oxygen out of it. So they slowly were just suffocating until the last moment that their crystal just blew up. There was nothing that they could have done in terms of that. When you analyze the gold, it was never just a very big spike. It's just a very straight line, very slowly, very continuous, very steady up until the last 10,000 gold advantage at 15 minutes.
Yes, and you could definitely see the difference. Danny's options started getting smaller and smaller, right? Because as a Chicha, you want to be able to dive in, use your ultimate, get the lifesteal, but you're going up against members that not only have stuns, they have good sustain as well, right? Charlotte on this Tufts taking this Charlotte to a completely different level. He was pulling members out individually so the DMT could take the macro game up to a next level.
TNX, even though did not have a beautiful numbers, even though did not have the digits that we would be expecting from him, I would say that he performed really well on what his responsibility was, right? Which was to control what Carl was doing. Do not let Carl just to really speed up. And Carl was not able just to, in any moment, to kind of like snowball an advantage.
Yes, and this is the true definition of team play, right? Joe, let's be honest, he had a horrible start to the game. He was constantly pressured, came close to dying so many times, and still DMT, they told him, hold on, we will get the advantage back.
Here's where you can see the big gap, how the big gap actually comes up. It was what CC could do against Danny. Danny on that Shircha, sadly, it's a hero that needs to have an advantage and needs to have items in order just to be able to be dominant. On the other side, CC was able just to catch on very little kills. Like, there were only like 4 kills in this whole game, and they were able just to funnel them towards CC. And that is where the door opened for the whole Dominator victory.
Yeah, I felt like Boom needed a tankier pick, right? Maybe not a Dolia. I think it would have been great if someone could hold the damage so that Danny could come to life. But here we go, MVP Jill. This is why it does not matter how you start, it matters how you end.
Yeah.
1-0-2, he was the definition of a comeback. Going with grit to get this win into the bag for DMT.
Heino, the Fate Turner, is going to be given the MVP to Gerald. Congratulations. He did not have to play that Heino in a defensively manner in the whole game. So that was actually really nice to see. As you can see that Heino in the first parts of the game, it was completely targeted.
Yeah, this one was kind of surprising because that first blood came in the form of Doom Esports. They actually took TNX out, and it was a horrible start for them.
Look at this, like in the moment that Dominator just wanted to take on, to push everyone back, it was very easy for them. They did not even have to take the kills. Just their presence onto the high ground put on so much pressure on Boom Esports that they just needed to just run away. Look, no one in there just can literally just stand. Everybody needs to just go back to their fountain, and then just the turrets and the minions would just finish the kill.
And I think the IKL teams have figured out how to play against the PKL teams, right? PKL teams, since last year, have been known as the team fighting region. They like to brawl it out, and DMT said, we will allow you to have a little bit of a skirmish, but we will play the macro game instead.
I love to watch PKL games because they're very dynamic. You can see a lot of fighting. Everybody just kind of just jumps and fights each other. I love to see that. But I think that Dominator knew exactly what was going to happen, and that's how they actually were able to win this game.
Yeah. Efficiency, right? It's all about making sure you get the good trades. So that initial start to the game where they traded the Tyrant for essentially absolutely nothing, right? They didn't lose a buff. They got the return on the Azure Golem
exactly.
anyway from the side of Boom Esports. So there was no gold advantage, there was no EXP advantage. And the Tyrant buff going into the hands of DMT meant we could take a fight.
It was just that. It was just that little detail that allowed them just to take whole advantage and control of the game. Now we're going to move into game number 2 of this series of best of 5. And that's the main idea of this, right? It's going to be a best of 5 where they're going to have to win 3 games. It is global band pick, so it's going to test us at the same time how the players' dominance and control over the hero pools is going to be determined in here.
I'm curious what kind of draft DMT will go for, right? Do you want to open up the TNX Luna again? Because that's definitely one of his specialties. At the same time, Haya has not appeared in this series just yet. Chano as well, who are the prior picks from yesterday.
Well, Boom Esports is going to have to allow the Dahlia at least. So the Dahlia is going to be allowed over there for DMT because they cannot allow the Luna. So if Boom Esports allows the Luna just for TNX to be able to play onto that, it could just spell just desperation for them.
And that's a very scary notion, right? When you have to give the Dahlia over to the side of DMT, it opens so many doors up. We have seen the Dahlia Yuhuan combination come into play many a times.
Yeah.
And DMT, TNX is a very flexible jungler. He can play both assassin and tanks.
Well, let's wait and see if that is going to be the answer that they have for us. What I hope to see in this game too from these two teams is going to be something different. This game was very tactical. It was a lot of macro. I would like to see a lot more fighting. So hopefully in this game we will be able to see a lot more assassins over there in the jungle, because I know that that's exactly what the fans want to see at home.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we love a good fight, right?
Yes.
We love a good exchange in terms of the battle itself. But let's take a look at the bans and picks here. Of course, this is going to be interesting. Dominator, once again, gets blue side. They get prio pick.
They will be the first ones making the decisions. Taking that prior pick over here from Dominator Esports. Let's wait and see if they can get something. They might be able just to get the Dharma. If they have prior pick, I know that they will take the Dharma first, just based on Top's yesterday's performance.
That's true, but you know, Dharma is not also that all-round answer. If Boom Esports pick up the Zhuangzi as well, it could spoil that game. I feel like Boom Esports might go that route where they give the Dharma to Taos, but I'm sure Boom Esports has an answer for that.
Well, one of the beautiful things in here is, if I allow something, I need to understand and know how to reply back. So if I am not going to allow the Dharma, let's say the Boom Esports does not allow the Dharma, they're pushing them into playing other options. Yesterday we saw one Fatih, so probably the Fatih would be another option that we could still have here for Dominator Esports.
Okay, they will ignore the Dahlia. So we won't get to see the Dahlia for the side of Dominator Esports. Boom Esports, of course, cannot use it again due to the global ban format. But they will be picking up the Parasola, the Arlie, one of the strong farm laners.
Okay, Arlie and Yuhuan. That Yuhuan could be a mid lane, that Yuhuan could be a roamer. A very interesting, flexible pick in there. We have been seeing a lot of the Arlie with the Diadia in here, but the Diadia and the Yuhuan together in there, I don't know how I would feel about that.
Yeah, because right now, Dominator Esports' answer coming in the form of the Flowborn Marksman. Late game, Parasola, this Arlie just gets destroyed.
But that is very, very late game, man. I'm not a little bit concerned about that. Is it really going to make it all the way to those 15, 16 minutes when the Flowborn Marksman is really going to be completely online? It is an interesting pick. At the same time, it could go big win or big gigantic loss.
That's true. I mean, it really could go either way. So far from what we have seen across all the different series is that the early game matters, right? If you can take camps away, you get the goal lead, you get the T1 towers. It's going to have an impact on the way that you can get good trades across the gorge. Now, Boom Esports, they're going to pick up the War Saint, Guan Yu coming in for the Clash lane. This is a good answer. It does spoil the setup from the side of the Yixing and the Zhang Fei pick, but it could go either way as well.
I like to see the Guan Yu coming in right now that they have not yet chosen a jungler option right now. I am wondering what is going to be their option for jungle, knowing that they need someone that can deal a lot of damage, someone that can actually take advantage from the Guan Yu setups that he's going to be doing.
I think it has to be a tank jungle, right, at this point, for both sides actually. Because you need to set the scene up where, you know, your farm laners are not going to be targeted. You need someone to take the attention.
If it is going to be a tank jungler from both sides, then we'll be looking at very, very, very bare minimum amounts of damage. The damage per second is going to be very low. I like a lot more the option of going in here for the Jing, and then on the other side from Boom Esports, if it is not going to be an assassin jungler, who's going to deal the damage?
I agree. I mean, I can see it now, right? You do have quite a lot of CC with the stuns from the Yuhuan. You have the catch from the side of the Haya as well. And there we go. Featherfoot potentially going to be locked in, going to be locked in. So Boom Esports, this truly is a battle of the assassin junglers here. Who gets the catch first?
Let's analyze the laning matchups right now. We've got Sun Ce against Guan Yu. So both heroes right over here, great mobility. They can just go from one side of the map to the other in very short amounts of time. So we can already just see them just having a 1v1s over there in Clash lane, not actually wondering or caring about anyone else. Let's put our attention to the farm lane. That farm lane actually is going to be the Arlie and the Yuhuan against the Zhang Fei and the Flowborn marksman. In the early stages in here, I can see Boom Esports having a lot more advantage over there in the farm lane than what Dominator Esports could actually do.
Interesting. Okay, I'm on the opposite end. I feel like this is a great matchup for the side of DMT, right? Because the Steady Will, right, Flowborn Marksman does have the pierce effect. So you are actually able to clear multiple minions at one shot if you get the angles right. So this one to me is a positional warfare. If Danny gets his placement right, then yes, it's a horrible game for the side of CC. But let's see how this runs.
Let's wait and see. It's going to depend completely on the understanding of the mechanics of each of these players. They cannot be playing this on their own. And if you say, and if the two of us are correct in what we're trying to bring and what we're trying to say, at the end of the day, it's going to end up just to be about what Carl and TNX can do, how fast they can move, clean the jungle, and then just come in and try to make a numbers advantage. That is going to define everything. When all the laning stages are so close to each other, then it all depends on the junglers, how the junglers can actually join in to those fights early on.
I like that you bring that up, right? Because then if there is a point where either of these junglers attempt to go for the initial camp steal, that is a huge risk they're taking.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our second game. Right now it's going to be Dominator Esports on the blue side and Boom Esports on the red. Boom Esports really need to take this one on. TNX comes in, keeps a little, checks a little bit, just comes in, get his eyes on, sees the buff, gets out of there. Information warfare.
Yep, this is a very good plan from the side of DMT, right? They don't lose anything, but this provides Tatsuri a little bit more room. And this is why the higher pick I think is great for the side of Boom Esports. And of course, we talked about this in the farm lane. So far, it is looking like a Boom farm lane here.
Let's see. Let's rotate right over here to the mid lane. We know that Kid X is going to come in, going to take some of that. Fade tries to make it on time. But it's Tatsuri the one that ends up cleaning that way.
I mean, for now, I would consider it neck to neck, right? I don't think there has been a major advantage going to either side. I mean, we do have that Firehawk at the bottom going to the hands of Danny. So there's a slight advantage in a 1v1 matchup between CC and Danny.
All right. Up until right now, the game has been going in the pace that we actually wanted and the pace that we actually mentioned. Danny comes in, it's going to jump in extremely deep. He thought that he could actually take the 1v1. He didn't know that the reinforcements were underway.
You know CC was calling for the team there. The moment Danny popped his common spell, CC was telling the team, I'm going to bait, you're going to finish the job for me.
Just like that, and CC knew that he could actually take on that damage. Very well done. That's the difference with the pros, right? Like, they know exactly at which exact moment of the game they can take how much damage in there.
Here comes the finishing blow. This is gone. TNX will be taken off by the side of Carl. A great start for the fight on the side of Boom. Can they find more? That is the true value they're looking for. They know not to overextend. They'll be looking for another reward in terms of the Azure Golem. Migi making sure that life is not going to be as easy. The attempt is still going on. Danny will come in. Gets the Jade as well from Carl. Stolen. And Boom win big in this exchange.
This is just so difficult right now because it is going to be TNX on that Jing that is very blue dependent in there. It's going to lose the Azure Golem. It's going to be Carl just taking that. So it's not only what you lost, but what you gave away. That gap right now looking really good for Boom Esports in terms of junglers.
Yes, and you know, when a jungle finds success, the danger is not the opponent jungler. The danger is the rest of your team. Right now, Carl has the potential to instantly delete CC and Joe.
Dangerous times right now for DMT. Boom Esports one more time with the early advantage. We saw that happen in the previous game as well. Let's wait and see if this time they can do something about it. That's exactly why I've said that I like junglers, the assassin junglers around, man. Look at this. It's just a lot more of a dynamic game. We can see a lot more jumping going on.
Yeah, and the rotations, right? We're talking about the rotations. The better rotation wins the team fight, especially when you have the numbers advantage. And right now, Carl has not just the numbers advantage in terms of team members, he has the advantage in EXP and gold as well. Right now, this is a guarantee for Boom. There's no way they lose this.
Oh, they're gonna go for it. It's gonna be uncontested. The Jing couldn't do anything and was just fighting for its life. Now it's gonna be Tatsuri, the one that is going to fall. Boom Esports. Right now, they take the Tyrant, but they're gonna lose their mid laner.
I think that's a perfect value for the side of Boom Esports, right? They don't lose too much in that. Right now, they're securing close to 1,000 gold ahead in terms of gold, right? And the fact that Carl does not take a fall, you stop TNX by locking him in the Mirage as well. It buys a lot of time. It stops the growth of TNX.
And that's actually pretty good, right? Like at the end of the day, if someone is going to die, I'm totally fine that the Haya is going to die with Tatsuri, because as the game goes on, what Tatsuri needs to do is just to be able to have his ulti available. It's not a matter of does the damage that Tatsuri and the Haya can provide. It's just being able to lock someone out.
I mean, that's why they're the pros, right? I would not give a kill. I would not sacrifice for the team. But with that being said, Boom Esports, they're doing well right now, right? They defend the T1 at the bottom. And I like the way that Migi is playing. Migi likes the 1v1s, but now he's being the team player. He's making sure the rotations here so that they have the numbers advantage.
All right, look at that. Umbrella
nice
outburst. Now it's going to be the Moonscape Mirage, the one that is going to be taking that out. What looked like a very big fight. Look at that one more with the initiation.
Yep, they are looking for Draw here. Draw might have to fall. A double kill for the side of Tufts, and DMT recover for a little bit, but they need more. Kao now stuck in a 1v1, looking for the finishing blow. TNX a little too far. He is going to be taken down, and Kao comes back. They recover a couple of kills for the side of Boom Esports, but right now DMT, they do have the numbers advantage. T1 open for the taking. They cannot miss this chance.
Blue team has destroyed
Mid lane turret is going to fall right over there. TNX wanted to take the 1v1 against Carl. Problem is that as he was coming out of his mirror domain, hits the wall, nowhere for him to go except Carl's pocket in.
So right now, it feels like, look, DMT have completely recovered. Tufts, I don't know if he wants to go here. The timing is nice. He does get the knockup. Can they finish Carl off? He needs to be saved right now. Will not happen. A rampage for Tufts.
One more time, Tufts comes in, and then he's taking the spotlight of the team. DMT, when TNX cannot deliver, it's going to be Tufts the one that is going to stand on business.
This is why they're so much stronger now, right? And with this, Boom Esports have to defend this Azure buff against the likes of TNX, but he is here now. Smite is available for the taking as well. They will secure it. Here comes the cavalry in the form of a boat here, just as a deterrence, as Tufts. He's the man of the game right now.
Right now, he is completely online, free to charge an Axe of Torment, the two items right now that Tufts has online. The problem with that is that if he gets to hit you, there is no way that you're gonna move away. He hitting you right now is going to slow you down so much.
Yes, definitely. And right now, Danny is trying to make amends for whatever gap. Miggy looking for the flank as well. All he needs to do is to get the catch, get stopped, stunned, locked into place, and Joe finishes the job. Yes, Carl jumps in, but it's a 1v5 and he can't do it. Tufts again, unstoppable DMT. They found a formula against Boom Esports.
Ken, look at that. They've got the minion wave. It's going to be a 5 against 3. They're going to take the high ground, that's for sure. Do they want to make the final push in here?
I mean, they can. Tatsuri has used his ultimate as well to catch CC in the middle of it, but it's not going to be happening too much. They get the life of Tufts at this point, but Boom, that is traded off for a T3. It's not a good trade at all.
Well, losing your high ground turret at only 8 minutes of the game puts so much pressure as the super minions are going to start coming in from the farm lane. That is bad news for Boom Esports. What happened right over there with Miggy trying to come in with the Razor Cavalry and then just being stunned in place?
It was a good idea. I like it. That's what you're supposed to do, but there's no follow-up, right? Who else is able to get the setup for the team? You need Draw to use his second skill to get the setup, but you can see him from a mile away.
Look at that right now as we are going to hit the 9 minutes mark. It is looking very, very, very grim for Boom Esports. Super minions are going to be coming in from the bottom side of our screens. And then it's going to be good for DMT that right now, with the full control over the farm lane, they can just focus on trying to get the Overlord on their own.
Yeah, it's really about pulling attention now, right? DMT, they don't even have to take a fight. They just poise to fight, and Boom have to respond, which means now the bottom lane will be pushing in. This is going to be a pain point for Boom Esports.
Yeah, and just because of their positioning, then it means that they're going to have lane priority every single time. Look at that, Guan Yu waiting over there in the brush. Can he do something in there? He's going to jump in.
They get that catch though. CC has been taken down, but the damage is still plenty for the side of DMT. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Draw is going to be the target here, but Miggy changes the game, gets a secondary kill onto TNX, and now Boom Esports come alive. The chase for Joe continues. He's just going to be pushed back for the moment. How wants to find value. They need to take turrets here. Miggy goes through the back, trying to catch Joe as well. Joe should have his passive, uses the Splendor, buys a lot more time. Will have to give his life. And Boom Esports, they find value, but the base is under pressure.
The problem right over here from DMT was the tier 2 turret. They are making the fight right under the tier 2 turret. The minions are completely clear, and they're just taking aggro directly from the turret again and again and again. So I'm gonna say, out of these fight, the big assist in here, the person that stood the tallest was that tier 2 turret in there for the Clash lane.
Oh, for sure. Extra damage is true damage, by the way. It's super painful. And at this stage of the game, Boom, they have completely recovered. They've swung the gold around. Take a look at that swing here. This is now a 2,000 gold advantage for the side of Boom.
Dominator Esports right now, they were in total control of the map and they were in total control of the game. But sadly for them, after overstepping in there, it's going to be really tough for them to try to control the tempo one more time. Right now, Boom Esports, they have priority. They have the Dark Tyrant. They've got 40 more seconds of the attack buff. What do they want to do with this?
I think they have to buy time, right? 30 seconds is not exactly a very long time, but they need to find out the positions of the side of DMT. And we know the man that needs to be watched out for. That's Tufts. Right now, they do manage to get the catch as well. Splendor going to be used by Joe once again. Unable to find any value, as Set Sail is going to be used as a deterrent against Boom Esports. Right now, sights change. They're looking to reposition for a new fight.
Look, this is going to be the whole script right now for the fight. The problem of having the super minions over there on the farm lane right now so early in the game is going to put so much pressure that there's always going to have to be one person from Boom Esports that needs to go, clean the wave, and then try to come back. If DMT can get the timings of that clearly well, they could actually get a 4-0 trade.
Yeah, for sure. It's a 4v5 situation at any point of time. They have to deal with the bot wave. So Boom Esports, they need to plan and bid their time really carefully at this point.
Red team has destroyed a tower.
Now the problem right now is the difference in gold coming in from the Fade and the Jing. Fade right now with 1,000 gold advantage on top of that Jing. Jing is not having the best of the performances today in this specific match.
It's a difficult situation, but it's something they can turn around. But right now, all advantage towards the side of Boom. Carl starts working on that Shadow Overlord at this point. The steal attempt might come in from TNX, but too late. Carl secures it at this point. Radiant's going to be used as well. Nobody available for the taking on the side of Boom. Here comes the Set Sail. They do get one kill. Draws the first one to be taken down, but he is a roam. There is much more value in the other members on the side of Boom Esports, and they will start going in. Tatsuri gets caught out. Nice slam on the side of L, but he might have to give his life. Jadified as Carl finishes the job. A killing spree for the side of Boom Esports. Gets the setup once again. A secondary. The Tufts, the problem, eliminated. And right now, Boom can find more. All they have to do is to be really careful. They have now settled that bottom lane, the summoning of the Shadow Overlord as well.
They come in, they have the priority. And the problem in here is that all of the fire is going in all directions. It is not focused fire into one person. You can see all the members from DMT going left, right, front, back. There's no one that is just taking one member out, the other member out. The calls in here are a little bit messy.
I mean, you can't believe him. It's so difficult. You have Carl, who is, number one, already very mobile, and then you have Danny, who's able to use the Parasolar to really just weave in and out of different positions. So DMT, this is, fighting shadows and trying to catch smoke at this point.
As time passes, it is good news for CC's Flowborn marksman that is going to get stronger and stronger, but at the same time, look at this, one more time, it is going to be Boom Esports, the one that won the fight.
They try to get the setup onto Gio as well. Here comes the save by the side of Tufts to get that Set Sail. Both landed down, but there's not enough damage. Boom Esports, they don't even want to fight. They just want to pull their attention. The Vanguards are working hard onto the T3 turrets. TNX will be taken down. And boom, this is going to be a 4v5. All they have to do is to find another chink in the armor.
What is going on with TNX and this Jing? Is it being just completely, fully targeted by Boom Esports? Or is it that he's making the mistakes right now? I can see that his psyche might be just fully broken. He's died, what, about like 6-7 times already in this match?
I mean, this is where the pressure gets to you, right? He knows he's the big brother of the team. He needs to hold that responsibility on his shoulders. But right now, that might be too heavy of a burden. They're trying to get some poke damage in, and the damage is starting to show from CC, but they need more.
They need a lot more than that. Only 11,000 CC is almost fully stacked up. He's got 4 big items. He's on his way to make his 5th one.
Right, it's all about the setup here. They will be able to catch Carl though, but where's the follow-up damage? Migi comes in for the save as well. TNX looking, a 3-man knocker from Tufts. Can they turn the fight? They will be looking for that opening. Ultimate used by Carl. He's going to trade his item. Sage's Sanctuary going to be used as well. First life gone for the side of Carl. They do get a 1-for-1 trade. Both the Clash units are down, and with that, L jumps in, gets the final hit for the team. Tatsuri looking for one more trade. Once again, TNX has fallen, and boom, get the better of that trade.
Boom takes the better out of that trade because it's going to be a Clash laner falling. Gerald's going to go golden. He's going to protect. His passive is not going to survive, but is going to try to take Carl down. Carl is going to come back with Sage's Sanctuary. It's going to be a double kill for Tatsuri.
It is a huge momentum for the side of Boom Esports. They have come back into this game, and Danny, he's going to provide as much poke as he can. At the same time, the base is under threat. Someone needs to go back right now. They will make it out. Tatsuri as well as Kao saving the day for Boom Esports. They have to hold on to the lead. This is a 8,000 goal lead.
This is such a beautiful game right now, what we are watching. Tubbs over there with the initiation for that big fight. He comes in with the set sail and he gets onto 3 members from Boom Esports.
Yeah, it was a nice catch, but then look, the item switching by Kao changed that whole fight, right? The Sage's Sanctuary giving him another life. He does have lifesteal as well, so Boom Esports, they really stretch the limits that they have as a team, and they won big in that fight. The reward is great. They have a Shadow Overlord in their hands now. It's 3 minutes before Tempest. That's a long time for DMT.
CC decides to go with Pure Sky as his last option of item in there. We're gonna have the Overlord. The Vanguards are gonna be coming in on all directions. Boom Esports might have the opportunity here to balance the tables and take us to a 1-1 draw.
Yeah, I think a lot of pressure now is just focus on Tatsuri, right? Who does he catch? If he catches a L or Tubbs, I think the fight is over for DMT.
Well, Tatsuri is going to be critical in here, right? How he's going to use that Moonscape Mirage. Look at that, no problem in here. They're going to be able to lose 1 turret, but they are able to clean the Vanguards right now.
This is just a bit for time. DMT, if they can survive this, that would be great. Nice catch from the side of Tatsuri. Who did he actually catch? Looks like it's going to be Nevronia. It's going to be L. So with that, this is not going to be enough tankiness on the side of DMT for the moment, but they do find an opening. Ultimate going to be used by the side of Draw. Gets the save in, but here comes the damage from the side of DMT. They get the setup as well. Knock up onto the backline. Tubbs is trying to buy time for the team, but unable to find the kill. Nobody dies just yet, but the T3 has fallen. Boom Esports once again. What a play.
It is just so difficult. Else, Battle Albers is going to be wide. He does not get onto anyone, and that is the problem in there. For such a critical initiation ability, just to be wide puts DMT on their back heel. They pay a high price for this, as their Midland high ground turret is going to fall. What looked like an advantage in terms of super minions right now has turned around, and it's Boom the ones that they have the whole game for them to lose.
And they don't get this. I don't think KIS4 will be able to get this away from the side of Boom Esports. Right now, they know that they're here. The flank from the side of Miggy going to be spotted out by Tufts at this point. But take a look at where Carl is. He's hiding at the sidelines, waiting for the reset and looking for a potential victory.
KIS4 cannot fight that. It's going to be Carl because of his mechanics due to the design of the hero. Is going to jade that Tyrant away. There was nothing he could have done. The Moonscape Mirage one more time.
Yep, KIS4 has been caught. Where's the follow-up damage? Carl looking for the flank against 4 members. Miggy as well will come from the back. KIS4 is down. This is a 4v5. Miggy threatening and poised to make the catch like a fisherman for the side of Boom Esports. And Boom Esports, they don't care. They can take it slow.
They can take this slow. 10 seconds flow for the Tempest Dragon. We can see their next target is going to be the Hydrant turret. Do they want to just do the one final push right over here, kid?
I think they can. 20 seconds is a long time. The KIS4 is not here. L's going to drop his ultimate down with Unbridled Alphas. They need to get the stuns. They need the setup, but they need the follow-up as well. Miggy on the backlines. 1 against 4. Frigid Charge as well. Manages to hold them in place. This is going to be a successful defense for now for DMT. But Boom Esports, they're knocking on the doors. They can't clear the waves. They have to back up for the time being. So Boom Esports, they're going to wait for the next wave. That's going to be approaching right now. DMT, this could be the last stand. Flash by the side of Draw. Can he get the stuns? Once again, Tubbs on the backline. Then he jumps in, and the game is over. No fight, just a base.
Boom Esports is going to take the victory. The PKL takes 1 game and then makes it a draw. A 1-1 right now. Dominator had it in the pocket, and then Boom Esports stole it from them.
Yeah, we talked about this. This is exactly what we expected. A close series, a tight series, 1-1 now. As, you know what, this game, KIS4, I think he kind of fumbled a little bit.
A little bit? Would you really say a little bit? I'm really sorry. I need to say the things the way they are. Like, if you're going to take the Jing, you need to carry, man. Like you cannot just be falling that many times. I understand that it's a difficult match, but you made the decision of going on with that hero. So I expect that KNX can go, he can clean up, he can actually drink some water and then just come back with a better performance to what we just saw right now, because the numbers are very ugly.
I mean, the numbers are ugly, that's for sure, and we kind of saw his difficulty, right? They're going up against a Fade, a fellow assassin hero, so there's a lot of burst potential. But at the same time, this Smite wall is unfair because of the Jadify, right?
Completely
Once you have the
unfair.
harder Jade Seal, it's gone.
And that's it. Like, if you know that you cannot fight this, is it really necessary to go and try to contest it? Is there any other tactical movement that you can do in that specific moment? If there is an Overlord that is available, can you actually go and try to trade dragons? Can you try to get a distraction and try, if you know that you cannot win it, just try to do something else.
Which is, I like that you state that, because that's exactly what Boom did in their favor, right? So at any point of time, there is only one neutral objective to fight over. So it's naturally in Boom Esports' favor. But the craziest part about this game is that Boom was at the back foot for quite a bit in this game. They lost a T3 right at the get-go, and it didn't feel like they lost a T3 at all.
No, come on, like, if Dominator would have actually won the fight that they had at the Clash lane, the fight where the T2 turret just started just dealing damage, if they would have won that fight, it would have been a 2-0 advantage for Dominator. Easy at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I fully agree. And this game shows you why the better team wins. Boom Esports here, Tatsuri taking 5-1 and 8. Very long, sustained build for the higher. At the same time, Carl as well, probably MVP, 8-2 and 6, going for a hybrid build of tank as well as damage. So Danny kind of became like a support. He's 1-2 and 10.
Yeah, no, at the end of the day, when you have this game like this, Carl did what he needed to do, which was to come in and then just to finalize just those last hits and come in and just deal some damage. I love the way that Tatsuri played. So that Haya for me has got to be the MVP. I do believe that they followed the strategy. The strategy was that Tatsuri is going to pull one person out, and then after that we're going to, all of us, just go and take the 4v4 and win the 4v4. The strategy worked, and then I believe that he deserves the MVP because of that.
I fully agree with you. Tatsuri was kind of doing like limit testing as well, right? There were certain moments in the game where he used his Moonscape Mirage, his ultimate, to catch Tufts out. Didn't really find too much value on that, so he changed his target to L. And once the Beast was out of the picture, it felt like Boom had full control because Danny just walked all over CC's face.
Look at that. Just right over there at the 8-minute mark. In the moment that they lose that big fight, it was all for Boom Esports then. Completely full control from the PKL team. That is a problem that DMT cannot let happen. And it's actually it's a pity for them, right? Because they had such a big loot in just taking that high ground turret so early in the game. And then after that, they just squandered their advantage. They squandered such a great performance with Tubbs. Tubbs, even though they lost, he had an amazing performance in that Sun Tzu.
You know, I feel like 2026 is a year of Clash laners. That's definitely one thing we need to take a look at. Tubbs, this guy, his Dharma was scary yesterday. His Sun Tzu was pretty effective today. But once again, it's a team game. And Boom is definitely the better team in game number 2.
Look at the map. Look at the data right over there. You can see here, like, look at how Tatsuri dealt more damage, had more assists. Goal to damage efficiency was higher. The only thing that Gerald was better than him was in the first 10 minutes participation. After that, it was all Tatsuri.
Yeah, also because I feel like Joe didn't manage to find the appropriate boards, right? He couldn't get the setup that he wanted as an Yixing. And then we talk about this matchup. CC against Danny. Danny really exposed the weaknesses of a flow-born marksman, right? When you use her skills, it's a one-directional, one-dimensional skill. Once you get out of range or you get out of, you sidestep that skill, Danny just has free reign over you, gets free damage.
Yeah, the problem is that the reach is not that long either, right? So that is a very big problem. Well, the MVP for this game is going to be Tatsuri on the Haya, the Evernight Aspiration. 5-1-8, the KDA. Congratulations to Tatsuri bagging in that MVP.
Right, we need to pay special attention to Tatsuri later on during the highlights. I want to see his positioning here because he managed to get the insane catches. Catching Tufts, I think, okay, pretty straightforward because Tufts was diving in. But catching L, that was a completely different challenge.
No, I agree with you. Look at this. If you analyze the highlights of the game, everything just started really, really well for the blue team. Like the blue team had such an amazing start. And then right over here into this one, look, they jump in and then they're just taking turret damage again and again and again.
Yeah, huge greed coming in, but you can't blame them. And Jill, I think he really tried his best to outplay using a passive, using a Splendor. But at this point, too much life on the hands of Boom Esports, also too much damage and control.
This fight right over here. There was a good moment where DMT could have actually been able to turn tables around. The problem in here is that Carl just stayed online for too long time. Look at him, like Carl
I think they
was able just to deal so much damage.
They weren't expecting Tatsuri to come out at that point of time as well. CC in this position, I felt like it was a risky decision to go in a 1v3 in that particular part of the game. And down here, you know, Boom Esports, they've learned their lesson. We don't need to fight all the time. Let's just get the crystal and take the win.
Well, this is going to be the first PKL against IKL showdown of 2026. And what a great match we are watching. First game, it was all Dominator Esports. And in this game, second game, we saw how Boom Esports can actually turn things around and really control. Great performances by both teams. Let's start thinking about the game number 3. We've seen two completely different matches. The first one a lot more tactical. The second one more about the fights. Can Boom Esports just capitalize out of this, understanding that in the fight game, they might have an advantage today?
I think we will see another assassin jungler coming into game number 3. And my gut feel is I feel like the Tiger is going to come out.
Yeah, you think that the pay is going to be an option?
Yeah, definitely, right? There's the Byron available for both teams. There is also the pay available for both teams. Both junglers have also shown that they shine on that particular pick as well.
Well, if I were to be the coach for DMT, right now after seeing these two performances, I would go back to what we did well in game number 1. Game number 1, they were really good at playing the macro. So if today, for some reason, you come into this game number 2, and then the skills and the fight is not working, just go back to what it works. There is no shame in just going back to what works. A lot of people say that, oh, if you want to be a jungler, you need to be able to fight and you need to be able to win fight. If you want to be a professional esports player, you need to be able to win. That's simple. And winning has a lot of different shapes.
Agree. Definitely has a lot of different shapes. And let's bring you back to game number 1 of this best of 5, right? DMT played the absolute cleanest macro game ever. Let's see if they can repeat that performance here, because if they do not and they fall prey to Boom's plans of team fighting again, I think Boom is going to take this win.
Right now we come back to the same topic that we had at the beginning of the stream. IKL and PKL, they have two very different styles on how their teams compete. They have analyzed this. Do you play to your own advantage, to what you're good, or do you try to play to the weakness of your opponent? Those are two completely different strategies. And the coaches right now need to make decisions on that. Do I play to what I know that I'm really good at, or do I play to what I know that you're bad at?
Interesting point. I think at this point, Boom should just play their own game. right? They have learned from last year's experiences as well that they do have the ability to play the macro game. Right now, it's just integrating it into their fighting style of BKL.
All right, let's jump straight into the BP. Boom Esports is going to be taking the blue side. Dominator Esports is going to be taking the red. Boom Esports is going to have the first pick. As we move into the third game, you can start already seeing that a lot of the meta heroes that has been banned in the first two games are going to start being available out there.
I definitely agree. I think you have to switch it up at this point, right? Now, when the stakes are high, you are 1-1. Next game or next win sets you up at series point. You really want to make sure that you destroy not just the base of your opponent, but destroy the confidence.
Arlie and Luna are going to be the first two bans from Boom Esports. Even though TNX is not having the best time of his life right now, Boom Esports still does not want to allow him to recover his confidence. They will not give him the Luna. And on the other side, I know that you wanted to see the Tiger coming out, but Lung and Hei are going to be banned by Dominator Esports.
Well, there's plenty of other options as well. Now, Boom Esports, they're going to pick up their own national hero here. That's going to be the Lapu Lapu, also known as the Reef Heart Datu. DMT, though, they now have access into the Tufts special. That's going to be Dharma. And potentially the Mai as the Fire Ninja in the mid.
Dharma and Mai Tubbs. I'm going to tell you the truth. If it was coming down to those two first bans, and you know that you cannot give any of those three heroes, I would have allowed the Luna instead of allowing the Dharma. That's just my preference based on this specific game.
Yeah, I like the mobility of the Luna as well. But, you know, when Tufts gets the Dharma, I'm pretty sure Boom Esports have already researched his gameplay. They know about his tendencies. So Boom Esports, they are looking for the two win conditions here. One is the ability to remove CC, of which Magistrate has, and the other is to set the catch with the Silk and Print for Shi. So this is a great idea from Boom. Can they execute it well though?
Well, Tatsuri is having such a great game right now that most likely giving him that Shi is going to be trouble for Dominator Esports. He's right now so locked in that I can see that Silk Imprint landing multiple times. Dominator Esports decides to go with Erin for the matchup against that Direnjie. That laning stage between the Erin and the Direnjie, who do you see having a little bit of an advantage?
I think it's dependent on the first skill for CC, right? If you use the first skill of CC well on the Erin, I think it puts you in a much better position against the Magistrate Direnjie pick. Right? At the same time, the support picks do matter. You will get a lot of free poke damage coming in from the side of draw on this Lapu Lapu. But you do have sustain on the Earthshake as well. So we'll see. Skill matchup.
Lian Po is going to be the option for Roamer for Dominator Esports. It is an interesting pick to have that Lian Po. It's not really that mobile. It is very tanky. It provides initiation. It provides vision. But it's kind of slow. So in terms of the rotations around for Dominator Esports, it just seems a little bit clumsy and a little bit slow right now.
I think that definitely is one angle to see. I think, you know what, Boom Esports, I feel like their draft this game is a lot better. I think it's more robust. They have the tank from the dominant ruler, the Liu Bang. And look, they have so many options to dive in. That combination of ultimates between Stealth Fin, the Lam, and Liu Bang is going to be scarily powerful from the side of Boom Esports.
Boom Esports takes the Lam, and then with the Liu Bang, it's going to be able to give us what we saw yesterday. Yesterday we had a lot of Liu Bang just matched up with other heroes. We saw the Liu Bang and the Musashi. We saw the Liu Bang. I think we saw the Liu Bang and the Lam as well. It just has become part of that meta. We love to see that pair of Liu Bang and Assassin because it allows you so much more mobility. It allows you a little bit more of the timing of jumping into the fights. So it is a good matchup. I like a lot more Boom Esports in this moment.
I'm on your train for this one as well. I think this is a much easier composition to coordinate that Boom Esports have crafted for themselves. But this also is a weakness, right? The same strength can be a weakness. So if Dominator Esports manages to burn the battlefield command from the Liu Bang early or before critical moments in the game, that could be that tipping point for DMT to win the entire fight here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the tiebreaker after this game. One of these two teams is going to be at match point. Boom Esports is going to be on the blue. Dominator Esports is going to be on the red. After what we saw in game number 2, Dominator Esports better just wake up right now. 10x, that performance, we're just going to forget about it. Get on the Yukio Tachibana and just dominate the early game right now. That Yukio Tachibana, is he going to be able to jump in and try to take some of the camps out of the lamb? Let's wait and see.
Okay, I'm going to be clear here. I feel like this game is extremely hard for TNX as the Ukyo Tachibana, right? Swift Strike, yes, he's fast, but you don't get the combination you're looking for because Danny does have the second skill, Legal Immunity, to get out of stuns, and then Tatsuri is not going to be easy to catch as well.
Well, let's wait and see what's going to happen in there. Lapu Lapu just came into the mid lane just to kind of have the vision. Passes by the Limpo and then they just say hi to each other, they just wave themselves goodbye.
Yeah, because there's no point, right? I mean, these are two beefy boys. It's just a pillow fight at this point. But, oh, here we go. TNX looking for the initial steal. It will be stolen away. No, it will be secured by Miggy. But this is a buff that is not in the hands of Carl.
Exactly. Even though TNX was unable to steal that, but Miggy taking that instead. No!
Yep. That's a big first blood there. Going into the hands of Carl, by the way. Okay, it doesn't matter if I don't get the Zero Golem, I take your life. And now TNX is buffless.
What is going on today? Look at that. The Lamb comes in and he's able to bag in 1 kill. It was a good way just to stop that, right? Like he lost the Zero Golem, but you know what? Is it really nice that he can actually take the gold from the kill? He's gonna come in. He's already level 4. And this is bad news for Dominator one more time. They had the composition for the early game, and the early game does not seem to be going their way.
It definitely does not, right? I feel like KNX is going to have a very hard time in this game. At the same point of time, paying attention to Miggy's decision-making. Any time before 2 minutes where you use your flash and get a result out of it, there's a big win for you.
Of course. 2 minutes of the game right now is going to be Dominator Esports, the ones that they're going to have to try to come up with a new strategy. If the early game is not going to work this next 2 minutes before the Tyrant, they're going to have to be critical for them just to try to don't let this gap start building up.
Yeah,
they have eyes on the Golem. Look at that.
If they can steal it, that would be great, but it doesn't look like that's the case for now, right? And at this point, both junglers are not at this side of the map. Nobody actually wants to give this Crimson Golem away to any side. But it is going to be a secure of the Fire Beak at the bottom to the hands of Tatsuri, so it's still looking good for Boom.
Still looking good for Boom. The problem here is that in order for them to save some of their resources, they need to be sharing the gold that Carl would really appreciate, right? That is the biggest problem right now. That's what you can see, even though that Boom Esports has been able to just to catch the first blood, have been able to catch in some of the resources. Right now, Dominator still has everything very balanced.
Okay, they will force the skill usages from the side of L. No flash committed just yet. They don't want to do so. It is 3.5 minutes. This is where the neutral objectives are going to spawn in 30 seconds. Nobody wants to waste resources.
The rotation is going to get really cool. He's going to jump in. Look at that. The Unbridled Outburst is going to come in as well. CC is going to fall.
Yeah, and what a time to do it as well. 15 seconds before the neutral objectives come out. Boom, make that initial rotation. And a lot of value because you shut down CC, your farm laner. He needs to grow, and right now he is 6 foot under.
It is not looking good for DMT, TNX falling, CC falling. Who's gonna carry right now? If all of their carries are just kind of just keep falling down, it's the whole chain is going to fall apart.
Okay, interesting though that Boom Esports actually give up the space of that first Tyrant. They give it all the way to DMT. It feels like Kao wants more priority over that Azure Golem because he needs mana as well.
Well, right now we can see that Boom Esports win the fights. But what do we do after that? And that is one of the big questions that I have always posed in there. Can we just understand that winning the fights is not the main objective and it's just actually what do I do after winning those fights that actually counts?
They need to give space, another burst, and Joel is taken down. Combination galore from the side of Boom Esports. And this is a 3-0 kill score. Boom, dominant.
Boom is taking complete control over the game. I think the problem here is not the composition, it's not the strategy, it's the mentality coming in from Dominator Esports. Dominator just feels like those boxers when you hit them straight into the chin and their legs go weak. And right now they don't seem to understand what is going on in the map.
I think it's a pacing issue, right? Knowing that this combination of Migi's ultimate onto Kao is a potent one, you need to play with the Tyrants. And right now, DMT needs to be, unfortunately, ironically, more aggressive.
Yeah. They have to be more aggressive in order just to stop things out, but they are not being able just to get any fights. If you analyze just the kills that Boom Esports is getting, they're all coming from ganking. It's not actually big fights. It's just coming in the 3v1 and the 1v1s.
Yep, and they're tanky on the side of Boom Esports. That's the whole problem. But potential kill, no, there's no way. This is not something that TNX wants to do. He will go into the middle of 3 here. The backup does come in from the rest of DMT, but not going to be enough at this point. And they have to run with their tail in between their legs at this point. Boom Esports, here comes a flank from Kao. Can he find more value? No ultimate commitment by Migi, and this is going to be a stalemate. But this shows you that DMT, they have no options.
Such a beautiful flank in from Carl, right? As he jumps into the water, he realizes that it's a 1 against 4, understanding that this is not that moment of the game yet. That he is a lamb, he is an assassin, but he's not mental to take that fight.
Yeah, there was definitely no need for that to take the risk, right? At the same point of time, we're talking about CC. The fact that he fell once, this is going to affect his gold accumulation, right? And the one that will be able to melt the tanks on the side of Boom is CC. But he's so far away from that, and you know what? Let's put a pause on that timer because CC is down for another 20 seconds.
CC is down for another 20 seconds. He won't be able to keep collecting any of the gold that he so desperately needs right now. Going back to the fountain is going to put a lot of pressure on DMT right now. Look at that. Right now, Carl does not need to even show up. The only thing that he needs to do is just to keep farming and collecting gold. This is just such a difficult game for DMT right now.
I feel like this is just showing the powers of Boom, right? They know exactly what the win conditions of DMT are. Look, the teammates on the side of Boom, nobody's standing together, right? You have no value. L's ultimate, Tuff's ultimate, there is no value in it. You're going to catch a singular member, and the rest of Boom is going to wrap you up in a piece of paper.
Even though we can see right now that Boom Esports it's taking control over the game, there's not that big a gold advantage in between them, right? Only 1,000 gold. The advantage right now for the PKL representatives.
It is not sizable just yet, but give them a couple more kills, right? Boom will be able to kind of wash DMT away. TNX looking for a catch there, unable to find it.
Look at that. The Lamb comes in, takes the Azure Golem, is going to deny the resources for TNX. Kyuta Chibana with only 6,500 gold.
Oh, look at that. What a play. Migi baits out the ultimate from the side of CC. They get the rotation in, and now they get a 8.5 minute Tyrant for free. Boom Esports, this is the macro we are looking for.
Uncontested, that Tyrant is going to go. Nothing that DMT can do at the moment. We're going to look at this. It's going to be a very big Lapu going in there. He knows that he can take right now at this moment of the game. Due to the fact that DMT does not have the items, he can take a 1v2 and still run away.
Yeah, bear in mind, this is a Crimson buff CC, and still there is not enough damage available on the side of DMT to do anything against Draw.
9 minutes of the game. They tried to keep pushing. They tried to take control over the way.
CC,
He can take the 1v1 against CC. He disappears from the map. What is going on? Why are we not checking on the brush?
Yeah, it's a rampage for Carl here, and that's a big kill. CC, he needs more time, but he will not get any of it. T1 in the mid is going to be taken down once again. And here comes Joe, baited out with the Kachosans as well as a real engine. Carl right now is already at level 14, going into this pre-10 minutes of the game. This guy is already close to 9,000 worth of gold.
Oh no, look at that. He's already X of Torment, Pure Sky. He's extremely very close to his next item as he sits right now on 9,000 gold. That lamb is gigantic at the moment. In comparison to the only 7,700 gold that Ken X has on that Yukio Tachibana, whose power spike is already gone.
Yeah, and look, I like the fact that, okay, maybe he just showed himself, Carl. So DMT might want to fully commit for this take here, but Carl has taken a T2. This is already a bad trade for the side of DMT. What more can they do? Right now, they're doing the dance outside of the Tyrant pit. They have to do something here, and you can see CC, he cannot offer anything. L tries to get the catch for the team. Kennex does secure for the team, but the setup from the Rome on the side of Boom Esports is looking great. Nice catch by Miggy as well. There's two members down, Tufts and Kennex, as well as the catch. Carl goes in. This is game set for the side of Boom Esports, and game number 3 looking easy for the PKL representatives.
Look at that! Boom Esports comes in. Everyone thought that nothing was going to happen. It was going to be a free Tyrant for Dominator. It was a Tyrant, but it was far from free.
Yeah, this, I mean, we talked about it. TNX is not going to have a good game, but the one player that had one of the worst experiences in this game was CC. Time and time again, he was not allowed to play.
I don't know, man. I am telling you, this is just insane. The way that Boom Esports is being so dominating right now, it just shows you that Dominator is just gone. It doesn't have any direction right now. Right now, the coaches really need to jump in and do something about this. The players need some kind of like direction. They need someone to just really hold their hands right now at the moment, because there's nothing going on for them. It is just such a difficult time.
Yes, and Boom Esports, when Miggy said they were confident, now I understand why they're so confident. That was a pretty clean gameplay and execution coming out from the side of Boom Esports. PKL representatives, now they have also been past PKL champions. So this is the new form of Boom Esports. And it seems like consistency, stability is the answer.
I was going to mention that. It's just the consistency of having the same people playing together again and again and again. When you already know, it is true, you become a little bit easy to read when you have always the same people, and you might not have the advantages of just having other new members with fresher ideas. But when you understand exactly what your teammates are going to go and what they're going to do, the communication cost becomes so low, so low. It becomes a little bit easier for you to actually execute on very old-fashioned ideas.
Yes, I like this execution of Boom Esports for this game number 3, because it shows you a couple of things. Yes, we all know you need to get the gold advantage, but what you do with the gold advantage is what makes the game so much easier for you, right? The fact that they only committed 3 members at the Tyrant at that point in time, while Carl was just running rampant on the backlines, and the save by Miggy to come in with his Battlefield command as well to just make sure that they got the knife into the back of DMT. That was absolutely beautiful.
No, since the beginning we already mentioned that Boom Esports had a very composition for this game. They looked a lot stronger, the composition looked better, and at the end of the day, they just sealed the deal by just not only outperforming them in the macro, but in the 1v1s, in those little fights. They were always the best team.
Yeah, and this is really where I like Coach CN's mindset. Let's give Tufts the Dharma, but we don't give you the multi-man catches. There was very few moments where Boom was like, okay, we're gonna have 5 members here. Do you want to use your truth mantra on us? I think that never appeared in this game.
I don't know, man. I am really sorry I'm really, really sorry to see Dominator Esports just kind of just falling apart in like this. I think that they lost. They lost in that second game right now. Was such a strong hit to their confidence. They are not being able right now just to be able to rebuild themselves back. And if the game continues like this, it's gonna be a 3-1 for Boom Esports. Dominator needs to show something different in the next game, and hopefully the little break in between games is gonna allow them enough to just talk it out. Maybe it's just that. Maybe it's just like someone needs to just yell at each other a little bit. That's it. Just yell at each other a little bit.
Okay. I mean, we have seen that, I would say, performance between team members, right? Make sure you iron out all the issues before you go for that potential series point game here, because once again, boom, this is 2-1. The next win nets them the entire series. DMT have some serious work to get in here right before game number 4.
Look at Carl's data over there, man. Like, it was just playing that Lamb to the perfection. Lamb is a hero that you do not need to participate in all of the fights. You need to be always just scaling up in gold, scaling up in items, scaling up in gold, scaling up in items, jumping to the fights in the last minute of them, right? So that's why it's very important just to understand the timing of them. And the way that Carl played it, he played it to perfection.
Yes, he played with the vision so well. In fact, the entirety of Boom Esports played the vision game so well, because you realize, if you take a look at the highlights as we run through them later on, DMT, if you take a look at the game from their perspective, you don't really get much setups, right? L will see maybe 1 or 2 members on the side of Boom Esports, but it's not the members that he wants.
I am just going to move forward and just really look for the MVP of this game. The MVP in this game is going to be very difficult because the whole Boom Esports played so balanced. All of them had a very specific role to play. He is going to take it not only because of his performance, but because his team set him up for success. This is going to be Carl on that Lamb, the Stealth Fin, the 401 KDA. Congratulations to Carl, bagging in the MVP of this match.
Yeah, for 4-0-1. It would have been better if he had 4-0-4, so we could say that he was not found, because he really was not founded at all in this game. He came in like the silent assassin that he needs to be, and Carl really has improved. So PKL, the hope is high, and that initial message we got, right, from the fans, you can lose to any team, just don't lose to an Indonesia IKL team. Looks like that has really put into effect for the side of Boom Esports.
I think that the first time they did not see it for game 1, and that's why they were not actually that locked in. Most likely the coach just came back and they just told them about it, and that's the reason why they were like, oh yeah, sorry, our fans cannot let us lose this game.
Yeah, look at this, Miggy not showing as well, and all of this is a distraction play. Right, Miggy, once he understood that, okay, this is a lost cause here, we don't really have to win the big fights here. While they did take 2 very big kills, the immediate decision and call out from Carl, I need help, we're going to end the game right here, right now. And Miggy playing the team member here, sacrificing his life to make sure that they got the crystal. This is what teamwork is, this is what a hive mind is, and Boom Esports showing that they're a better team in this one.
Congratulations to Boom Esports showing us how the PKL plays this game. Fighting, trying to be stronger than you. I'm just going to flex my muscles and show you that I'm stronger. I am the big man.
Yeah, one snap, gone, right? And this is where I'm so excited, because we were asking last year for our PKL representatives, you have the fighting ability, where is the macro game? And now, Boom Esports has shown up, is telling you, yes, we know how to play the macro game now, but we're going to dominate in the team fights while we're doing it. So this is making my expectations for Boom Esports a lot higher.
It is right now a 2-1 advantage for Boom Esports. But well, ladies and gentlemen, what about if we go to a short break? We're going to get something to drink, get something to eat, and as we come back, we will see the 4th game in between Boom Esports and Dominator Esports. Stay online.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama, di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan, satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuk ku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libas seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari, sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini. Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari, seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody, move, 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 move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit dilabrak. Wah, game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, bulat tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saja genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang ku hulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalau pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me a good sing a song now. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali ternyalain dah. If you want me, profit me way mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me, ni yang ku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi.
Welcome back. This is the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4 2026. I am Isaac Peña, with me Kintofu. Right now, Boom Esports with an advantage 2-1 on top of Dominator Esports. You can already see the heroes that has been spent. Who do you think has been spending more expensive and valuable heroes, Kin?
I think at this point, it has to be DMT, right? Because more expensive because they did not get the rewards that they were looking for. They wanted the super plays from Tufts on the Dharma. They wanted the insane burst damage potential and meltdown from CC, which did not come. And right now, if you take a look at the bans and picks for the side of DMT, the only mega tank left in the roam position is the Lapu Lapu.
Exactly. That is the only one in there available that could actually be able to just tank in some damage. Besides that, everything else is just very utility, and that is a difficult thing to play with.
So, with that being said, does Boom just ban out the Lapu Lapu at this point?
No, why not? What about if you just ban the Lapu Lapu, you already force them into a utility roamer, you know that you're going to have the tankiness. You can set your whole strategy around that, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see the confidence in the Boom Esports players already. I feel like they have a game plan. This is all according to what they're looking for, right? DMT, on the other hand, we were asking, where is this recovery going to come from? And that is a question they need to desperately answer right now. Because if they lose, this series goes straight into the hands of Boom Esports.
Boom Esports has been preparing a lot for this game. 2025 was an amazing year for them. They were actually really happy with their performances for 2025. They had There are a lot of ups, very few downs, and a lot of ups. And I would dare to say that they are expecting just to keep riding that same wave for 2026, right? Same people, same mechanics, same strategies. Hopefully this year they can even become even stronger.
Yes, and I want to focus on a player that we didn't really talk about today on the side of Boom Esports, and that is Draw. So let me bring you back to a moment last year in 2025. Draw actually was put in a very peculiar position because there were 3 or 4 bans all on the roam position heroes, and Draw still made it work. And it looks like Boom might go down that route today.
Boom might want just to really put in some pressure, right? I really hope right now that we can get to see some other new strategies. There's a lot of different hero compositions that we would like to see. We have not yet seen the channel coming in this specific matchup, which is one of the heroes that we have been seeing in all of the games previously.
Yes, Channel is definitely a great pick, but of course there are answers towards that Channel pick as well, right? Things like the Tsuya. I think we have not seen a Tsuya yet this tournament, but it's a great answer against the Wolves, the Souls of the Wolves that Channel summons. At the same time, the knockup and defensive reduction is going to be something that you have to consider because that pick is open for both teams.
All right, Ken, before going into the BP, without looking at the heroes, without looking at the bans and the picks, who do you think has a better opportunity to win this next match?
I think it has to be Boom Esports at this point, right? Dominator Esports, I feel like they've been shaken up. Not only did they lose, right now it's a potential confidence issue because those heroes were kind of like specialty picks.
I agree with you. If I would need to just expect someone, I would expect right now Boom Esports just to keep doing exactly what they were doing. We talked about the Lapu Lapu, as you mentioned, and he's going to be banned out. The Lapu Lapu and the Loon are going to be the bans coming in from Boom Esports. On the other side, the same bans as we have been seeing is going to be the Pei and the Loon.
There we go. We were talking about it. The channel does appear. Once again, 100% appearance today as well. And this is going to be in the hands of Danny. And this is one of Danny's favorite heroes. Now, Dominator Esports, they will go for the 50-50 matchup, the Arlie Parasola. Now, this is a great combination with the Diadea as well.
Arlie and Diadea was yesterday's one of the most common pair-ups that we saw in the matches from yesterday's games. We see it one more time in here. It's going to allow you to have a very good initiation. It's going to allow you to have a very strong pair over there in the farming.
Yeah, and Boom Esports, they already have the answers, right? This is Breeze Heart, the Xiao Xiao is one of the best answers against the Arlie, right? Instant burst damage. The moment you get all the skills on the side of Breeze Heart, Parasola is gone. Arlie will be taken down. Right now, Boom Esports, I think the next answer is a tank.
And on top of that, you add the mods, right? So imagine that. Imagine if the mods can actually just get the cannon blast into the Arlie, being able just to lock her in there, and then just immediately the Xiao burst damage, gone immediately. Guan Yu on the other side for Dominator Esports is going to be the hero they're going to lock in for tops.
Interesting. I thought Boom would want to go for the Musashi themselves. I feel like the Sword Master is a great answer against the Arlie.
Yeah, no, I agree. Now, the problem in here is that they'd rather just taking that out, forcing KIS4 into something else that he's not going to be comfortable. They might have understood that this might be the option. That might be the opening point to try to break Dominator Esports apart. Just put KIS4 right now in something that he's not going to be comfortable about.
Yeah, fully agree. I think, here we go. This is why Boom Esports don't mind taking out the Musashi. Menki is going to be a huge problem. He's a mega tank. And now they're going double down on the health bars here. With the Night Plume, this is a big problem. Dominator Esports needs more damage.
Where's the damage going to come from? What other option do they have right over there in the jungle that could do that damage? The Fade, the Fade is a very good chance. If you have the mechanics just nailed right now. Is KIS4 having that kind of day? I don't think
don't
so.
know. Yeah, I don't think so as well. I mean, if you take a look at it, the idea of the Fade coming in, yes, if it's low on health, you get the instant execute. That's great. But you're now dealing against a, number one, Carl has a stun, Tatsuri has a stun, Draw has a stun, and Danny has a knockback. Everything goes against the idea of a Fade Guan Yu, as well as a Princess Frost.
It's just the understanding of the heroes. Besides the Fade, there were not many options in there that they could have taken. So I understand why they would go with the Fade. But that just tells you that Boom Esports just laid the whole BP in there just for Dominator Esports just to kind of just fall in there and then just being pulled into it by Boom Esports.
Okay, this task is not impossible for the side of Dominator Esports, but it would take close to a miracle to pull this game. And the miracle can start if they have a great, and I don't mean good, I mean great early game.
Great early game is going to depend a lot on what Tufts can do over there in the Clash lane. If Tufts and that Guan Yu can just liberate himself, clean the wave, and then just make the rotations early on, then they might have a chance. They might have an opportunity. The problem in there is going to be the Umbrosa, right? The Umbrosa over there is going to be very difficult for Guan Yu to try to just get out of there quickly because Umbrosa can clean wave actually pretty fast.
This first 3 levels, I think is going to be very critical for the side of Boom Esports as well as DMT, right? Whoever gets that space right at the top and potential first blood in the Clash lane, I feel like that swings the advantage in great favor to whichever team that does that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into our game number 4. This is going to be our game number 4. It's going to be Boom Esports on the blue side, and it's going to be DMT on the red. Boom Esports, if they are able to just take this victory, they're going to get the first points that are going to get him over there at the top of their group. Dominator Esports, it's your call. What do you want to do?
Well, I like this decision making, so they actually make that lane swap here, but the support immediately comes in. This is going to be quite a bit of poke damage as well. Very good rotations by Boom Esports to try and stifle the growth of DMT here.
Slow them down a little bit, right? If you cannot actually beat them, if you cannot win against them, at least slow them down. That is just the main goal right now. Look at this, 3v3.
We're gonna start Aldo, looking for the opportunity for Jill to get that Frigid Prison. Not gonna be presented well at this point. DMT unable to find an opening, and it's just poke after poke coming in from the side of Boom Esports. Sprightening gonna be used by the side of Draw just to give them some space. Once again, look, the poke damage is just insane.
And look, Boom Esports is able to just take control of the resources. That's going to be good news for them. Look at that, Carl already on level 4. Look at what the Fate can do. How can TNX answer back? Does he want to make the jump right over here?
I think he might want to, but after the usage of the ultimate, I don't think this is going to be something that is possible. DMT here just wants to make pressure and secure this Firehawk for themselves.
Taking it slow a little bit, trying to slow down a little bit the pace. They do not want to take it to being risky. Now the Monkey is going to be able to make the rotation to mid lane first, so he's going to have the priority over there for the gold.
I like this positioning by the side of Joe, right? If he doesn't walk there. If he does, okay, the stun comes in, they will get it, and the knockout. Oh no, it's not enough!
One more time!
Goes to the side of Katsuri as well, and Boom Esports, they start off on the right foot. DMT, that miracle has disappeared.
It's just the one only place that they should not have jumped into, and TNX and his Fate decide just to put both boots in. He goes stupid in, jumps in there, and then just burst out of humanity.
Break the pattern or your lesson will be repeated. And it looks like DMT unable to learn from that experience. And this is going to be a costly first blood because it's 10x who is taken down, meaning this guy has no buffs at this point. He is not going to be able to match up in levels and EXP against Carl.
I don't want to be a hater, man, because I really hate that, but I need to analyze things from a very close, from a very cold-minded point of view. The problem here right now with Dominator is just individual. It's individual mistakes that are building up into the team not being able to work together. That is the big problem today with Dominator.
I mean, the stress gets to you, for sure, right? You know how important this series is, right? There's so much riding on the line, not just as a team, but as a region as well. This is, the fated IKL-PKL rematch everyone has been looking for, and this is the first lap of 2026. So you want to have a good showing, but right now, DMT, it's hard.
It's everything but a good one right now. It's going to be the Umbrosa that's going to have to proc the OT in order to run a way out of that.
This is not ideal, and here comes potential turnaround from the side of Boom Esports. Tao is already at level 8. He's one level ahead. The knockup comes in, lay it like a cake, and he's lucky. Tianx does make it out, and CC does come in for a little bit of damage as well. But unfortunately, this is not where they want to be. Boom Esports have priority over this first timer of the game. They should be able to get it unless Tianx is around. They know not to. The trade does come in the form of nothing for the side of DMT.
Well, Boom Esports right now just playing their game, just taking advantage of those little rotations. They know that they have more damage at this moment of the game. So in the moment that they see a 2v2, a 3v3, they do not hesitate and just start throwing hands.
Yeah, it's a great idea, right? Because right now, if you take a look at the options that DMT have to explore, in terms of like making sure you have a win condition, one of the win conditions is let's shut Miggy down before he even gets online, right? Now that door is closed. Yes. Miggy is level 7. He's a level ahead of Tufts. And then the second one is, can we shut down Danny? Danny is so hard to catch. He's playing so safe. And that door is closed as well. And Carl, he's ahead in EXP and gold as well. Not a lot, but he's ahead.
You mentioned something very interesting about the way that Danny is playing, right? Like Danny is just playing one of those games where you're just waiting under the turret. You're just waiting for the wave to come in, and then you're just going to collect gold. Your job is not to try to put pressure on the marksman. Your job is just to try to stay alive and try to farm a little bit.
Oh, this one is not looking good. L is the first one to fall. CC should be able to survive this, but here comes the backup from TNX. They need a result so much at this point, but a stun comes in from the side of Draw, and this is going to be the end of aggression coming out from DMT. And like you said, he's playing safe, and this is the rewards of playing patient. And Danny gets a T1 at the bottom for free.
Easy right over there for Danny. He saw the moment. He knew that it was the moment to push. Comes in, backs in that turret, and right now he's going to be free, right? Like his responsibilities are going to shift a lot, but look at Guanyu one more time.
Oh, Danny gets taken out instantly. This is one of the answers they need from the side of DMT. They did have to commit quite a lot, and right now it is going to be a consolation prize. They're still trailing from the side of Boom here, close to about 1,000, but DMT, that's a great start.
In the moment that Danny just got his freedom out of that farm lane, he moves into the middle just for him to die. That was actually just his first step into the wilderness, and then he sadly just misstepped a little bit too much.
Yeah, this is your box. You stay inside. That's the message that DMT has sent. And right now, they have successfully defended the T1 at the top. But the real issue here for DMT is I don't think they have the macro advantage at all.
No, they don't. They do not have the macro advantage in terms of composition. In this moment, they do not have momentum to try to do anything. Look at right now the decisions coming in from Boom Esports. Yombrosa already making the push over there in the farm lane, trying to take on to that. She knows that he can run away.
Yep, and this will not be a guaranteed T2 because TNX is around here, but it's all about, hey, what else can we do on the other part of the map? There is going to be a setup, but here comes the ultimate here. Think inside the box, going to be used by Draw. He's going to have to drop and give his life. Miggy does not have the ultimate to expand, so he needs to play really carefully. DMT, they're showing signs, right? They know about the gaps here. Can they find more?
Well, that was a very good decision coming in from DMT. Just taking whatever that they can. If you can just back in, draw in that Moze, please just take that and just take a little bit of that gold.
Managed to get the slow into Tatsui, unable to find the freeze from the side of Joe here. So they have to back off. DMT, I like this recovery, right? This is about resilience. You need to have grit. Things may not be going the way of DMT, but they can force a comeback if they make the correct decisions here.
Well, that's why they're professionals, right? Like the only thing that they need to do is just to keep believing. Look at that. The idea from L is going to be sucking in so much damage, but is able just to still run away.
They're buying time, right? DMT, I think the whole owners and the whole model right now, the message is, can we delay the game? Can we slow down the pressure on the side of Boom?
Exactly.
Right now, there is no need to slow down. They want to go for the catch as well. Unable to find that opening from the side of Tufts. They will, in fact, have to trade the Tyrant for that attempt. And DMT, all of a sudden, things are going wrong.
Yeah, exactly. They wanted to jump in, but they didn't know that Umbrosa on the other side was just opening the doors to that Tyrant, and that mid lane turret is going to fall as well. Right now, even though DMT is trying to make the movements, Boom Esports on the other hand, just making the gains.
Yeah, look, every decision, every movement calculated by the boys of Boom here. And the rewards have been getting more and more. Mind you, they have now taken 2 turrets for the price of absolutely nothing. No lives lost.
Right now you can see Tubbs already starting to flank. You can see him just trying to come in from different sides. Even though he's got the flank right now, but look at that. Do they have the damage?
I don't think they have. They have managed to spot Danny out, but he is not going to be caught out at all. Everyone surrounds him. There is a flank from TNX, but he knows he can't take a 1v2 at this point, especially when Carl is level 13. Tanky as heck. And DMT now, they have to lick their wounds and move back.
They have the right movements, right? Like, they have the right movement. Like, the idea is correct. Tufts comes in from the flank, and then after that is going to be TNX trying to come in after to deal some damage. But the timings of it are a little bit off. They could not hold themselves for too long time over there in the red buff area.
They need to set things up for Jill, right? Jill is definitely one of the big win conditions here. If he gets the Frigid Prison, that's going to be huge. But right now, no setup available.
The Frigid Prison has not been extremely accurate at the moment, since there is no other initiation more than just what the idea can do with the pushback.
It is a great start for the side of DMT. They do get that Tef here. They just have to survive the fight, but it's not looking good. Nice stun from the side of Draw as well. 2 members, though, have been taken down by the side of Boom Esports. Tatsuri and Migi are falling, and at this point, DMT, this is the time they're waiting for. The feats coming at a double kill for CC. This is DMT recovering.
I love that. Look at that. DMT showing us that this game is not done until they say it's done. It is amazing just to see DMT in this one fight coming in and taking a 3-0 trade. It is lovely moments for DMT, as you can see that they start bagging an almost 4,000 goal advantage.
It's a pretty big guarantee. We will take a look at the replay of that later on. My biggest question was, how did Migi fall so fast, right? Because when Migi was out of the fight, Carl was left to tank alone, and even though he's at level 14, he is under level.
Look at that. Migi has his ulti available. That's the issue that I see right over here, right? Like, the problem is that as he jumps in, he just takes in so much burst damage coming in immediately. That is the problem.
Okay. It was also L, right? L's ultimate, that was so big of a game changer for the side of DMT because they were able to sustain the damage, but also deal damage with the ultimate from the idea. Now, this is going to be a great start of a comeback for the side of DMT. And you know what? If we've ever seen HOK, we know comebacks are definitely the best possible side for DMT.
We have seen it happen in the past, and we can see it happening one more time in here. 6,000 gold advantage right now for DMT. This is the moment for them to really step on the gas, because this could be their last opportunity to keep their hopes alive in order to take the 3 points today.
And now they have a decent approach. They have swung the gold in their favor massively. This is a 6,000 gold lead. The next thing they need to do is, if Jill gets that Frigid Prison, it's over.
It's going to depend a lot on Gerald. The bangers are going to come in, and there's going to be pressure onto the high ground. Look at that one more time. It's going to be the turret at the bottom lane is going to fall, and the bangers are going to do their goal.
Yeah, you only have one chance, and DMT has made the most out of it. This is a deep cut into the base of Boom Esports here. TNX wants to go in with the threat. They want to preserve this Shadow Overlord for as long as possible, because that opens up the door to the T3 in the mid.
One more wave of Vanguards is going to come in. Pressure in the mid lane, so already down to 50%, is going to be vanished. And right now, only one last high ground turret is standing over there in the clash lane.
And now CC does have the damage as well. He's level 15. He's melting Carl at this point. The freeze does not make it out at this point. But here comes a save from DMT. Winter is here just to put more pressure, push them back. And DMT have done the damage. Oh, they really want to go in. CC moves and weaves in between the members on the side of Boom Esports as they continue the pressure.
One more time, it's going to be a bare base right over here. Right now, it's everything looking good for DMT. We were not expecting this to happen as Boom Esports had an advantage at the beginning, but DMT turning things around. Right now, they have super minions coming in from all different directions, and they have a free tyrant that they can go for grabs.
Okay, and this is where the draft will start to really realize its strengths here. TNX now, in the safety of the team, gets his Hardened Jade seal to secure that Shadow Tyrant for the team. Now, there is still 5.5 minutes before the Tempest is available. So Boom Esports, I don't know how they're going to hold, but hold they must.
Look at the items right now. The Arlie completely stacked, fully stacked, completely online. Look at the Fade, completely online as well. There is no way that Boom Esports can take no damage coming in from either of these two heroes at the moment. The item gap is just too big right now, Ken.
Yeah, Danny's too far behind. He's only close to 10,000 gold. One beautiful setup from the side of DMT will make it what Winter is here. Going to be set down. TNX on the backlines as well. Can they get the first life of TNX? He will take a fall. The setup comes in though. TNX has been taken out, and it's not enough damage on the side of DMT. They're falling, but the crystal is going to be protected at this point of time. DMT, they try. CC will have to give his life, and the defense is made. Boom Esports survive.
DMT just rushed through this one, jumps in a little bit too early, and he's just vanished. The way that CC was taken out, the way that Tubbs and TNX at the same time disappear from the battle, too early, way too early.
Yeah, I think that was really just a little bit of impatience coming up from DMT, but here comes a freeze! They get it, and they will be able to take Tatsui out. He is gone for 40 seconds. This means when CC comes back, he's not going to be at real threat anymore. They can have a 4v5 as well. DMT, the next objective here is going to be the Shadow Overlord. And if 10X gets it, this could be the calling for Boom Esports to take the fall.
You called it, Ken. You said that it was going to come down to that frigid prison, and that takes Tatsuri out of the mix, given the priority for Dominator Esports to take on that Overlord.
Yeah, and what a time to do it, right? 16.5 minutes. This is going to buy them about, what, 2 minutes of game time for the side of DMT. Now, 2 minutes is a long time. Boom has to hold for 2 minutes. I don't know if they can do it.
No, I don't think that they can do it. And I think that DMT, knowing them, they're going to go for the push right over here with the Super Minion and the Vanguards.
Yeah, but KNX doesn't have the Sage's Sanctuary. This is going to be a very cautious fight. The knockup does come out. Joe has to use his Splendor, uses the flashes as well. Tubbs unable to find an opening. Everyone is grouped up together on the side of Boom Esports. Frigid Prison not going to land. So DMT, they have to buy their time. The actual important wave is approaching. The Shadow Overlord, as well as the Vanguards, will start to fly down.
The Bangers are going to come into the crystal right now. DMT just waiting for the right moment for the jump. The idea comes in, and can take it from here.
Yep, it's going to be Tubbs. He jumps in, gets taken down as well. Numbers disadvantage once again for the side of DMT. Nobody falls on the side of Boom, and somehow they're holding DMT, keep knocking on the door. But Boom says, no, you're not allowed.
They keep just trying, and the crystal is still standing for Boom Esports. DMT, sadly for them, they still are unable to finish the game. We have seen this in the past. We're coming to 18 minutes. If this goes to a Tempest Dragon fight, it might not be good for them.
Oh, they fully commit. CC will jump in on the Ambrosia. Miggy will be taken down. CC does have the Sage's Sanctuary as well. Winter is here. He's going to stop the growth on the side of Boom Esports. On the back line, TNX. He finds his target, but the lockdown and the CC is going to be enough. TNX does have double lives here. CC as well as L. They start working onto Kao. The jungler might have to give his first life. Kao's first life is down. Where is the follow-up? TNX on the back line. Gets Tatsuri as well. All they have to do is the finish off draw. That is going to be 2 members left. Danny as well as Kao. Kao will be taken down. No Destiny saves his life for the time being, but the minions are here. Mega minions, by the way. DMT, the comeback could be complete. They just need to hit the crystal. DMT, they find it as well, and they will finish the job. Game number 4 goes to IKL.
Dominator Esports is going to level these 2-2, sending us to our first Game 5 of this KIS4. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an amazing performance by them. It took them a little bit long, but at the end of the day, the victory, the fact that they're able to take the dub is what matters.
And now this whole momentum swings right into the favor of Dominator Esports for sure. Boom Esports, that was a great draft. The idea behind it, like you're not supposed to be able to take down Kao, but somehow Boom Esports went 1 by 1 in the team fights. Miggy got taken out, instantly became a 4v5.
I do believe that it was a really good composition from Boom Esports. In terms of the draft, like I can see that Boom Esports was doing a lot better, but it just came down like, I think that this is a trend that we're having in this KIS4, man. In the moment that you lose a very big fight in the middle of the game, the gaps just become so big so quickly. That's what happened exactly to Boom Esports today.
This game, I feel like it was gifted to DMT here, right? Simply because I feel like Tufts did not have a good time at all. He couldn't find the initiations. So it then came down to the mid laners, right? Jill as well as Tatsumi. Yeah. Can you get the knockups? Can you get the freezes? And once you miss your setups and you have your life taken away, there is no turnaround in the team fights.
Yes, exactly. I completely agree with you, man. Like I do believe that in this moment, it was more of Boom Esports just handing the game there for DMT than what DMT actually did in terms of what they could actually do. Arlie, on that side, I would dare to say that the Arlie was the best player over here from DMT. I love the way that the Parasola was playing around, just dealing damage. When you analyze the numbers and when you see the digits in there, 7, 1, and 4 coming in from CC, that KDA alone tells you that he was carrying his team.
Yes, and you know, using up 15,000 worth of gold to make sure that the team finds success. This was a great performance by CC. Now we know him as a very consistent player, and consistency and stability has been the forefront of his performance in this game number 4.
Let's see right now, when you look at the other side, that monkey coming in from Carl, it had a very good start, but then it kind of just dropped dramatically in the mid game. Right in the mid game, it just kind of just dropped to just become like completely not part of the whole strat.
I feel like Carl was missing at some points of the game, right? I didn't see too many Dream Roams coming in. The setup was kind of different from the side of Boom Esports. They were really relying on Tatsui and Miggy to get the setups, and then Carl was going to come in and finish the job, right? As well as Danny. On the flip side though, DMT, it's kind of curious to me because it felt like this was the old DMT. TNX was the one diving, and we have seen the results of TNX over diving.
I would not dare, I would take it one step higher, and I'm gonna say today's TNX is a very 2025 TNX. It is a very over jumping, over diving, not minding if he dies or not. Something that he did not show yesterday. Yesterday he was so calm and very settled, but today in this exact 4 games that we have seen, he's been very, very into his old habits, and that's not very good for Dominator Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because of TNX's crazy dives, that also open up the room for CC to really just go ham at the front lines on the side of Boom Esports as well. And I think, luckily for them, this netted them the win. But right now, this is going to put us in a position where final game matters, IKL, PKL, DMT against Boom. The next one, winner takes all.
Winner takes all is going to be the points, right? Like if Dominator takes the victory in this next game, in this next match, it's going to be crazy because it's going to put them with 2 victories, and that might give them a very big advantage to the first place. And we know how this KIS4 works. If you end up first place in your group stage, you get to pick who you want to play in the best of 7s in the knockout stage.
And that's a very huge advantage, right? Because when you pick a team, you are going to be able to research them and really just get yourself in the best possible position to last longer in this competition. And here we go, CC, as we already mentioned, this guy's already was on a tear. 7-1-4. What a KDA to have, and dealing over 200,000 worth of damage in this game alone.
Arlie the Parasola, such an amazing hero and such an amazing player. CC just showing to us that he's been through things, he's seen things, he's played against gigantic players, and taking all of his experience coming in here and they're just demonstrating to us that there are levels to this.
Yeah, that was the moment that kind of changed the game, right? The moment Danny got caught, he essentially disappeared from the game after that moment. It felt like DMT suddenly got a bout of confidence, and you know, with the kill deaths on the neutral objectives, the setup by the team on the side of DMT to kick Mickey out of the fights multiple times, that was really a big moment for them.
This fight right over here was just the turning point for everything, right? A 4-0 trade in here, and then just DMT had full control of the game after that. In this one, the problem is that Tubbs and TNX die so quickly. They want to finish the game really fast, right? And the problem is that the minion wave does not enter into the crystal quick enough, and then they just start taking focus damage on them.
Yeah, I would even go as far as to say I felt at that particular moment TNX and Tubbs kind of baited the whole team to group up together, and that's where they found maximum value for Draw's ultimate as well as Carl. Right, but then, of course, you can only defend for so long. So DMT take this game number 4. They bring us to our first ever game number 5 of a best of 5.
This is gonna be our first game 5 in this KIS4. Let's wait and see what's going to happen in here. From what I have seen today, Boom Esports doing so much better on the assassin junglers, and as I can see, Dominator Esports way better on the tank junglers. So if I were to play everything into what's going to happen right now, I would dare to say Boom Esports need to go for that, and then Dominator, just understand that your main guy is not having the best day. Put the focus on CC, try to get something around CC and Tubbs, and then just have Ken X just play something a little bit more of a support role kind of jungler.
Yeah, utility base, right? And we'll take a look at how that is going to be like. At the same time, as we prepare the teams, do make sure if you're there in person, go and visit the activity zone and make sure you get all of the freebies, goodies, take some cool photos. We have our cosplayers and our influencers over there as well.
Lovely. I would love to be there, right over there, right now in Jakarta, because it's just lovely. It's a very interesting part about the esports scene, right? Just being able to go watch the games live. And there's always interesting people, there's always interesting games. We come home always with bags of freebies, which I love to have in here. Like, I love just coming back, full hands, all with a lot of cool free stuff.
Yeah, free merch, nice photos as well. That's definitely an experience you do not want to miss. I believe I will be going down as well.
Ooh, nice. That is really, really nice. Well, if you have a chance, please drop by, come and say hi. We'll love to see you in here. Ladies and gentlemen, what about if we move into Game 5? This is a global ban pick, so we know that this Game 5 already is going to be pretty complicated for the coaches to try to find some really good compositions. Most of their meta heroes have been already picked in these first 4 games. Game 5, this is going to be hard, man. You need to go all in with whatever that you still have in there.
Yeah, you definitely need to dig deep here. Now, the pay is still available for both teams to pick up, and I feel like that's going to be a great answer. At the same time, the Luna is available for DMT, and we haven't seen, Ogren, Musashi, these older jungle picks come out yet.
The Ogre would be a very good pick for DMT, I would dare to say. Just being able just to play the Ogre in there would be really good for them. It would allow them just to put a little bit more focus on CC. But that's just my personal opinion. Maybe in this moment, Boom Esports needs to start thinking about what they want to allow and what they won't take. If Boom Esports is going to be taken on the blue and they get the first pick, do they have anything that could be just such a gigantic meta pick in there? Have you ever seen Boom Esports being able just to take one hero and then just revolve around that hero? What would be that hero if it even exists?
I think, like you mentioned before, I like Carl's Ogren. And the one thing that will give it away that they're looking for the Ogren is if they ban a Musashi, right? Because Ogren can deal with the pay. I think they might allow it into the hands of TNX if they get the Ogren.
Would you think that Carl would be able to play the pay instead?
I like it, but I have my reservations about his pay. Not to say that his pay is not good, but in this pressurizing moments, I think you want to go with what's a safe and comfort pick. Right, the Ogren offers you insane lifesteal, you're able to tank for the team. And it opens up the doors for the rest of your members to have less stress, focus on getting those proper, perfect setups.
Well, the Ogre might be one of the picks that both teams might want to take on for themselves. On the other hand, in terms of DMT, they still have plenty of options for the marksman, which we know that is going to be an important role for them. DMT today, they've already played the Arlie, they've already played the Airing, the Loom, they've already played the Flowborn marksman. They still have the channel available for them.
Yeah, that is actually a very big point, right? I'm curious to see what kind of farm lane the DMT will put in their hands for this time. Boom Esports, you know what they're going for. The last tank available for the roam, that's never going to see the light of day, especially in this last game. So Boom Esports take out not just the Lapu Lapu, they take out the Haya as well. Now, Dominator Esports, DMT, I think they understand that, hey, Carl's pay is also something they need to be really careful about. So that's going to be banned out along with the Zhangfei the Beast.
Luna available. They have been waiting. They're gonna just call it for themselves. So if they take the Luna right over here, then what option does Dominator Esports takes on the other side? They've already banned the pay, so they do not have an option in there for strong jungler, and it's gonna have to be that. Just understanding that this is gonna have to be the flow for today, and it's gonna have to be the Ogre.
Yes, because if we take a look at the entire ban pick history, the big counters against Luna, not too available for the side of Dominator Esports, right? They don't have the pay, they don't have the Ukyo Tachibana, they don't have the Jing as well. So these are all great answers towards the Moonblade Luna. So Dominator have to make do with the Ogre here.
Well, Liang is gonna have to just do in terms of countering that Luna. Just trying to use his ultimate just to hold it in there, trying to find the Luna. The problem is that having the Lung in there, having the Nuwa late game, that's going to be a lot of damage that Dominator Esports is going to have to tank with just a support roamer like this, like a utility roamer like Lilian is.
Yes, and one of the things is, even as they hit level 4, even if Tatsui doesn't have the damage, it's going to be a big problem for the Liang, because that first skill by Celestial, the new one, will be able to stop the ultimate from the Liang pick. Lung also, with the Ride the Wind, able to get the pushback, cancels ultimates as well. So DMT, this roam position for L, for the Liang is going to be in a tight spot here.
a very difficult one. Because he's gonna need a lot of the reinforcements coming in from his teammates. It's not gonna be that easy for everyone just to count on just L just being there to save the day. So everyone's gonna have to shoulder a little bit of that pressure. Second round of bans is going to be locked in right now. The Dharma and the Liempo from Dominator Esports, the Lady Sun and the Mayin from Boom Esports. We have not even seen the Lady Sun being on the bans or picked in Blitz delays. First time that we see the Lady Sun.
Yes, and it's a great answer, right? Because you don't want to deal against a Lady Sun who has a lot of damage. Lung can be 3-shotted by a fully farmed Lady Sun. And we get the special picks coming out. Do we really get the Zhonghui here, the Void Caller? This is one of my personal favorites as well. They do lock it in. And with that, the Lupu comes in. So you can tank, but how long and how much can you tank when there's a Lupu on hand?
Lupu and Quay. Now we're talking about Boom Esports is going to be pushing for the late game. They do not have an advantage for the early game right now. We don't see right now how Boom Esports can shoulder the damage in the first 6 minutes of the game, we could say. On the other side, Dominator Esports answered back with the Byron and the Fan. I sincerely believe that as the time passes in this game, Boom Esports is going to start growing more and more and more and more.
Yes, and look, late game Lupu, late game Noir, late game Long, I don't think you have a lot of fun with them. Dominator Esports needs to win this game within the first 15 minutes or this game is over.
There's no answer after the 15-minute mark. After the 15-minute mark, there is no answer coming in from them. The only hero that could actually shoulder in some damage is going to be the Byron. But when you have the Lupu, when you have the Long coming in and dealing so much damage in that moment, one Byron might not be the answer.
That's true. I mean, at this point, I'm curious whether they will go for the damage-based Ogren or are they going for the tank Ogren? Because I feel like they might not have enough tankiness on the side of Dominator, but at the same time, if the Fang is taken out the fights early, you have no damage.
Yeah, exactly. No, the problem is this, right? Like, if you have the Fang against the Lung, it's not a fair trade in there. It's not gonna be an easy laning stage for Fang. It's gonna be really hard right now for CC to be able to take an advantage with Danny, and at the same time having the Quay always around there is going to slow down CC a lot. It's not gonna be an easy game for him.
The moment you get hooked, yeah, you have to use a flash. You have to use your flash, or you have to use your wheel away as a private ear Fang, and that is going to be very costly. So one of the difficult situations that can present itself is, you know what? How accurate is Draw's hook here?
That is the one question that never changes. That is as old as time. Every time that we see a Quay player, the first question we ask is like, how accurate can he be? Quay is a very interesting hero, but can he actually get the job done? Invasion coming in from Dominator.
Nice pushback. This is going to save the members on the side of Boom Esports from giving their life away. But in exchange, TNX gets the buff. Crimson buff in his hands, free reign, instant access back into this Azure Golem as well. So a beautiful start for the side of TNT.
Beautiful start. That's exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like when you have the tankiness that an Ogren can give you. Now you need to be doing this kind of moves. You need to be a lot more aggressive, and you need to just start denying a little bit more. Carl right now without that Crimson buff, it's not going to be very painful for him, but the problem is that the gold that he's going to be missing, he's going to need it very soon.
Yeah, it's going to be a big difference maker, right? And the fact that, look, Jill is actually in a position to make sure that he holds the wave so that Gen X can get the gold sharing and EXP sharing as well. So beautiful teamwork from the side of DMT to make sure they get maximum value out of every single wave.
Look at this. One more time, we can move over our eyes to see CC just being targeted one more time by Danny. That matchup in there is extremely unfair for CC. Sadly for him, he's been having such a great day. I don't know how he's going to turn things around in here if he does not have any support coming in.
I mean, this really puts a lot of pressure on the supports for both teams, right? If Draw gets a hook, then essentially that's going to be a great opening for the farm laner for the side of Danny here. But that's not going to be the case for the time being, because Boom's message now is they want to get more pressure on the jungle instead. Hook not going to land on the side of Draw, and this is going to be potential freebie Crimson buff for the side of TNX.
Oh, I don't think about that. Look at that. There's a lot of members from the blue team, Boom Esports, still here. And it's going to be stolen by TNX finally. Just the smite, very on time.
Yeah, very clear understanding of what they need to do. DMT, this is a very dominant performance. And right now, they have good control. They have about 1,000 gold in advantage. And here's the beautiful part. DMT, right now, Tufts is actually holding the Crimson buff for his jungle.
That is actually a very good. That is actually a very good advantage for them, right? Because if CC can just kind of like try to share some resources, we know that CC is going to have to carry later on. So if CC can start just getting some resources from TNX, that's actually going to be beneficial for them. They do not want to gank up over here on Danny. They decide to make the rotation to the mid lane better.
Okay, they do get the hook. Can they get the true damage? The denial by TNX here and the potential turnaround here with the ultimate triple mortal. This DMT will be pushed to the brink of death. El will survive for the time being, but it's going to be first blood. Tatsuri, the savior for the side of Boom Esports, and they have completely turned this around. DMT falter and Boom stay ahead.
El just comes in with the ultimate very early, and into whom? Into a Lupu, and that Lupu answered back with his ulti, and it was a done deal after that. A 3-1 trade for Boom Esports, and that mid lane turret is going to fall. Boom Esports takes control of what Dominator looked like. A pretty balanced game.
Dude, this one, when it rains, it calls truly. Boom Esports, they get the kills, they get the T1 turrets. And this is now a big swing. This is not 1,000 gold lead for Boom. They took 2,000 gold in advantage to swing this back.
Oh man, I'm telling you. In the moment that I was actually thinking that Dominator Esports was actually having a very good opening of the game, these little mistakes just turn things around for Boom one more time. The PKL representatives, they see the opening, they see the opportunity, and they say, thank you. If you want to give me something for free, I'll take it for sure.
And now you get to see the power spike of Kao. He's level 9 against the level 7s, level 6s. Who cares? Because when Kao gets his hands on you, you know you are done.
Blue team has destroyed a tower.
As long as Carl's got the blue buff, right? As long as Carl's got the blue buff, as long as he can have control of that Azure Golem, it is going to be fine for him because of the CD reduction that he's going to have. He'll be able to fly around so much.
Yeah, he definitely will. And it's going to be complemented because they have a lot of crowd control as well. And the biggest difference maker is that there is true damage draw, tries to go for the hook, unable to find that latch at this point. So DMT, they will walk away safely.
6 minutes already of this game number 5. We can already start seeing from the itemization, the Venomous Staff coming in from the new UI is going to be the first item, and that's going to be very lethal since then in this moment Nuwa does not have that much of damage, but being able just to utilize that item in order to slow down that DMT is going to be important.
The anti-heal against TNX is going to be very effective, right? And bear in mind that because Miggy, every time he gets that first skill slash down, once the trust happens, DMT now will face a even bigger problem because it's every first skill landed by Miggy is going to hurt more and more.
I am really wondering right now, have we seen Draw actually land a hook?
He did. That was the one situation that caused the team fight to be a horrible trade for DMT. But you know what? That may be a rarity. Let's see if that happens again.
That may be a right idea. I love that. Look at that DMT right now taking control over the Overlord. Understanding that they need to make things happen right now. At least they're gonna have bangers to help them out with the lanes, with the minions. Try to take control over the map, at least if they cannot have control over the gold.
I mean, at this point, it's all about the ultimate from Migi, right? Until Migi's ultimate is dropped, the DMT have to be very cautious about the way they take fights here. And once again, Migi's just getting free slashes over and over again. Ultimate gonna be dropped down. Tremble Mortals once again. Migi with the flash gets that kill. Tatsuri adds on by taking the T2 at the bottom as well. This is looking like a great fight. Once again, Kao looking for an opening. And no answers from DMT as Boom extend their lead.
It comes in, Migi with the ultimate comes in with the flash, takes on to Tubbs, slowing down that Byron. Byron tried to flash his way out of it, and Migi just flashed himself just next to him to send him back to the fountain. Boom Esports in full control of this match at the moment. 8 minutes mark and already 2,000 gold advantage.
This completely silences the lineup of DMT, right? Because until Migi uses his ultimate or Tatsuri gets the catch, L cannot drop his ultimate. Oh, they will try here though. Can they get the kill? They will finish Kao off. But the price is survival. Can they do it? Migi jumps in, gets the ultimate. The nice hook from the side of draw as well. With that, a 2-for-1 trade. Beautiful movement by the side of Boom Esports. But here comes the Cavalry from the side of DMT. Unable to find that catch onto Danny as well. The lifesteal is insane. TNX is all alone. He's going to get some help from Joe, but he does not have enough life. He does have his ultimate. It is not going to hit. And he will have to pay the price for his insolence of Boom Esports. Punish them heavily.
Danny over here, in the moment that it looked like Boom Esports after Carl dying was going to be bad news for them, Danny decides to turn things around with a double kill in there. He turns the tides around in Boom Esports' favor one more time. They're gonna take this last Tyrant before the 10-minute mark, and Boom Esports, even in the moments where they are caught off guard, they're still able to turn things around. Look at this, like they start like very easily. They take on to Carl, and then after that, they know exactly how to respond.
Yeah, there's no answer, right? When DMT drops their skills, it's a one-time usage. Once it's over and you're alive, then DMT is caught in a very awkward space.
No, exactly, and the problem here is that TNX is just not finding the right timing and the right moment just to come in and to jump and to try to either deal some damage or just to try to participate in the fight. He comes in extremely late, and he's unable to take on that 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, and look, this is where Tatsuri already has the Venomous Staff, right? So TNX will not get that lifesteal that he's looking for. And at the same time, just as a nod, right? As a show of power, display of power, Tatsuri actually waited to use his splash so that TNX cannot get the lifesteal.
Who's gonna take this one? It's gonna be the Overlord. Is gonna go for Carl, but KIS4 is gonna have to take the Tyrant.
Yep, Joe will escape for the time being. Here comes the setup. Nice hook by draw as well with the Dread. Unable to find the target, which is tough, but on the backlines they have found a kill. KIS4 finished the job onto Migi. Can this be the opening? I don't think so. Carl has other ideas. As the stun comes in from the side of Tubbs as well. DMT, they may not have found the answer just now, but this is a great response.
That is exactly why you want to go for this Dark Tyrant, like, because they have the damage buff. They can take on to this big 5v5 fight, and they're able to still win it. They come, they take a 2-0 trade, and right now those bangers that Carl has worked so hard to get are gonna be all in vain. There's not gonna be any benefit from the bangers right now.
I mean, I would think that the value is just much lessened, right? Because end of the day, Boom did lose 2 very big members, and the Vanguards kind of helped them stall the game for a little bit. Right now, it's about the catches, right? Every time Boom gets a catch, what can they do with it?
Now, Boom just needs to be able to really capitalize on that. We're going to depend a lot on how Draw can become a little bit more accurate over there with the hooks. Because Carl dying already 2 times in here before the 12-minute mark, it is actually trouble. Now, let's talk back to what we said about the BP. As we get to the 14th minute, to the 15th minute, Danny and Miggy are going to be indestructible.
That it's a completely different gameplay, right? DMT then has to switch to a macro gameplay. This is where CC is going to provide a lot of value, right? He is a tank shredder. And a turret shredder as well. So DMT needs to play a different game. Here, Tremble Moore is going to be knocked down as well. Can they get the finishing blow? Not enough life on TNX for the time being. He is sustaining. Draw will be taken out, and TNX is still alive for some reason here. And on the back line, Tubbs might have to give his life for the cause here. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Tubbs for the life of Draw. But at this point, TNX will be the next to fall. They don't want this fight to end. Boom, they're looking for the opening as well. L goes for the catch, but here comes a damage. Danny with a rampage as well, and DMT are suffering.
It is just too much damage coming in from Boom. In the moment that TNX thought that he could actually run away, Boom Esports dealt the final blow to send him back to the fountain. Now this is going to be the turret that is going to be the next target, and that turret is going to fall as well. Openings right now to see the crystal.
I like this aggression from Boom Esports, right? Now they have successfully pushed back the members of DMT. They've taken a T3 as well. And this timing, for the next 40 seconds, this is going to be a very critical point for the choice of Boom.
10 minutes and 30 seconds right now. An advantage for Boom Esports, not only on the gold, but an advantage for Boom Esports on the compositions. The compositions right now, even though the Luna might start just falling off a little bit right now, but it's the moment for Tatsuri, it's the moment for Danny, it's the moment for Miggy, for all of their damages to be completely online. So what can Dominator do in order to answer to that damage? Is there something that they can do?
It feels like there's nothing they can do. I mean, the moment L uses his ultimate and nobody on the side of Boom falls, then it's instantly a bad fight for them, right? Miggy, the longer the fight goes, the better for the side of Boom. Hook will not land, and with that, Tremble Moore is going to be landed down as well. Tubbs trying on his own 1v4. Where's the follow-up damage? They're trying to get rid of Miggy. They do get rid of it. The lockdown by L as well is successful. They get the Tyrant and DMT to turning this around. Can they run? The nice stun and knockup by the side of Tubbs as well. It's not looking good. DMT, they have found the formula, and they will be successful. Boom, take a fall.
TNX with the triple kill. Congratulations to him. It is crazy. In the moment that we were just doubting if DMT had any answers or any opportunities to actually win this game, it is TNX that stands up with the Ogre and the triple kill.
I like this. This is so back and forth, right? Every single win condition can be turned around. If L drops his ultimate early, it can be cancelled. If Miggy drops his ultimate early, this gives L so much room to make trouble for the side of Boom Esports as well. Now, they're going to try and take this Shadow Overlord. There is a Primal Bond coming in for DMT, so there is 50% less damage dealt to it. Can there be a steal? Not going to happen.
No, there cannot be a steal. You got to remember that they've got in here, not only they have TNX, but they have Fang as well, right? So it means that just taking onto the jungle, taking onto the dragons is going to be so much faster for DMT at the moment.
Right, so we have seen this situation. Boom have played as though they did not lose a T3 in game 1. DMT now, they can do the same.
It's just like the story just keeps repeating itself. But what happens is that everyone starts playing completely different roles in this whole script. The script is the same. What happens is that they just take different roles in every time that we keep enacting it.
Same scenario, different realities for both teams here. All they need to do, it's very simple. DMT, they're looking for the turrets. Every single target sighted. Skill 1 by CC almost guarantees a turret takedown. DMT, they need to capitalize on that.
Let's see, having the Fang right now is going to be such good news over here for DMT because Fang takes turrets down so quickly.
Really is. Now D3 under pressure. Joe's gonna drop his ultimate just as a deterrent. Now, the calling here. Let's talk about Boom. If Draw gets a perfect hook, I think that sets that fight for Boom Esports.
Of course, yes. Like as long as Draw can just get onto someone, if he can get into let's say CC, if he can get into Joe, immediately that opens the complete chain of control that Boom can put in there. You've got such a lethal damage that you have here, but you need to have the initiation, and that is the one thing that right now Boom is missing. Just someone to initiate onto them so they can actually drop in all of that damage.
I agree. Every initiation from the side of Boom Esports is actually a very high risk one, right? Unless you're talking about Carl. Carl can maybe get out of sticky situations if he's able to reset his ultimate, but everyone else, it's a one-way trip, potentially.
"20 seconds until we see the last Dark Tyrant of the game coming online. We're almost hitting the 18-minute mark. Ken, this is going to be the moment where those super minions in there on the Clash lane might be the help that Boom Esports need in order to just kind of like get priority over the Tyrant. Problem is, TNX has his eyes on it, and he's going to initiate quickly.
Exactly. At the same timing, this is also why DMT is placing so much pressure on the top lane, right? They want to even out that gash that Boom has, taken a T3 on the top lane. So with that, now Shadow Tyrant in the hands of DMT. This is probably the second last neutral objective before we get the Tempest. Shadow Overlord will spawn in 30 seconds.
30 seconds is going to give priority to Boom Esports to try to go and grab that, right? And if they are able to get on the Vanguards before the Tempest Dragon is going to come out, that could give them an opening. The problem is right now the waves are coming into the high ground and it's too much pressure. Luna needs to really get out of here, and the red team is not gonna allow them to get even eyes on that Overlord.
Yeah, this is going to be a timing issue here. Boom Esports unable to find that position they're looking for. L will be caught by the Tremble Mortals. Here comes TNX in the middle of 5 members on the side of Boom Esports. The Annihilation is going to be dropped down as well. Can they find the damage? TNX unable to sustain for too long at this point. Dread going to be dropped down, but draw balls first. Not enough damage from the side of Boom as they're looking for the finishing blow. TNX will give his first life, but CC gets rid of Miggy. There is a whole lot of 2 damage gone. Now, if you take a look at the base as well, they do get the shutdown, but there is a minion wave on the top side for the side of Boom. But DMT, they've gotten an ace, and this will be IKL's story to tell as they finish the game in style. Who cares about the minions? We got your crystal.
Look at that. If one Canyon comes in, and it's going to be Dominator Esports, the ones that are going to drop that crystal, take the victory in a 3-2 fashion. Victory goes to Dominator Esports.
Okay, that was super intense. I felt like Boom Esports had it in the bag. They were able to sustain, but then Miggy fell. That was the main difference maker. If Miggy stayed alive in that fight, got the true damage, there was no way DMT would have won that fight.
Oh, I'm telling you, just the way that TNX just turned things around for CC to just finish the dunk, right? Like, just imagine that. It's just TNX with the setup, and CC elevates himself, puts the ball through the rim. Lovely coordination here from Dominator Esports in a composition where we actually thought that as the late game was going to come, Boom Esports was going to have it in the pocket. Dominator Esports already with 2 victories. They are really starting 2026 in an amazing fashion.
Yes, this is something that will give you an inkling into many different situations as 2026 goes by. Number 1, we have the IKL battle. Number 2, we have the IKL versus PKL battle. And then now we have the growth of, is it worth it to reorganize the chemistry of your team? And it seems like DMT's answer is yes. Chemistry can be reforged. You can have a stronger team.
I do believe that it was not that big of a statement from Dominator Esports to say like, yes, we are doing so great, or like just to say like, oh, Boom Esports is having trouble. I think that it was extremely balanced game, where there were very clear mistakes from both teams in specific moments of the games that allowed the opposition to take the victory. So it was more of teams giving mistakes and opening options for their opponents to take the victory more than the creation and the control of the game since minute one. I do believe that there was a lot of swings in terms of like the gold advantage going into just losing the game. So this is actually 5 very interesting games that people need to go back and really watch so they can analyze it. Because at this moment, after I have finished watching this game number 5, I wouldn't dare to say that Dominator was better than Boom Esports, and I would not dare to say that Boom Esports deserved to take the victory either.
It was just different moments, right? It's the moments that define the legacy of teams, and in that moment, I felt like it was just a miscommunication of timing, right? So if Boom Esports had Tatsui set up his Matrix right as the Tremble Models Ultimate by Mickey was dropped down, that fight could have gone a lot more different to the side of Boom Esports.
Yes, exactly.
But the fact that Miggy had to commit his full ultimate and only landed on L as a Liang, that already spoiled that team fight.
Yes, exactly. And that is the problem, right? I do believe that when we were looking at the Boom Esports composition, I personally was like very carried away by the late game damage, by how they were like so balanced. And I actually did not pay much attention at the fact that they were lacking a lot of initiation. Like they were lacking strong initiation that probably in a different hero that might not have been the Quay. I do believe that Boom Esports would have benefited from something different. Maybe that was the moment for Boom Esports just to bring out the Lian Po. I do believe that Lian Po would have been a great opportunity here for Boom Esports to get even a better initiation just for the whole chain CC.
That's true. I mean, Boom Esports, the idea behind the Kui, I think is pretty straightforward, right? You want to be able to get singular pickoffs. But DMT, they understood that. They were standing as a group every single time towards the end of the game. And you can see that conscious choice to make a difference in the way they rotate as a team swung the goal back in their favor.
Such a coming and going, right? Like Dominator Esports takes game 1, then Boom Esports wins 2 in a row. Then Dominator Esports wins 2 in a row after. This whole game has just been exactly the same as that gold graph. It goes up and then it goes down and it goes up and then it goes down. There was never a clear advantage from one of the two teams.
That's true. But there is one thing very clear to me, which is, look, both these Clash laners, Mickey and Tufts, what a growth. Yep. We've only not seen them for, 2 months? And they're pretty much pulling everyone up in standards as well. This has been a fantastic game to watch between the two of them.
I would say that not only this game, I would say that the whole match, right? All these 5 games that we had today, it was always just Miggy against Tubbs in a very interesting fashion. None of the two of them had a bad game in all these 5, and that just shows you how consistent their performances today were. In this one right over here, we can clearly see how, in terms of the junglers, it was TNX who had a better performance than Carl. I have been very harsh on TNX today, just pointing out the things that he needs to do better. But when he does really well, like what he did right now, we gotta praise him as well. And he was way better than his counterpart in this game.
Of course. You know, I mean, when we first laid eyes on TNX and all the different teams he has been in HOK, his Ogren was something that never left our sights. He is known for his Ogren plays as well. But I also want to celebrate CC. He did really well on the Fang pick, because Fang is essentially a one-moment hero. You don't get the kill, you're dead.
Yes, of course. Yeah. The Fang depends a lot on just the burst damage that it can deal, right? Like that's the main idea of why you play that Fang. And that's the main idea of why CC is going to be carrying in there that MVP. Fang is one of those heroes that I expect 2026 is going to make a very big comeback. So I hope to see more of the private gear. That Fang, which is my favorite hero of all, gives that MVP to CC for 1 and 9 KDA.
Yes, CC definitely shows you what the benefits of picking a private ear or Fang is, right? So in the team fights, if you're able to get that solo pick off with your first skill, that's insane amount of burst onto heroes. But the secondary thing is also that you are a turret taker. So with that, they managed to rush down the base of Boom Esports. And this was a very hard-fought game. Let's be clear about that.
Yes, of course. It is just it's one of those difficult ones, man. Like, because in this moment, like, you see how Boom Esports is having such an advantage, but they're unable just to really just give that final punch. It was just that. How many times did DMT's players just were able to just run away with a little bit of their health bar?
Yeah, the conscious decision here to chase Migi down instead, really identifying that he was the main problem because his true damage and his stacked damage was the reason why DMT couldn't find success in the fights, was a really smart choice.
This last fight right over here, just lovely. Look at that. CC full HP. He knows when to jump in, he knows when to push back. Second ability, jumps in, takes one person out, and then after that he has his eyes on the new one. The new one just goes and dies over there in a brush.
Yeah, we were kind of concerned about the Liang in the early parts of the game, like how much value can he actually put, because there's a lot of disruptions coming in. But when you win the team fights, when there are lesser members on the side of Boom Esports, yep, the Liang will shine.
Beautiful performance. Now look at that. Let's look at the Group B right now. After this, we've already seen 2 games from Kagandra. We've seen 2 games from Dominator. Dominator Esports right now at the top. Kagandra still has 1 more game against Boom, and not even like that, they could actually take on to Dominator.
Yeah, this is looking like DMT is primed for first place in this group stage for KIS4. Now, with that being said, let's talk about Group A as well, because we have something also maybe even more exciting, because we're going to have Blacklist International go up against Bigatron by Vitality. That one, I think, is going to be another banger, because once again, it's a repeat of IKL versus PKL.
That is going to be an amazing game that we're going to have in minutes. I know that the players right now are just like really setting up, already starting to stretch, starting to warm up, because that is going to be such a difficult game, and it's going to be really tough. But what about if we first go to stage to go and check on Mara, what is going to happen over there with the players? I want to know what is going through their mind right now. Mara, what about if you take it from here?
Another win by Dominator Esports. Congratulations, Tianex, Jerl. But you know what, Tianex, I just want you to show everybody again, because you were doing something when you won, when you were celebrating. You turned to Boom and you showed them, what is it? Can you show us again? Yes! There you go. 3-2, which actually, Jerl, you predicted that earlier. Now, Tianex, let's go back to game number 4, where you got that crucial Tyrant steal. What was going through your mind in order to get it?
For my mind, actually in the game 5, we already lose like 2k gold. So I really thinking so more how to win like this. So, but finally we win because enemy mistake also very more. So I will say, Boom Esports, tell me now who are the king is in the Group B.
Tell me now who's the king in Group B. And you guys were really great at capitalizing on your opponent's mistake. Now let's talk about your new teammates, CC and Tufts. What do you feel that they bring to your team to make you guys this strong?
For CC, I will say now for me, he are very important now. When we lose in the game, he will give very more success for us. How to win again in the game. How to win back. Yeah, like this lah. So for Tough, I would say he are the very strong people, because he always can 1v5. Always can 1v5. Yeah, for me lah.
Did you always have this good chemistry, the synergy, or did it take a while to build? with your two new teammates, how long did it take to build this chemistry? How long did it take for you guys to gel together, to be like one? Was it right away?
I think 1 month. I think 1 month, yeah.
1 month?
No full. I think just half month. Yeah.
Half month to build that chemistry. Now, for Gerald, you said yesterday to Carl and to Boom, humanda ka. And now you have proven that they made a mistake in choosing you in their group. Who's the next on your target list for KIS4?
Our target, we wanna beat Nova Esport because if we beat them, I think we can be champion at this tournament.
Oh yeah, everybody wants to beat Nova. Nova right now, all eyes on you, Nova. And what would you like to say to all the fans that kept on cheering for you throughout this series?
Buat Domination yang udah datang tadi, rame banget. Udah sampai teriak-teriak, thank you yang udah datang. Tetap dukung kita terus sampai turnamennya kelar.
Would you like to translate in English?
Thanks for your guys' support. I love you guys.
And they love you. Once again, congratulations to Dominator Esports. Let us know how you like their performance. Leave it in the comments section below. We have one more match coming up, so don't go anywhere. Keep it here on KIS4. We'll be right back.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marwah negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야.
Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumandaan ako sa isang explosive na palabas.
Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali, lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pulih. Kandang ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire. always admire.
Halo guys, balik lagi bersama aku Mocan dan aku lagi di Museum Nasional Indonesia, tapi aku nggak sendirian karena aku bareng sama teman-teman aku di sini. Nah, hari ini bakal ada misi spesial buat kalian semua. Tapi sebelum itu aku bakalan bagi kalian ke dua tim. Yang pertama ada Jrul. Tim kamu namanya siapa, Jrul?
Nama tim kita tim Buko.
Tim yang satu lagi. Tim kamu namanya apa?
Anoman.
Misi kalian adalah melangkah bersama dengan para komunitas untuk menjelajahi bersama keajaiban pameran Hauka Wukong Anoman. Dan jangan lupa untuk have fun. Are you guys ready? Loh, kok nggak boleh masuk?
Kenapa ya?
Kayaknya kita harus buat konten dulu deh sama mereka. Kontennya kayaknya harusnya gampang sih. Tapi kalian siap gak? Let's go! Jadi gimana? Udah boleh masuk belum? Oke guys, let's go! Ini sejarah tradisional Indonesia, ya kan?
Apa namanya?
Wayang kulit. Tapi kalau kalian tahu nggak kalau wayang kulit nih aslinya tuh terbuat dari apa?
Saya tahu.
Apa?
Kulit sapi.
Kulit kerbau.
Toket itu. Izin, Mas.
Oke guys, jadi karena kita udah selesai nih di exhibition yang keren ini, gimana kalau kita lanjut ke immersive di sebelah sana? Oke guys, jadi itu dia hari ini kita udah selesai turnya untuk special HOK exhibition juga. Gimana, seru banget gak? Seru! Keren, aku mau ngucapin terima kasih buat waktunya kalian juga, terutama untuk ACE Community. Thank you so much. Dan kita punya hadiah sedikit. Ini spesial karena ini merchandise eksklusif Wukong Anoman. So aku mau ucapkan dan kita pamit undur diri dan kita bakal ketemu lagi di video berikutnya. Bye-bye!
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan, satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libas seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari, saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini. Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari, seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi for my party. Push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, bulat tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saja genggam dan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani? Aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tuh kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me good sing sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen feel alright. Raja lita jalaina. If you want me profit way mas. Siapa tadi panggil cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me ni yang kusebut api. Yes my milady you can touch me. You ready udah jali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan buatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. We're live from Jakarta, Indonesia. We're bringing you the action of Day 2 of our group stage. I am Isaac Peña, and with me, Kin Tofu. Kin, already 2 games gone. We still have 1 more to go.
Yeah, and this one is going to be the biggest one out of them all because these are the champion representatives, right? PKL champion, Blacklist, IKL champion, Bigatron by Vitality. Now, they have been in a different state of position, right? Blacklist, still the same 5 guys, but Bigatron by Vitality, a super rework. How's this going to work out?
I'm telling you, man, after what I saw from Bigatron by Vitality yesterday, if they can do exactly the same performance, same coordination, it's going to be a tough day for Blacklist. I'm telling you,
Okay.
after watching both teams yesterday, we can have already our very big understanding of what they have prepared for this KIS4. I see it this way. Blacklist, they wanted to measure themselves against the highest standard. So when they chose their group, they were thinking about who do we want to play against? Well, give me Nova, give me Bigatron. So they're actually looking forward to play against the best teams in the group stage. On the other side, Bigatron by Vitality, they come in Tranquil and +4. Just that. It's just Tranquil +4. The difference right now is that the 4 that you're putting around Tranquil right now allow the team to have a multiple core. In the past, we've always just hesitated if this is the Tranquil show. It doesn't seem to be the Tranquil show no more, man. It just seems to be like really Bigatron by Vitality where they have multiple cores and Tranquil is one of those cores.
Yes, I like it a lot, right? This is where you really get to test the potentials. Number one, bringing back that idea of Blacklist choosing the strongest of the strong to come compete in their group. This is a mark of champion material because in order to be the best, you have to be the best.
Forged or reforged, a clash of cohesion and change. Is it gonna be stability? Is it gonna be the long build chemistry? Or is it gonna be the new Avengers coming in from BTR? It is gonna be a tough match for both sides, and it's gonna have a lot of different highlights. It is gonna be an interesting one because we're gonna be able to see. I don't think that this is gonna end up in a 3-0 clean sweep.
Oh, for sure not. This one is going to be even tighter than the previous series. And the previous series was already a showcase of IKL versus PKL. Now this is the best out of the best. We'll take a look at the stats down here. Kill participation. This is why Bigatron by Vitality, I feel, is so scary this year. 65%. They are in it to win it.
Well, the problem in here is that yesterday, you see the kill participation just so low coming in from Blacklist International. You gotta remember that yesterday we're playing against Nova, right? They played against Supernova, and it just took them, it was a very difficult game for them. So I would not even dare to say that the numbers are fair for them. I want to stay with what I saw yesterday with my own eyes. I saw yesterday a Joshi that was trying his very best to carry a team that wanted to test themselves. So when you see this player head to head, let's think about like the compositions from the past. Let's think about 3 months ago. Let's think about 2 months. Let's think KIC 2025. When you compare the numbers from Joshi and Tranquil, it's clearly not gonna be the same player head to head that you have right now on screen.
Fully agree. This one is going to be one for the history books. I believe we will get the actual stats at the end of this series, right? That is the one that you can use to kind of preempt and calculate, okay, what's going to happen for the year of 2026? And of course, these stats will continually change because both players will improve, both teams will improve.
From yesterday's performance, I could say that Tranquil helped his standard. We know what he can do. We know that he is such a gigantic jungler in the Honor of Kings scene. He helped himself. He had that weird pick of the Levi at the end that did not work really well for him, but at the end of the day, they were able to take the victory. But besides that, Tranquil yesterday's performance was actually pretty level. Joshi on the other side, you can see him right over there on the screen, already locked in. Hopefully, he's gonna be able to come in today and start taking some victories, his first victories of 2026.
Yeah, we will wait and see because arguably Nova is going to be the strongest team in this competition based on the results of KIC last year. Now, they have done as best as they could. The next challenger here is probably going to be Bigatron by Vitality. This new revamped lineup. I'm curious to see, does Joshi fall under the pressure or is he going to be hardened by the steel?
Blacklist comes in today with all the pressure on their shoulders, right? They know that losing against Bigatron by Vitality puts their chances to the first place very far away from where they would like to be. Losing today, just collecting 2 losses in a row, would put them on the edge, knowing that there might be the ones being picked and not the ones doing the picking.
Yeah, that's true. That is a lot of pressure onto them. So let's take a look at the players. Let's start with Bigatron by Vitality here as they take to the stage, right? Very impressive results, right? All of them have very good individual performances. And we were questioning yesterday, does this superstar of a team come together with maximum chemistry? Answer seems to be like yes, but I feel like today, if they can perform the same way again, like you mentioned, then we really get proof that they are a team to be feared.
Yesterday game 3 again, launching Red Force was a very big flag for Bigatron by Vitality. But well, let's talk about it a little bit after we see the list of the starters for this game. Blacklist International, Chami 1, Chaz, Dragon, Joshi, and Golden Kite. It's going to be the 5 boys from the PKL trying to get that victory after the IKL took the first dub of this showdown in the previous match.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see how it's going to turn out. Obviously, IKL fans will be very excited by this matchup. Let's talk about the Bigatron boys, Lanfeng, Genmith, Bao, Zhangqiu, as well as F1. These are your 5 hopefuls taking the mantle of Bigatron by Vitality. And if they have it their way, it is going to be an IKL day.
Lanfeng yesterday, great performance. Really liked the way that he was dominating in the moments that Tranquil was just kind of like taking a little bit more of the back seat. Lanfeng was able just to take the driver's seat and then just completely control Bigatron by Vitality in some moments of the match yesterday against Noshin Red Force.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this difference in terms of skill level is going to be. Nongshim, obviously, they were also a very newly composed team, so there were some gaps to fill on that side. Right now, this I think is the best type of challenge for Bigatron, right? Where they face off against a team that has played together for years, and at this point, probably going to start hitting their peak in HOK 2026.
Blacklist International is going to be taking on the blue side, and Bigatron by Vitality is going to be taking the red side. When you start thinking, let's play coaches for a bit, Ken. I love playing coach, man.
Me too.
Let's imagine that you're Blacklist International's coach, and then you start thinking, what is going to be the strat? Do you really are going to go and just hyper focus on what TranQ can do? Or would you start just thinking about like, okay, the synergy of this new Bigatron by Vitality might be a problem? What would be your edge in here?
I think I would go with, let's go with what Blacklist seems to know, which is the old BTR. If you destroy Zhangqiu's game, then BTR lose the game. But that's no longer the case, right? So I would still put Zhangqiu as the main call, and I want to see how Blacklist reacts to that.
Well, if I would be the Blacklist coach, I would understand that you cannot just focus on the one man. TranQ right now, he understands that his teammates are here to help. And this is going to be the smoke screen that Bigatron by Vitality needed all these seasons. Just having some more other people that could actually take the lead role. So if I would be the Blacklist International coach, I would actually start focusing, trying to do all my analysis on what the other lanes could actually bring to the table as well.
That's true. And I think if we were to really select a lane, the one lane I would want to put pressure on has to be the Clash, right? In my opinion, Chami1 has been a superstar in the Clash lane since last year when we got to see the real force of Blacklist International. Likewise, for Bigatron, Bao had very impressive performances during KIC. So if I want to start winning, I want to start winning from the Clash lane.
I love to see Bao. Bao yesterday had played really well as well. In this time that he's going to have Chami1 in front of him. And Chami1 is not an easy contender to play against. It's not going to be an easy opponent for Bao today.
Oh, definitely not, right? And this is why it makes it so exciting, because when you see the greats take a game against each other, 1v1, then you kind of see the standards being set, right? How do we want to play this? We've seen trainers take on two very diverse options. One is, I'm going to win the 1v1, right? Laning phase, we're going to fight it out. And then we have the, I'm going to play the rotation. So I'm curious to see what kind of play style either of these Clash trainers will be thinking of today.
It's going to be an interesting showdown. A lot of people are thinking that this is just going to be the Joshi against TranQ show. But the truth is that here in Jakarta, in this KIS4, it's going to be really a 5v5. Can Blacklist really break the code against Bigatron? Let's wait and see as the BP for this game, number 1, is going to start. Match 6, game 1, best of 5. Arlie taken out of the mix immediately.
Okay, that's a great start. Now, another specialty that Golden Kite has been the channel. I'm curious to see if that's going to be allowed in this game, number 1. But for now, Blacklist International going to follow suit with the stock standard bans here. Fire Ninja Mai not going to be available.
I think one of the interesting things in here is Blacklist might not ban any of the junglers from TranQ, and then Bigatron by Vitality, will they just immediately just pick a jungler just like that? If everything is available, do I just take priority and then just go back to my 2025 ways? It's gonna be a swing pick over here with the Tricha.
I like it. It's a very flexible pick, right? You can go into multiple lanes. Yeah. This opens up the door for counter picks for Bigatron by Vitality. It's now up to Blacklist. Do you want to show your cards?
Well, they are gonna have to show something, that's for sure. The Dharma, it's a very good pick. The Dharma against the Tricha over there in the farm lane could be a little bit of a problem, but in terms of the initiation, it's going to be a good one. Two very good initiators over here from Blacklist International. That's going to allow them to be pretty tanky and take the initiative of the fights.
And that's a good game plan, right? One of the things that Chicha might struggle with, especially if she does not have the lead, is taking down Mega Tanks. But Bigatron by Vitality, they're going to double down on this burst potential. They're going to ramp up the speed here. Pei as the priority pick for Zhang Qiu with Gen Special, the Nua Celestial.
I like it. I like it a lot, a lot, a lot. Look at that, the Pei just for the early game, and then after that the Tricha and the Nua for the mid and late game. Pretty balanced right over there. Very well done here from Bigatron by Vitality. Blacklist might answer back with the Yukio Tachibana. If you want to go fast-paced at the early game, I'm going to match you as well, and this is going to be an F1 race.
Yeah, big burst damage potential, very high mobility for both of these heroes. The Swift Strike, of course, for Ukyo Tachibana, and with Tigress for the Pei. Now, then this kind of puts different focus, right? Blacklist International definitely going to be banning out majority of the roamers, and as well as the potential clash lane or farm lane, because the Tricha can go in either of these lanes.
Exactly, and that is one of the reasons why the Tricha has been just so frequent in the BP, because it's such a flexible pick that you get such big advantages by taking that as your first pick. It just sets up the stage for you to be able to really just hide something at the same time that puts your opponents to try to guess what your movements are going to be. Great mind pick.
I feel this is going to be a big change. This Chicha is probably going to the farm lane, right? Clash lane, sorry, because they've taken out the Xiao Xiao. So this is going to be interesting, right? And I like the fact that both teams, they know the strength of the composition, right? Oh no, they actually put the Chicha in the farm lane.
Farm lane Chicha against the Erin. Well, this is going to be the first farm lane Chicha that we have seen, right? Like, we've seen it in the jungle, we've seen it in the clash lane, but this is going to be the first time that we actually see it in farm lane.
For giving me a chance.
In the pro scene, at least, I mean, there are varying results. We've seen one earlier today, I think. Danny did play it. But, of course, that was a pretty tough game for them to pull off. Now, let's talk about that ban. The Zhuangzi ban coming in. That's a great answer towards the Dharma. They didn't want to allow that. So Bigatron will have to make do with the Lapu Lapu here. I don't know if this is enough, though.
Well, analyze the composition here from Blacklist International, right? They want to fight. Initiation from Dharma, initiations from the Shu, initiation from the Tranfei. It's gonna depend a lot on what Golden Kite can do on that Erin in terms of just dealing the damage. At the same time, can she really slow down Drankyu on the other side?
That's true. I mean, Golden Kite, Erin, as we all know, is a very mobile hero, and she can play at range. So once she drops her ultimate and she is not within your reach, you are going to just fall flat, right? Instant deletion.
Yes.
But at the same time, if I were to be on the side of Blacklist International, or I want to view Blacklist International through the eyes of Bigatron, my worry is Dragon. Because if Dragon gets the catch, it opens up two doors. Number one, a singular target of which she can control you. And then when your backup comes, that's where the setup for Chemi 1 is going to be hilariously painful. Because he's going to hit you with the truth, and it's not going to be something you like.
Bigatron by Vitality, they're going to try to play to answer back to the fights. And that is going to be a very interesting communication challenge that they will have, right? They know that they do not have the priority over the initiation, but at the same time, in the priority of how to just turn things around, they do have the heroes to really answer back. Can the Lapu Lapu just tank in all of the damage, tank in all of the skills to allow the Pei, to allow the Tricha to come in from behind and actually be able to finish the counter?
The setup from the Lapu Lapu is going to be very interesting, right? Because we've seen it time and time again. Every time he throws his blade down, that is a lot of poke damage coming in. Chance does not have that kind of range. He needs to get close to you to use his first skill. So this is going to be a masterclass in terms of positioning from both the roamers on BTR and Blacklist as well. Now, with that being said, this early game advantage is really important for both junglers because the snowball potential of both Zankyu and Joshi are just off the chart for this game.
So everyone is going to have to be on their toes just since minute one. Really just looking around, just trying to understand the jungling paths, because a little mistake in the first 1 minute could snowball gigantic, in a gigantic fashion. Well, this is going to be our last game of today. This is going to be the last best of 5. It's going to be BTR on the blue side, and it's going to be Blacklist International on the red.
Very different mindset coming in from the side of BTR. Actually, they're putting pressure on the bot lane, but this means Joshi gets to go into the jungle for free. And if they don't respond in time, you're losing camps away. Now, Joshi will be able to get that camp, and he is trying to go in, interestingly enough, unable to run over the wall. He needs to be safe.
Look at that, the understanding of that, right? Like Joshi comes in, gets the camp. That is actually a very good movement from him. Do we think that Tranquil was not actually aware of that? Maybe he's just trying to allow it. We will only know with a little bit more time. What we know is that Tranquil immediately, since the beginning, coming in to share some of the waves directly with Lanfang.
It's a risk, right? So that is the risk you have to take, because as coaches have already told me in the past, in HOK or any MOBA game, right, you can't win everything. You have to make a choice.
I agree. It's a matter of trade-offs, right? Like you cannot just expect to win everything. In some moments, you're going to have to let some of these things go. Now, letting things go is not going to be good for any of them, as right now we can see the rotations already just sucking in so much damage in the middle.
He's not even level 4. That's going to be a little bit of a concern, right? Until he has his ultimate Unbridled Outburst, it's a risk that he's taking. But that risk, that window of risk, is going to be a little bit cut down. He's going to be level 4 soon, and you can see F1 as a Lapu Lapu, tanky as heck.
Very, very big. I love the Lapu Lapu, man. It's so nice. Golden Kite taking extremely low right over there. The reinforcements are going to come back. Ooh. Annihilation coming in. He knew. He was waiting for that.
Yeah, this is the mark of like strong players, right? They know exactly what their opponents are thinking of, and that was a nice juke by the side of Golden Kite as well. Probably has the help of his teammate to let him know that, hey, there is a potential the Genmyth Nuwa is going to try and come for your life. Play safe.
Yeah. Communication is going to be key in order to find success in this game. We can see in terms of the jungling, Joshi being a lot faster than Tranquil on that side, right? You can see that he's got a faster control over the resources. So you can see him being a lot more mobile.
Yeah, and this level advantage is scary not just for Zankyu, but more importantly is members like Genmyth as well as Lanfeng. These are the two primary targets that if Joshi gets his hands on, it's almost a soft guarantee they will be taken down.
Very balanced in terms of gold. Okay. But look at a Golden Kite.
Nice save coming in from this side. Annihilation will not hit the mark as well. Golden Kite knows exactly what they're trying to do. And with that Unbridled Outburst, it's going to be landed down onto F1. But this guy is a tank. He should be able to escape. Lanfeng maybe not as lucky at this point. Joshi unable to find that marker, that timing as well. But look at who's hiding in the corner. Chami1, known for flanking and getting the responses that he needs to. Chami1, he's going to start walking towards the sidelines. Comes in with the flash. Finish the job as well. It's going to be 2 kills for the price of none.
Look at that, great coming in. You called it, Ken. Chami1 just waiting for the moment for King to jump in. And it's going to be a 2-0 trade for Blacklist. BTR, they've been trying to gank onto Golden Kite, and there's going to be the answer coming in for Blacklist, taking 2. Not only the first blood, but it's going to take 1 more kill into their bag.
And this is a beautiful movement from the side of Blacklist, right? So not only do they get the rotation by Chami1, look at the comms from the team. I know you can't hear it, but the fact that Golden Kite is already in the clash lane, making sure they don't lose out on the waves, Blacklist has a rotational plan in mind, and they're doing it.
Now that they have the opportunity, it's time for them to start just snowballing with disadvantages. They decide to come in. The Blacklist got the turret, and look at that one more time. It's going to be a 4v1 over there in the mid lane. Nothing that F1 could have done in their King.
Yeah, he was tanky, but that is no longer the case. Blacklist now has a 3-kill advantage. They may not have the biggest gold advantage, but the burst potential, like we mentioned before, these are heroes that have huge burst potential, especially Joshi.
Venomous Staff already done by Dragon. He's sure he's going to have that item available. This is important for us to see. Like, Venomous Staff has become such a popular item for the mid laners in this KIS.
Yeah, it definitely is, because it provides a lot of magical damage as well as the anti-heal, and right now that's a prior item because items like the Scepter of Reverberation has been nerfed, and this is a new meta item you need in the mid lane as well.
Almost 6 minutes of this first game in between Blacklist and BTR. We can see already 1,000 gold advantage here for Blacklist, slowly just taking control of the map and taking control of the objectives. What does Tranquil needs to do right now in order to turn things around? The only thing that we have been seeing him is leaping from left to right, trying to clean the jungle, but he has not been able to do any moves.
Yeah, this is where Blacklist is very scary, right? Now, if you notice that gold lead, most of it is actually in the hands of Joshi as well. And this spells disaster for the side of Bigatron by Vitality, because this essentially means Joshi can get the kill on almost anyone in Bigatron.
Do you feel that Shyvana just due to its mechanics, right? Like, it's got stun and it's got damage. Like, it's just such a complete hero, right? In terms of melee heroes, I would say it's one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, I like him too, but unfortunately I don't really perform too well on my own Tachibana. So we'll take a look at how the pros do it. And right now, Blacklist rotation, I have to say, is really clean. They've taken a T2 in a matter of 7 minutes. That's really fast.
Well, there you go. They come in with a very clear plan, right? And look at that, 4 against 4 over there in the mid lane. BTR just doesn't seem to be able to find any way how to respond to this. F1 is given the vision. You can always see that F1 on the Lapu Lapu, like he's giving the communication about the positionings from Blacklist International, but BTR can do nothing about it.
They absolutely cannot, right? Because Chami 1 is such a dominant... Oh, hang on. Chami 1 gets the setup here, unable to find the finish, and as I complimented him, Chami 1 will be taken down. Joshi now will be able to make it out safely, but the damage has been done. They've figured out a formula to deal with Chami 1, and that potentially could change Bigatron's playstyle here.
Chami 1 comes in with the flash, but then the ulti is going to be wide. That's the reason why he stands in the middle of all BTR members, and that's going to be fatal for him. Chaz right now is going to be set on air, as right now he's going to be targeted one more time. Look at that.
Yeah, it's not going to be a nice picture for the side of Lantham. Goes in solo, 1v4 here, unable to find a kill, but Zankyo will finish the job onto Dragon. That is 1 CC taken away. And at this point, BTR, that was a great play, but they need more. Chami 1 does have his truth mantra, will not expend it at this point. They lose the T1 as well. Blacklist International need to hold off.
Blacklist International loses Dragon, but that's not extremely painful for them. Not as painful as it was for BTR to lose the Tricha. That Tricha is very item dependent, and they need him to be online right now.
They need to get that steal. The setup by Ball as well. No follow-up from the side of Bigatron. It does not matter at this point, right? Blacklist and Bigatron both understand there is no need to overextend. Right now, it's about control of the Gorge. And Zankyu has secured the Tyrant. And this may be in trade for Yuzhou. No, it's not even there.
Blacklist had a little bit of a gold advantage, and right now that has already vanished. There is no advantage, no more for Blacklist International, as we're gonna hit almost the 10-minute milestone. You can start seeing that it's very, very tight in between those heroes. It is only a 400 gold advantage for Joshi, even though that he's had been doing a lot of better jungling than what Tranquil has been doing.
Okay, it looks great for Blacklist at the moment in terms of like overall, because there is magic damage coming in from the side of Golden Kite, but that advantage will start to dwindle down because right now, nobody on the side of BTR has actually built up too much magic defense. When they do, Golden Kite's not going to have value here.
Exactly, and then when Golden Kite is not going to have value in there, who's supposed to be dealing damage there? That is the one question that I have about this whole composition from Blacklist International. In the moment that the succubus cloaks are going to start showing up, who's supposed to be dealing?
Well, we'll see what the result of this exchange here. Both teams playing very patient. They get the reset coming in. And with that, Joshi will try to reposition himself. Right now, Blacklist are looking for that opening angle for Champion 1.
Kanki does not want to take part over here on this first Dark Tyrant battle. He might want to come back, but he's still pretty far away, 50%, and the battle might start right now, Ken.
Oh, he actually got it! He steals away the Tyrant! And with that, BTR get a great start. Can they get the back of Joshi as well? Joshi will take a fall. It's a 2-for-1 trade though. Lanfeng is out. Do they have enough damage on the side of BTR? They do! And the chase down happens. Not only that, they also reward themselves with the Azure Golem. BTR walk into Blacklist and take everything.
It is a 2v2 trade right over there. It's going to have to be Golden Kite that's going to run away. Dragon is going to fall. Kank is going to claim one more kill right over there, finishing in what we could actually say a 3-2 trade for BTR.
Yep, it's a beautiful trade, right? And it's a big swing. That's the biggest thing. BTR, it looked like the game was pretty much on standstill for them for the past 2 to 3 minutes. And in a blink of an eye, they have taken 2 T2s, one in the mid, one in the top, and Blacklist find themselves behind by 3,000 gold.
I'm telling you, in that moment, I actually thought that Kanki did not want to take any part over there in that Dark Tyrant fight. If Joshi and the whole Blacklist International would have just rushed into it, I don't think that Kanki would have had enough time to make it all the way from where he was to come in and smite out that dragon.
Fully agree. I thought he would not make it. I thought Zankyu was out of time. But here's where information is so valuable. Blacklist did not know that Zankyu was not around. Right now, they are looking for a potential setup on the side of Bigatron here. It's not to get a kill, it's actually just to push them away so that they have access into the Crimson Golem. Successfully secured. F1 here, maybe taking a step too far. Quite a bit of burst damage coming in. They're laying down the ultimates from the side of Dragon as well as Golden Kite. They do get that neutral objective on the side of BTR, and the big fight ensues. They will be able to finish Champion 1 off. There is no return here, and with that, Shams is going to be taken down. Bigatron, they find so much, but it's going to be a decent trade as well. Blacklist, they will not back up too easily at this point. Champion 1 for the life of Zankyu as well as F1. Can they get the snipe? Not going to happen. Annihilation does not hit the mark, but T3s are open for the taking. They do get the pull on the Bao. Does he have to sustain? He does not, and Blacklist survive, but this pressure is going to be cut off soon. Bigatron cannot push any further.
Bao jumping in a little bit too deep. Right over there, taking in the tower damage. He thought that he could actually take the kill onto Golden Kite, and he just was unable to do that. They lose Bao right over there, and they won't be able to put any more pressure onto the high ground turrets. Look at that, Joshi comes in, gets the steal. Can he run away though?
Oh, he cannot, and that is an instant deletion. Joshi just wanted to take a little bit of an advantage, but instead has given a huge advantage to the side of Bigatron.
Bigatron by Vitality right now, after those 2 scrimmages in there, you can see they've already cemented that 2,000 gold that they had before. Right now, the 14 minutes mark, we can see how Bao already with the Succubus Cloak, we're going to be able to withstand a little bit more of the damage coming in from Golden Kite.
And that's going to be a huge issue. They do get the catch. They found Lanfeng. He is not going to survive that. And with that, the big burst damage coming in from the side of Bigatron. Can they find the opening? There is going to be chance. He uses ultimate. And here comes the turnaround. They have stayed. Overstayed their welcome. Bao has to use the flash. Here comes the chase down. Joshi as well. Can he get the stun? All he needs is to get that stun. It does come through. Dragon trying to get the catch as well. Unable to find it. And Dragon finds himself now in the middle of too much damage. Bao, can he finish his job? He will. And at that, the traders come in for the side of Blacklist though, and with that catch, Bao, he did get the catch, but at the price of 4 lives on his team. Blacklist recover.
Blacklist right now just turning things around. BTR taking 2 rush decisions over there. Instead of trying to slowly taking in the high ground turret, they tried to go in for the kills, and in 2 different attempts, 2 different losses. And right now it's going to be Blacklist, the ones that they're going to level the gold, and they have control of the game.
Just will not be denied, right? You get picked off for the attempt on stealing that Crimson Golem. Failed once, doesn't matter, try again. This time, Joshi gets it with no fight back from the side of Bigatron. And Bigatron, this is not a good fight to have. They have Golden Kite as well as Joshi, both having the Crimson buff.
Golden Kite right now just having such an amazing performance, man. Look at that numbers right over there. He's already fully stacked, almost 14,000 gold. His counterpart on the other side, Lan Feng, just being the opening that Blacklist is finding every single time. His positioning has not been on point.
I think he's hoping that the team is able to cover him. But at this point, it feels like Lan Feng is just moving a bit too fast for the team to catch up. So if they can fix that timing issue, Blacklist might not have the best time. But right now, Blacklist, they feel strong. They want to push and put pressure on the T3 at the bottom. A huge amount of structural damage coming in from the side of Joshi. Annihilation not going to hit the mark at all. So Blacklist get a healthy amount of damage to get out. But this comes with the trade as Zhang Q has snuck away the Overlord, Shadow Overlord, mind you.
Shadow Overlord at the 16-minute mark is going to be a good news for Tranquil and the boys from BTR. This might be the push that they need, the element that they need in order to actually get the super minions. Not getting the super minions early on in this fight actually has slowed down BTR a lot. If they would have been able just to get on to the high ground earlier on, they would have some advantage right now.
For sure. I mean, right now, it's the same story on both sides, right? T3 on the top is looking dangerously low for the side of Blacklist. Bigatron, though, their T3 at the bottom is looking a little bit scarce in health. Now, Joshi will secure his Azure Golem for himself. This is going to give him massive CDR. He does have his second life as well, Sage's Sanctuary. I want to see, how does this next team fight go?
Bangers are gonna come in already. Annihilation trying to find onto Joshi. Joshi being taken to half of his HP. They need to control the minion waves. The one on the farm lane is going to be difficult to manage. I don't think that BTR will be able to get the push onto the high ground with these bangers.
I don't think so, right? Right now, they're just trying to pull attention away. So what Bigatron is hoping for is that they will forget to defend this bottom side of the map as Lan Feng approaches that T3 at the bottom side. That's going to be a 2-on-1. F1 is going to join him in that attempt as well. Quite a bit of damage laid down onto the T3 at the bottom. Can they find the one at the top? No, they cannot. So Bigatron efforts have been used, but it's not going to net any results.
Amazing defense coming in from Blacklist, right? Blacklist International, they're not rushing in. They understand that this is going to come down to one mistake. Whoever that makes the mistake right over here is going to give the game away. And thank you. Let's see if he can find that mistake over here. Golden Kite is going to be a 1v1.
Oh, he can't, and it's going to be legendary coming in from the side of Golden Kite. Absolute kite guard here from the side of Blacklist International. This is going to put them in a 4v5 position, and what a timing to get it as well. Blacklist, they could potentially go for the Shadow Tyrant and turn this whole game on his head against Bigatron.
Thank you. He thought that he could actually take on to Golden Kite, giving him his first L of the game, and Golden Kite says, no, sir. I am going to take one more kill onto my bag, actually. Look at this. Right now, it's going to be Blacklist. We talked about the one mistake, and that mistake triggered that right now it's going to be Blacklist International taking that last Dark Tyrant, 80 seconds off the buff, and we are 60 seconds away from the Tempest Dragon.
This is perfect for the side of Blacklist International. They just have to play the cards right. As long as Chaz gets that perfect initiation with his ultimate, that unbridled outburst, this should be a guarantee here. They will be able to push away the minions for the time being, but Golden Kite is just too strong. He gets the T3 at the bottom. Blacklist, they find a gap in the defense on the side of Bigatron. Ultimate used by the side of Lan Feng as well. Will just push Blacklist back. Blacklist, they don't care, because at this point, 30 seconds away from the Tempest Dragon, it could be their game to win.
I don't know if it was just an illusion, but I just saw Lan Feng just dealing damage and then HP bars not even moving. Is it that he does not have the items? What is going on right now with that Chicha?
Okay, they did miss the ultimate onto the side of Chaz here. This could be a big win for the side of Bigatron. They just have to finish the job. But Blacklist, they know what to do. They're going to start backing off. How it's going to be used. Zankyu does have his double life here with the Stage's Sanctuary. The chase down does come in. Where is the support from Bigatron? They need to protect their jungler. 2v1. He will make it out. Zankyu safe for the time being.
Safe for the time being, but look at that, at what cost, because right now it is going to be Blacklist International. They have control over the waves. Zankyu is going to have to spawn over there at the bottom lane, and in the moment that he does that, Joshi and the boys from PKL, they know that it's going to have to be Tempest Dragon time.
Yep, they will start to position themselves around the Tempest pit. So Blacklist International, they understand what's at stake. They don't have to rush this. They already have an open wound on the Bigatron base at the bottom. Right now, it's just making sure the waves are in their favor.
20 minutes and 50 seconds of the game. Chami won against Zankyu over here, taking on the 1v1. They know that they cannot take this. The only objective is going to be to clean the wave. Clean the wave and then just go and regroup with your teammates. The super minions at the bottom lane are going to be an advantage for Blacklist.
Lanfeng at the backline though, he has found Dragon as well as Golden Kite. He tries to go in for more damage. Annihilation going to be used as well. First life gone for Golden Kite. Can he finish the job? Splendor going to be used by Golden Kite as well. Can they get the follow-up damage? Genmith tries to set it up. They do get the finish. Zankyu as well. First life gone. No problem. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade at this point of time. Zankyu, he's doing his best against Chami1, but the Spritelings have been used to give additional shields. Nice attempt by the catch from Dragon. Wants to push them back. Zankyu will not be able to finish the job. Joshi on the back line is chasing Genmith as well. He will get the first life on the side of Genmith. They should finish this. Blacklist should win this fight. And it will be just F1 left with Bao. And it looks like Blacklist have all the advantage in the world. 40 long seconds that Bigatron do not have their damage dealers.
Look at this. It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be a 4 against 2 defense. Can BTR do this? The crystal is falling apart. It is going to be the minions coming in. It's going to be a 3 against 2. Can they actually claim this skin?
They should be able to. Bao does have quite a bit of lifesteal, but here comes Dragon. If he just buy time, get the control in, they should be able to do it. Lanfeng, you can't dive like that. He will give his life a rampage for the side of Joshi, and still Bao is alive. He's a one-man army standing between the hopes of Blacklist and Bigatron. It will not be that effort though. F1 falling low. Bao, somehow this man is still alive. What a splendor from both Golden Kite and Dragon. They saved, they bid their time, and Bao once again, this man is just made of another material. He's still alive, still life stealing, and this is not even his first life gone. They have found that damage onto Joshi. First life gone for him as well. Zankyu left all alone. He will take a fall. Where is the follow-up damage? Stun comes in. That's going to be the end of Zankyu. He's out for 45 seconds. Blacklist, nice catch by Chami1, who slammed them against the wall, but it's not going to be enough. Right now, BTR, they have to be really calculative about this fight. It is not worth to go any further. Blacklist feel the same as well. They will reset and start to prime and poise for the Tempest Dragon.
What a roller coaster of a game are we watching? 23 minutes right now, and it's going to be Blacklist International, the ones that have the priority over this Storm Dragon. Look at that, the Tempest Dragon is going to be available, but Bao is going to lose 1 life in there.
Yep, CC after CC, Lanfeng is the first one to be taken out. There is a lack of damage for the side of Bigatron right now. Can they do more? Annihilation does hit the mark, but it's not enough damage. Blacklist, this is looking great for them. All they have to do is to finish that final blow. Bao gets his ultimate down. He will be able to sustain. He has been the one-man army. He did lose his first life. He cannot die here. Blacklist International, they want to finish the job, and it looks like it will be done. Destiny is not enough. Bigatron, they have to turn tail. Zankyu, F1, they don't have the extra lives. Stun comes in. Destiny activated for the side of Joshi. He will be shut down. And once again, the reactions of the Blacklist members are just out of this world. They get the Splendor down, but Genmith did get the damage in. And once again, we are at a stalemate. Hang on, Zankyu. He has to get the chase. There is no mana for Dragon, and he has no life as well. Blacklist, they did get that structural damage in, but have they bought enough time? Right now, it's 40 seconds for the side of Dragon, but 20 over seconds with Joshi as well as Golden Kite. This is the only chance I feel BTR will have to take the Tempest.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing right over here? This is pure mechanics. The Splendor's coming in at the fraction of the second when the Annihilation is just on the mark. Right now it's going to be BTR. Tranky is going to take that Tempest Dragon's going to bag it, and it's going to be the time for them to push back. Are we going to make it to 30 minutes here, kid?
I would hope so. I mean, I voted for the longest game to be 25 minutes and more, and boy, am I right. Now, with that being said, Blacklist against Bigatron. Look, Isaac, this is insane. The amount of times both Dragon and Golden Kite use their Splendor at the very last second to dodge the Annihilation, that is insane.
It is just perfect execution, man. It is just perfect. It's just, it needs to be to the millisecond, and they're being totally on point.
Yep, and the tides are turning right now. T3 at the bottom, secured by the side of Bigatron. T3 in the middle, gonna fall as well. And right now it's a barren base. The tides have turned. Everything is in favor of Bigatron at this point. Too many people have lost their Sage's Sanctuary. Now we're left with Chaz as well as Chamin1, the last two members on the side of Blacklist with that extra life. Joshido, this is a weird rotation. If he gets caught out here, this is going to be disaster. It's a 4v5 at the moment here. The flank comes in from the backlines. Bao keeps his eye on him. Get the stun in onto Joshi. They can't find the damage. Chemi1 did find that Truth Mantra, but it might not be enough. In the backlines, Chaz is trying to hold off the rest of F1 as well as Blanco, but it might not be enough. The base is open for the taking. They just need to finish the crystal, and it's looking like Bigatron have won game number 1.
Bigatron by Vitality in this titanic battle ends up with the victory. Blacklist International looked like they had it in their bag, and at the end is Bigatron by Vitality, the ones that take on that Tempest Dragon at the end, and they are the winners of this amazing first game. We knew this was going to be the highlight, maybe not of only today, but maybe the highlight of the whole group stage, ladies and gentlemen. What an amazing feast we had right over here.
Excuse me, this is supposed to be group stages. This is not a grand final, but it feels like it here because we have the champions of each region here between IKL and PKL. Now, this is a great start for the Bigatron boys, but Blacklist, that was a big performance. It shows you the quality that the PKL boys have, and I think we're installed for a long last series.
Oh gosh, this was such a great game. Pure gas, man. I'm loving it. Please give me more of this. What about we just go on to 5 games and then we just finish casting here at midnight? I am going to love it, man. This is insane. This is exactly what I was looking for since yesterday. Total madness. That is exactly how you could describe this game. Total madness.
Yep, absolute chaos. This is what I missed for the past 2 months, right? We have not been on broadcast for a while, and to be greeted with this quality of games, yes, it was messy, it was a lot of kills, there was a lot of brawls, but there was also a lot of macro plays. Everything you want in a game, this one had it. And this is just game number 1. We still have potentially 3 more games to go. 2 more games to go. Yeah, 2 more games. It's a best of 5. So let's take a look at the stats here, because look, the itemization at this point doesn't even matter to me. This was about the reaction timings and the decision making by both teams.
I'm telling you, even though they cannot take the MVP because they got the loss, if there's got to be someone here that deserves the MVP, it's got to be Golden Kite, man. Golden Kite on that airing, the performance that he had today, dealing damage, taking kills, the millisecond splendors that we saw there 1, 2, 3 times, it's unfair to him not to be recognized. So I am gonna take my points and I'm gonna give them to Golden Kite, people like it or not.
All right, I love that, right? And that's for Blacklist. Now I want to talk about Bigatron because they won this one. It was a very tight situation, but the one man responsible for the livelihood of Bigatron because they were at death's door. My man, Bao, yes. This guy on the Byron was unkillable.
But that's the thing, right? Like when you have that Byron, you don't want to be taking on 1v1s, man. You're the one that wants to take on the 1v4s. Surround me with people, please. That's exactly what I want. I want all of you to come and try to jump me. that is what the kind of attitude that you need to have when you're playing on that Byron. And that ball in those last 2-3 minutes of the game, you saw him just jumping in again and again and again. Look at the damage taken in there, 221,000.
Insane. And you know what? Even after taking all that damage, he only fell that mere few times. Yes, he did take a fall, but he saved the game. If Bao had not been present at that moment of the game, Bigatron would have lost this game way back then. Blacklist would have taken the first game in the series.
I completely agree with you, man. Look at that. Tranky and Joshi analyzed their data. Both of them did perfect performances. There were some moments where I just saw Joshi playing on that Ukiyo Tachibana, and I was like, this guy's unkillable. Like using his ultimate just to recover HP so much, so quickly. It was really hard to kill. They needed to have multiple heroes from Bigatron just coming in order to actually focus fire to get him dead.
Yeah, I mean, this match was messy for a couple of reasons, because both teams understood that we have to split the fights, right? We can't give Bao on the Byron the 5-man ultimate. He will get insane amount of shields. He's going to make full use of his passive to get the lifesteal back. On the other end, for the side of Bigatron, it's more of, can we separate Chaz from giving the shield to the team? Can we isolate Golden Kite alone so that we can make him waste his life and his second life in the form of the Sage's Sanctuary? And that's where the fight broke loose, and Bigatron took it by the skin of their teeth.
Look at that. You called it. That's got to be the MVP for this game. It's gonna go to Bigatron's Bao on that Byron the Spark base.
Crazy game by this guy. I mean, okay, damage taken, great. Damage dealt, great as well. There needs to be a new counter. How much life they recovered, right? We know we have that stat.
Yes,
and
true.
if you can show that stat, I think Bao he's going to show you insane amounts of numbers here. But, you know, this highlight reel is going to be insane.
Look at that. Everything started just in here, like the 10 minutes fight right in here for the Tyrant. It was such a great victory in here for them. You saw that BTR took the Tyrant there, but at what cost? Like, they were having so many kills.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where, you know, the team is so impressive. Why is Bao the MVP? Because Bao is making space for the team. And many a times, if Bao is not there, look, he held this, I would guess, probably for a minute at least, right? Bao was just the thorn in their side. They couldn't get the push in.
Did you see that double splatter right over there?
Look at it. Look at it.
Ow! Exquisite, man. It's just exquisite. Such a lovely game for us to watch. I know that a lot of you might already be tired of this day too because it's going long. But after this game, aren't you energized? I am really, really energized after this. This was the same as drinking 10 coffees.
Oh yeah, maybe even more, right? This is a crazy start to the series, and this is a best of 5, and I think the fans are loving it as well, because this was not a game where it was clean cut. There were, you take a look at the goal graph, it's up and down, back and forth as well. Bigatron and Blacklist, the two teams here, they have given us a wild start to the end of the day.
A wild start right now is going to be Bigatron that has a little bit of an advantage. It might not mean a lot since we saw Blacklist being such a really good team. It's always a back and forth in between the two of them, right? Like, that's why they are the champions of their respective leagues. So seeing the best of the PKL against the best of the IKL, what else can we expect? What else can we look forward to in the next games?
I am expecting more chaos. I'm expecting longer games as well. Now, bear in mind, this is a lineup with double assassins, right? So technically, based on theory, there's supposed to be a lot of burst damage, right? So when they start playing tank jungles, can you imagine how long the game is going to be? Maybe 40 minutes, right? I mean, I'm joking. I don't think it's going to be 40 minutes, but it's going to be interesting for sure.
That would be lovely. I would not mind for a 40-minute game, but I know that there's a lot of you that need to go to school tomorrow, so what about you just don't? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us right over here. If you missed it, right now we just had cinema in between Bigatron by Vitality and Blacklist International. Right now, Bigatron has a 1-0 advantage. Let's wait and see what's going to happen in this next game. When we look at the heroes that were already spent in this first game, we don't see a lot of very heavy picks, right? Like there's still a lot out there from the heroes. Well, the coaches still have a lot of options in order to bring to us even better games in these next games.
This is why I'm so happy that we're starting the year of 2026 with best of fives. It gives us a lot of time, a lot of picks open up. Now let's take a look at the love that we have been sent. Keep fighting Bigatron by Vitality. Hopefully you can keep the KIS4 trophy right here in Indonesia. All right, we're seeing the different regions, right? The previous message was you can lose to any team, you just don't lose it to an IKL team. Right now, it's going to be different. Messed the opponents up, Puso Pinas. Let's see how that works out for the side of PKL fans.
Puso Pinas. Let's go. All right, we have the fans coming in from the Indonesian region and from the Philippines region. I'm loving this. I love that the fans are so invested in this, right? Like we already talked about these rivalries that they're existing in here. I am loving the fact that the fans are so invested. I know that right now there in Jakarta, we had the fans from Dominator before, and we had the fans from Kagendra, and I know we have the fans from Bigatron in there. I can imagine that the energy in there, it's got to be at the top right now, isn't it, Kim?
Yes, very intense for sure. Now with another year of IKL versus PKL being set into history, this is brought over into 2026. So this is not just a battle of victories, this is a battle of pride as well, ambition for the year of 2026. Now Blacklist, having lost game number 1, they get to pick the sides, and they have picked up the blue side, Prio pick.
Prior pick is going to be for Blacklist International. They might want to just really just prioritize onto some of their heroes. If Golden Kite is just having such a great performance, let's prioritize around him, right? Like if the Arlie is available, can we get Golden Kite on that Arlie? Do you think it's going to be available?
I think they might, but at the same time, this will definitely mean that the channel is going to be open, right? You don't ban out a channel first pick. Now, Blacklist International, I know that they have considered Bao's performance, and with an MVP performance like that, you don't give him what he wants. So no Dharma for Bao.
No Dharma. I don't think that we're going to be able to see the Dharma. They might want to put him on the Guan Yu. We've seen a lot of Guan Yu right now. I don't think that they want to put him into a warrior that can take control of the tempo, right? So that's going to be tough. They decide not to take the Arlie for themselves, and they decide to ban it as well. So most likely they're going to have to go for the channel pick.
I'm curious whether, farmlane is what they're considering. I was thinking the Haya, but Haya has been banned immediately by Bigatron, because that's a great starting pick for Blacklist, because the Haya fits into almost any composition here.
Yes, it is, and it is very new, right? So not all the teams might have that ability to counter it. The Yan Jian is going to be the pick from Blacklist. Let's see if Bigatron by Vitality is going to allow the Dolia, or if they're going to pick it for themselves.
I think the best choice of action here is to take the Dolia away, right? Blacklist International, Joshi, if they put this Twilight in the hands of Joshi, it is going to be a significant strength for the side of Blacklist International. And Bigatron say, you know what? We don't mind playing with fire. We have won game number 1. And they will be hovering over the Tunecaster. Yu Huan will be locked in.
Well, Yu Huan, since it's got so much support, right? It has the abilities of this hero just allow so much support, and it has so much utility. It can just suck in so much damage, and it can nullify the attacks from the opponents. So maybe they want just to really tease Blacklist into attacking, and knowing that the Yu Huan can really get them out of trouble.
That is if it's a big team fight. But if you're being poked down from afar, do you really want to use the Yi-Wan's ultimate? That's going to be a big question mark here. Because Blacklist are playing the poke and prod game, Majestic Guardian, the Garuda. This is one of the most painful picks available in the global server if you're playing that long-range poke game.
I love Garuda, man. I love Garuda because of the angles. Because of the ability that it has just to play into very interesting angles. So geographically speaking, depending where you are in the map, the Garuda can just deal can put you in such an interesting and weird positions. It can come in at 90 at a 45-degree angle, and it forces you to really push back because as the game gets into the later stages, it becomes really, really painful.
Exactly, and not only that, right? There is an option to release all of your feathers at one shot as well as a second form of your ultimate for the Majestic Guardian Garuda, of which when you hit, it gives you dread. And I think this is something that Luna will suffer with.
So it's going to be tough for Trankyu on that Luna just to try to find the right positions, try to find the right angles. We can see that right now, Blacklist International is going to lock in their last pick. Is going to be the channel and the Fatih.
I love this pick. Now, Mighty Conqueror Fatih, as you all know, when he activates his ultimate, he's able to debuff, cleanse the debuffs that he has on himself, which means he gets to go into a brand new angle, use his multiple slashes to get rid of heroes such as the Lung, force the ultimate as well. And over time, he will be a big menace. Blacklist International, this composition, I really love it, because if Bigatron messes up, if Zankyu misses as a Luna, he's gone. There's no way you make out of that situation alive.
I am liking Blacklist International's composition a lot more. Bigatron's composition depends a lot on individuals. It depends a lot on what Trankyu can do. It depends a lot on what Landphone can do. On the other side, Blacklist International, it has multiple cores. Every single one of their members can carry the team in a specific moments. So for Blacklist, a lot more complete. For Bigatron, it needs a lot more of a hero to wear the cape and to stand up.
Well, I mean, if you take a look at Bigatron, it's essentially 5 superstars and 5 heroes on this IKL squad. Meanwhile, on the other side, PKL, they are heroes, but they are a team of heroes. So let's see. Does the 5 individual playmakers win against the hive mind of PKL?
This is the KIS4, the first tournament of the 2026. This is going to set up the stage to see what the year is going to bring us. And if the year is going to bring us everything that we just saw in that previous game that we just watched, please give me more of this 2026. Please, 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 please. Let's hope that we're going to have the same action as we move into this next game. The Fatih, the Yandian, the Garuda, the Chano, and the Dolia. That is a very expensive, very scary composition.
Yes, this is a tier 0 pick team, right? All of these heroes are meta heroes. And if played to perfection, it's really hard to get in the gaps of the team. Because Jashi can jump your backlines instantly once he gets the Hound on.
And he can just get double Trilight, right? Like he can just get double ulti in there. It is just gonna be so much sustain. So much sustain.
It's a very scary notion because it means Jashi is, in this theory, unkillable. Once again, same kind of situation we find ourselves in game number 1, but this time it's going to be even earlier, right? The moment you're level 4, he essentially is unkillable at this point. Now Dragon will have to face off against Bao in a 1v1. It's going to become a 2v2 at this point. Sprite things have been dropped by both sides, but there is one in reserve for the side of BTR.
Gen Mid's mobility and Gen Mid's ulti is going to be one of the answers that BTR can have, right? He's just going to have to wait until the right moment to try to just proc the ult and just to try to be able to suck in some damage. 2v2 rotation driver here to the farm lane. You can see Dragon easily just starting to take onto the resources. He doesn't want to come in for the kills. He just easily just comes in, takes in some resources, goes back into the jungle.
Yeah, this is one of the benefits of picking up the Garuda, right? So Garuda is actually able to pierce through with his auto attacks as well, which makes his lane clear extremely fast. So this is a very fast-paced gameplay from the side of Blacklist, right? And the question now is, BTR, they can match up to this pacing, but they cannot afford to give away first bloods, they cannot afford to give away kills. So if Blacklist gets a kill, and a first blood at that, BTR is going to be way back.
They are playing at the edge of the abyss. They cannot allow no mistakes. Look at that Tranquil with the Luna comes in. He does not want to just jump in right now. He comes in. He just wants to get the gold. That Luna is going to have to get a lot of gold. The one thing that cannot happen is Blacklist just having a timer on their Azure Golem. In the moment that Blacklist has an eye on the Azure Golem spawn times over there for Luna, for Tranquil's Luna, then that's going to be the end of the game.
And here we go. It is going to be ultimate landed by the side of Dragon as well. Flash going to be committed by Bao. He's going to be able to make it out safely. But this means at the 4-minute mark, Bigatron, especially for Bao, he's not going to be in a safe position. Might have overextended. Heals come through from the side of Gen Myth. Who is going to be the first to fall? First blood goes into the hands of Dragon. And Blacklist International rewarded for taking the risk.
Yeah, that 2v2 over there. Bao thought that he could actually take on to Chami 1 and just get the kill in there. But the problem is that he did not have enough damage. A little bit of miscalculation in there, and right now Blacklist already with the first blood. They're going to have priority right now, and that one is going to be a really good start for the PKL champions.
Yeah, Blacklist, this is a great scenario to be in. Now, Zankyu does manage to steal away a task for camp, but we're 30 seconds away from the first neutral objective of the game, of which we all know it has to be the Tyrant Wrestle, right? Both teams will try to wrestle over this because it gives them fighting prowess across the map.
So in 15 seconds, we can already start moving our eyes towards the river because that's going to be the cue for the first big fights of this game. As you mentioned before, Dragon just being able to rotate so much more faster than Gen Myth, it's going to be a problem for BTR, right? Look at this right now. Everyone already gathering together here, close to the Tyrant.
Oh, that's quite a bit of damage. Here comes the long-range poke from the side of Dragon as well. This is why the Garuda is such a pain. But they do have that ultimate from F1. All he needs to do is to buy the time. Gets a stun in. It's going to be a stall. A steal from the side of Zankyu as well. The fight and choose. They do get rid of Zankyu. Do they find a finish? They do. Bao once again the champion for the side of Bigatron. He is in a 1v4. Unfortunately, that's going to be too much for him to handle at this point. And Blacklist International, even though they lose the Tyrant, they win the team fight.
They win the team fight, and the worst problem in here is that Tranquil and Ba are going to fall for BTR. That Tyrant advantage that they could have got just by those 2 kills, it just completely nullifies, and that's going to be inexistent. Not only they lose the man, they also lose that golem as well.
Yeah, and this is not an ideal situation. If BTR had stolen that Crimson Golem in response, that would have been even out with Zankyu. But the fact that Zankyu fell once and now is buffless is a huge deficit. His Azure Golem should be spawning soon, I believe, but no, at this point, it is all Blacklist International.
This is bad news for them. Like I told you, there's one thing that they could not happen. It's just the Blacklist just to have information on the Golem, and right now they have control of it completely. Now, what does BTR need to do right now? Well, BTR is going to have to just completely regroup and try to start sharing gold. They need to regroup and sharing gold because right now they do not have the ability to fight against Blacklist.
Yes, they need to make sure they can even up the gold. That's the first thing. And the secondary thing is to be able to try and get some split pushes going in. They need to have control over the turrets on the map. So Bao is going to try to achieve that. But this means if he shows himself, Blacklist knows, hey, we are in a numbers advantage. And right now, Lanfeng is looking a little bit low at the bottom side of the map. He will be chased down, not going to be taken out. He does have his infinite vastness to get out of trouble if it is required.
But exactly what you just mentioned, right? In the moment that Blacklist just realizes that Bao is not in the equation, it's the time for us just to go and fight. There's no one else besides that could be an actual problem.
Yeah, vision score is so important for both teams. This is the basis of how you make decisions in HOK, right? Do you know where the other members of your team are at? And if you do, then you can make a smarter decision, which normally nets a positive result here.
Look at that one more time. It's going to be BTR coming in, trying to check on what's going on in this red buff jungle. It is 4 members of BTR in here. Can they take control of it? No, it's going to be Golden Kai, the one that's going to claim it.
Yeah, this is beautiful work. Now, bear in mind, this is the numbers advantage for BTR. So the fact that they did not steal the Crimson Golem away, that's a big loss for them. At the same time, Zangqiu, he is going to be caught out. Here comes the Hughes attempt. He's not going to be surviving that. Instant burst coming in from the side of Blacklist International. And they are angry with game number 1. They are looking for dominion over BTR here. And it's looking like a great success right now.
All right, let's just call it the way it is. Zangqiu right now, Zangqiu's Luna is completely out of the equation. Someone else is going to have to stand up. And the problem is that Lanfeng still needs a lot more time to actually be on. And even and that is the problem. In the moment that Lanfeng is going to start having his power spike, it's going to be the moment where the Channel, where the Garuda, where the Fatih are going to be online as well.
It's just an unfair fight, right? Blacklist International showing you why Garuda is such a problem. Like the long-range poke, Dragon is already at level 10. But the poke damage and the magical damage he's putting across BTR without putting himself at risk is one of the reasons why Blacklist is winning so hard at this part of the game.
And right now they can just make all the decisions that they want, right? Like, because in this moment, there's nothing that BTR can actually do to answer back. Even if they would want to take on to the fights right now, they do not have the damage and they do not have the ability to really coordinate an attack.
I mean, the silver lining here for the side of Bigatron is the fact that they're keeping close in terms of gold. Now, it's about less than 1,000, maybe half 1,000 gold in lead for Blacklist. And Zangqiu does have the level advantage. But this needs to be across the board. For BTR, they need to find an opening here. And Dragon says, no, you are not going to be allowed there.
You can see right now how much damage Dragon can actually do. That is crazy, man. Look at that one more time. He's going to be jumping in just. He wants to take on to the fight. That Yan Jian right now, his damage is something that BTR needs to be careful about.
Okay, Zangqiu, he does secure his own Azure. Right now, F1 finally does have his passive. He will have access to his ultimate. Dragon once again going to be dropping down all of those feathers, but the 1v1, Zangqiu against Chami1, you don't win this as a Luna. Chami1 will use his ultimate to lifesteal his way back to full health, almost at that point, and Blacklist still massive control over the Gorge.
Good decision from Zangqiu just to understand that he did not have a chance to win it there. Just kind of just coming in and then just pulling back because there was no scenario in there where Chami1 with the ulti available was going to lose that battle.
Yep, and you start to see the gaps here. Zangqiu, yes, he can dive in, but this is not an ideal fight, right? Joshi will constantly get the reset by Chaz, and at this point, if you're unable to deal with the poke damage by Dragon, and you're trying to find out where he is and try to catch him, that opens up space for Golden Kite. And we know about having a numbers advantage down here. Here comes Dragon, putting the pain down. Can they get the steal onto it? Zangqiu secures the Tyrant. Is it enough? They have taken the damage. Good job by Genmif. They just need to finish the fight. Bao trying to jump in with the Charlotte, unable to find the finishing blow for the side of Bigatron. And once again, Zangqiu will be taken down. Just too big of a dive, and Blacklist International push and pull, and they have pulled Bigatron to the depths of their strength.
You have already won your Tyrant while you're trying to get even more. F1 being taken extremely low, and that Overlord is going to be for Blacklist for free.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Bigatron has something in their minds that they know we can turn the fights, but it's not working out in how they envision it. And right now, the cost is pretty high. The T1 in the mid is going to be taken for free here. They will have to eat a couple of shots from the side of Lanfeng, but those biscuits, they can eat them all day.
They already won the Tyrant fight, right? If you won the Tyrant fight and then you come in, they tried the scrim, right? And that was totally fine. Like, they came in, they threw some punches, they were unable to just get the kills. Just pull back. That's it. You don't need to just keep following. Why do we do the follow-up over there all the way to the mid lane?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure they have their reasons for it. Right now, Zankyu has an important responsibility, and that is to deal with the Shadow Overlord at the top side. But right now, Golden Kite is going to get the T2 at the bottom for free. So Bigatron, they're starting to lose control over the Gorge. You can see Joshi. He is comfortable standing here because Chaz does have his ultimate. He will be able to refresh Joshi's ultimate as well.
Look at that. We have a very good positioning in here from Blacklist International. They put some little pressure over there on the high ground turret, and right now their target is going to be that tier 2 that easily is going to fall.
Beautiful work from the side of Blacklist. Like, the constant use of Chamming one's ultimate is not to take the team fights, it's to rush the tower down. And this is a great theory and practice put in place by Blacklist. T3s are next on the menu. Bao taking quite a bit of damage right now, F1. He needs to stop this onslaught of structural damage. And it's not going to be enough because BTR struggling to protect their T3s. On the backlines, Zankyu, he has eyes on Chamming 1. There is going to be a nice ultimate drop by F1. Can they find the finish? Not able to, because the positioning of Blacklist is just so clean. They force out the ultimate from the side of Gen Myth, and here comes the jump. Joshi! He's going to finish the job. Probably no. And right now, Bao, he's going to put it on himself. 1v5. He will have to take a fall. No. The entirety of Bigatron is so low. They need to start running. And Blacklist International, they are happy to do this all day because they are not even tickled at this point.
We talked about this. It's just so much damage coming in from any of the members from Blacklist. The only opportunity that Bigatron had in terms of composition was not to give them an advantage. And did you see just right now? It was just very close to an ace, since every single member of Bigatron was just going back with almost no HP in their bars.
No, this is where team play is so important, right? If you take a look at what's happening, Joshi, he may not be the highest farm on his team, but it's working out in favor for Blacklist because everyone else is winning their corresponding partners in their lane. And right now, F1, take a look at that. He's taking too much damage. He doesn't want to use his ultimate just yet. The stun comes in. Zankyu looking for an opening. The team needs to step up. BTR are falling apart, and they're just poking. Blacklist, they might have found the answer. Unbridled Outburst going to be laid down. Zankyu on the backline. They're looking for the target, but Bao is the first one to fall. They don't have enough damage. They don't have enough life. Joshi stops 3 in their tracks. And here goes Zankyu. No superhero play. It is going to be a disaster as Bigatron will be taken out. The infinite vastness used by the side of Lanfeng, and this is just biding time. They cannot defend Blacklist. An opening is available for both the T3s in the mid and in the bot as well.
Well, the turrets are going to fall, and let's wait and see if Blacklist wants to make the push. They do not have to rush this one. Just coming in and taking 2 of those high ground turrets is going to be more than enough. The Dark Tyrant in there was the bait. We knew that Bigatron was waiting for the moment just to come in and do one more of their classic steals. The fight never started. The steal never happened, and it was Blacklist the ones that they took control of the scrim right after that.
Yeah, because there's too many members to deal with on the side of Blacklist, right? If you take a look at the composition on Blacklist, essentially it's a 7v5. Joshi has an extra life. Chammy 1 has an extra life, right? And when Chaz gives the refresh on the ultimate for Joshi, he can fight again. So take it as 8v5 at this point.
Oof. Look at that. Chammy 1 comes in, gets onto Gen Myth, a couple of pokes, and it's already 50% of the HP gone.
Yep, Lanfeng unable to find the finishing blow here. They will commit the unbridled outburst from the side of F1. And Zankyu, he wants to go in, but Dragon, the poke damage is just too much. They force out the heal from Gen Myth. Bao, he cannot do this. He cannot do a 1v5. This is not the place to do it, but still, he will try. They have taken all of the T3s from the side of Bigatron's base, and it's just slow, painful, burning death.
How do you turn this thing around? There is no way. Super minions coming in from all different angles. And right now, Blacklist International wants to finish this game.
Yep, they're trying. Bao is trying his best as well, but he cannot do it alone. He will be taken down 1v5 time and time again, and it's not going to be enough as well. Genmith drops the ultimate, tries to save the day, will manage to buy a little bit more time for Bigatron. But as the game goes longer, Bigatron don't get any stronger than this.
No, they don't. They've already gone through all of their power spikes. They depend a lot on what Landfong can do, since that Luna is completely invisible in this game.
Yep, Zankyu, he did try to go to the backlines to get rid of Dragon. Not going to be good enough at this point. They have gotten a little bit of wave clear going for this other Bigatron. They have to deal with one more wave, but Joshi, he is not going to stay patient. They can finish this off right here, right now. They do manage to get that final blow, and it's going to be a team ace, a rampage for Dragon as they await the arrival of the next wave of minions. Bao, once again, familiar sights, 1v5, there's no way he does this, and Blacklist International respond in kind, 1-1, PKL.
Blacklist International is going to bring this back, it's going to level it, it's going to be 1-1. We knew that this was going to be a very tight match, not as long as the previous one, but this one here as full of energy as the previous. Congratulations to Blacklist.
Yes. Big congrats, and this was a dominant display as well, right? The way that Blacklist International executed this draft was to perfection. Now, we can already tell you, I mean, at least based on my perspective, Dragon has to be the MVP. The amount of ultimates he dropped down as the Garuda was just so sensational. They couldn't deal with it on the side of Bigatron.
I think that the MVP right over here needs to go to the coach. The coach has such a good BP. Amazing bans, amazing picks, was able just to read that whole game just like if it was a book. I would give the MVP to the coach, but if the coach cannot get it, well, I'm gonna go with you and just really give it to that Garuda. That Garuda with the reach and the positioning, amazing performance.
Yeah, it's because of Dragon's inputs that allow the team so much room, like Chami 1 and Joshi, to really just die for free. Chaz, of course, is going to be that win condition where he just needs to make sure that Joshi stays alive, and Joshi is not someone you can ignore in the team fights. Meanwhile, on the flip side, we're talking about Zankyu. Zankyu wants to go in, he wants to get the kills, he wants the flashy plays, but if you can't even get rid of Dragon, what chance do you have of getting rid of the rest of the members of Blacklist International?
Blacklist just lured him into picking that Luna, right? So that Luna pick was actually lured for him to just come in and to just like get that. They already had a plan on what they wanted to do. And just by that, they just nullified that Luna. It's completely out of the equation, and right now it's a card that Bigatron cannot play no more.
And this gives me a lot of hope, right, for the year of 2026, because now we see the mind games coming in, and you know, people are doing their homework. You can be strong, you can have 5 strong players, but you need to play as a team. And like you see the headlines here, that definitely was a one-sided game.
It was a one-sided game because there was no answer coming in from Bigatron. They needed someone just to do something supernatural, and none of them were more than just plain humans.
Yeah, the goal lead and goal differential is just insane. I mean, at this point, I want to point to you the direction. Joshi was consistently behind in farm against Zankyu. But the rest of the team, Chami 1, Dragon, Golden Khan, and Chaz, they all had leads in their respective lanes. They were out farming, and because they have the extra items, they're able to outplay the members of BTR.
Golden Kite just had such a good performance as well, right? Like, look at him, like, look at all the items and the gold that he got. That channel was extremely well fed.
Yes, this is one of his signature picks, even from last year in 2025. So this is a result that I expected, but what I did not expect was Dragon to perform so well with the Garuda. He's good as a player, but like this Garuda by Dragon was just completely different.
Almost 150,000 damage dealt from both Dragon and Golden Kite, almost making it to the 290,000 when you combine them together. Look at the gold graph as well. Like in the moment when we hit the 10-minute mark, it was just completely for Blacklist. It just shoop, took off, and it was no stop from there.
Yeah, it showed you the strength and potentials that you can kind of explore with the draft, right? Chami won on that Fatih, the master turret taker as well. Him as well as, the channel by the side of Golden Kite. And of course, we have the insane amount of Pierce from Dragon in that Garuda pick. He was able to poke towers from afar as well.
Joshi had a good performance with that Yanjian. He did exactly what he needed to do, right? Like he just needed to come in, just use his hound, come in, use his double ultimate, sustain, and just allow Channel, allow the Garuda just to deal the damage. At the end of the day, Joshi played in a very tactical way for his team.
Yes, I like it. This is a definition of team play, right? And the success of that was that he forced out so many ultimates from the side of Bigatron when it wasn't ideal. He got, F1 to use his unbridled outburst at very awkward timings. He got Gen Myth to use his unending sorrow at very awkward moments as well. And all of this circumvented, complemented by Chaz. Because just all Chaz needed to do was to get the Celestial Melody, refresh his ultimate, and Joshi was in fighting form once again.
Lovely performance. That was actually really nice to see. Everyone in Blacklist played really well. At the end of the day, there's always going to be someone that is going to take the MVP, and it's going to be the pack leader Channel and Golden Kite. 505 on the KDA, MVP for Blacklist. Golden Kite in this game number 2.
All right, so the other of the twins. With that being said, Golden Kite, I think he has been really consistent throughout his performances. And with the games from yesterday, you could see that he is definitely much more disciplined and he's able to find those gaps in between the lineup for Bigatron here.
Look at the highlights one more time. Just every single fight, the Luna just dying first. How do you want to sustain these long fights when your carry, when your main jungler is just dying the first?
And I think the biggest thing is that there were multiple sources of damage coming in from the side of Blacklist International. It was never just Golden Kite on the channel, right? There's multiple sources, one in the form of Joshi, one in the form of Chami 1 as well, and of course Dragon just constantly poking them down. And this forced them into really awkward positions. You can tell Zhang Q was very frustrated. He wanted to make the plays. He thought, you know what, let's just go all in. But that was the wrong call.
Hopefully they will have a better performance into the next game, and right now it's already a 1-1. Look at this, the way that they come in for the crystal. They could have just waited for the minions, but they were like, let's get the ace. If we're going to finish this, let's just finish in a strong fashion.
Yeah, I like this.
Right now, it is already balanced.
This puts them in a very confident position, especially for the sort of Blacklist, right? At the same time, this is where we really get to see the standards of a team, right? That was, let's be honest, a beating, right? Blacklist International gave them a spanking over there in game number 2. So how does Bigatron by Vitality respond? Because Blacklist got handed themselves on a silver platter in game number 1, and this was their response in game number 2. Does Bigatron do the same?
I think that what made the advantage so big was the hero picks right over here, right? So we already saw, like in the first game, there were two very balanced compositions, right? In that game number 1. In this game number 2, clearly one side had a lot of a better hero choices. And that's what just made the gap so gigantic in between Blacklist and Bigatron. Let's wait and see what in game 3, if Bigatron by Vitality can actually level the field a little bit more. Probably will have a little bit more of a competitive game, I would say.
These heroes don't do well from behind, right? The Lung with no damage, there's no way he comes back into the game. Luna with no items, doesn't tank through, doesn't get the shield value that you're looking for, and can't take long drawn fights that the Luna is known for. So with that being said, Bigatron, they will revert and go to the blue side this time.
Well, blue side is going to be for BTR and Blacklist is going to be on the red. Blacklist just taking their priority pick, did really, really well in the past BP. Let's wait and see if they can do something similar, if they can lure BTR one more time just to commit the same mistakes.
Yep. I like this a lot because, you know, the conversation from last year with regards to PKL is how long does it take for both PKL and IKL teams to learn, right? How fast and how fast can they grow? And so far, whatever we've seen in this particular series, the first two games, growth indeed.
No, the comparison, if you look at 12 months ago, where these two teams were, right? Even though BTR just had a completely different roster 12 months ago, the two clubs have grown so much. Blacklist International in this last KIC 2025, as we saw a couple months ago, making it all the way into the top 4. Biggestron by Vitality in these 2 days has shown a completely new face. So the growth is there, the speed of learning is there. I wouldn't dare to say that one of the two leagues is growing faster. I wouldn't dare to say that one of the two leagues is learning faster. I could just say that the two of them, in their own very specific way, are just embracing their styles and they're just really polishing the little details.
Yeah, that's why I like the polishing is definitely, it has been great by both regions, right? And this matchup really shows us that, hey, this is just the start of the year. Can you imagine as we head into the middle of the year, end of the year, what PKL and IKL are going to look like? It's going to be a huge growth and surprise as well. Now, let's head into the bans and picks. The highest still going to be locked out of gameplay by Bigatron, so no teams will be able to have access. Blacklist, though, afraid of their own strategy, Trilight and Dolia.
Yes. That Dolia is going to have to live in the bans right now, because Blacklist cannot allow that combo in there. The Dolia can be paired with so many different heroes that right now that you can see actually the light at the end of the tunnel, do not even let it out. Look at the respect that they have over here for Bao, that the Dharma is going to be banned one more time.
Okay, that is massive respect. I think Bao has been impressive, right? I mean, even just now when things were not looking too great, Bao did manage to find himself in the middle of 5 members as a Charlotte. So, similar situation, you don't want the Dharma instead to be in the middle of 5, because that's a free truth mantra. So, Blacklist International, I like this first half of the bans.
Well, the Mai and the Mods, they already had a very good result with the poking coming in from the Garuda in the past game. What about if we just try to emulate that with the long reach of the Mods, not only with the poking, but also with the stun?
And this specifically for Blacklist International is a very scary potential, because Chaz's #1 hero is the Mods. And Dragon has shown us since last year that his Mai is something you need to be very careful of as well.
So it's just gonna just come into the stun direct into the burst? Because if it is the stun direct into the burst damage, that's going to be very scary for BTR to defend. So it's going to put a lot of pressure over there on F1 on that Lianpo.
Yeah, but I like it, right? Because if you have the gold advantage, then nobody bursts down a Earthshaker Lianpo. There's no way, right? So, and also if, you know, F1 is in the face of Blacklist International, you don't get that combination. So what if you have the Cannon Blast, he is CC immune, he's going to interrupt all of your skills.
We run into the second round of bans. On one side, Blacklist International is going to ban the Flowborn, not going to allow the tank to be available in there, and the Jing. So Jing and Flowborn are going to be the bans from Blacklist International, just trying to narrow down the options that tank you can get. And the other side, BTR is going to get on the Tricha and the Long as the bans, trying to just force Golden Kite into something not that strong.
I mean, this situation for the side of Golden Kite is not going to be ideal for sure, right? He's left with what? Magistrate Demons here. There is the Garo, there is Aaron already used. So yeah, limited options here. And I mean, end of the day, you could go for a Gudo farm lane, but I wouldn't try that at this point.
No, please don't. It is such an important game right now, and just going for a Gudo farm lane right now, I don't think that would be beneficial for anyone. the Hano and the Yanjian might be the options here for Bigatron. So that means that it's going to be that Yanjian's jungler in here.
Yeah, it has to be, right? So Hano is going to go into the mid. We have Earthshaker, the Lianpo in the roam, and then, Guan Yu is going to be in the Clash lane. Very interesting setup. I wonder how much value this Hano is going to bring to the side of Bigatron
here. What is going to be the option here? I would say Deer and Zia probably. Yes, it has to be. It has to be the Deer and Zia. It's the last of the. It's the last of the options that could actually work in some sort of way. Now it's not the best one, but at least the Deer and Zia in there is going to give you. If you make it to the late game, it's going to give you a little bit of an advantage. The problem here is going to be the laning stages.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult at this point. If we take a look at that mid lane matchup first, right? Dragon and Gen Myth. Gen Myth is going to be able to clear the lanes really quickly, so he's going to make that first few rotations. Unless Chaz comes in for the help. And this is going to be a situation where things can definitely change, right? If Zanki or Joshi decides that, hey, I want to go for that level 1 invade, it shakes everything up.
Well, if Joshi has been playing like that this whole day, right? Like he's been actually just being very, very brave into the first minutes of the game, not scared of actually going and jumping in there, being just daring to take some of the things that are not his. So if we know that Joshi has been like that, BTR is going to have to prepare some kind of a trap for him.
I hope they do. I mean, this is something that, at least for today, that behavior hasn't really been punished yet by any of the teams we've seen play today. And, conversely, I think if BTR tries it, Blacklist needs to punish them for it as well.
This game is going to be vital because whoever that wins this one is going to get the first match point. And this match point for BTR and for Blacklist would mean completely different things. This match point for Blacklist would put them back into the race to try to get the first place. And the match point for BTR would be able to take them and put them already with the 2 victories, almost sealing the deal for that first place in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, getting to choose your opponents is going to be really important, right? Because you're choosing from the 3rd, 4th placing of the opponent group. And that could really give you the highest chance of getting that lion's share of the 100,000 prize pool, which is, 35,000.
35K sounds like a great prize. I would love to start my 2026 with just an extra 35K in the bag.
Me too. And here we go. This is going to be a start of the poking game coming from Dragon. Very nice Kachosins to be able to lay down the pain. And looks like both teams will be not as greedy. They will start with their respective buffs in their own job.
But did you see that Joshi on that Agutua, like immediately, first thing he did as the timer just went off was just to go and check if he could actually take onto something.
Yeah. That's very important, right? That's a behavior you must always practice. Now, Dragon did find some value in that invade attempt. He actually got the task force camp away from the side of Bigatron. So this is going to be a little bit scary. In terms of the Blacklist, doing great in protecting their own Azure Golem, making sure that no attempt of steal will come from Sankyu.
Well, Sankyu right now is going to be extremely behind because he lost 2 jungle camps in there at a very early stage of the game. Joshi, on the other hand, just being able just to easily just farm around, cleaning up all of the camps in his jungle.
All right, so kind of a different style of play here. They will be able to share their mid lane wave on the side of Bigatron. Blacklist, they make a different kind of movement. Joshi here looking for some free damage on the farm lane T1.
The rotations coming in for BTR, they know that they need to start making some moves. They cannot let the advantage go in for Blacklist X very early in this game. Trying just to rotate together, but there's nothing that they can do at the moment. Very, very passive.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to overextend. That's the main thing here. And Chaz, this is his main hero, so I expect a good performance coming in from this mortar. But right now, Zankyu and Joshi, this is neck and neck. Both of them are level 5.
Look at that F1 taking extremely low. Pikachu is coming in for Dragon, hitting extremely hard. Team, very painful.
I like this adjustment from the side of Bigatron, right? So knowing that Blacklist is known to put a lot of pressure on the farm laner, they have actually rotated Lanfeng to be more of a rotating farm laner. So he's getting farm from the mid lane, sharing gold in the jungle as well. And this is going to help him balance out his farm, because people don't like this, but the Hano can play in the farm lane sometimes.
It is one of those things that comes from design. The way that the hero has been designed, because it can be melee, it can actually have some reach. So it just gives you that flexibility to use it in different ways, right? So it allows BTR to be able to make decisions during the game, just to play it by ear. On the fly, they can actually bring something to the table that Blacklist might not be waiting for.
That's true. I think the most important point here is that, oh, hang on, there is going to be a setup on the top lane. Ball will have to give first blood to the side of Blacklist International. And the rewards are going to be very nice here, because there's going to be quite a bit of damage on the T1 on the clash lane for the top. Zhang Qiu does step in as a Yangjin. Don't think he gets a free kill here onto Chami 1. Chami 1 will be able to walk away. No, he will not. What was that? Why?
The timing of the Hound, I think that it was just exactly that, man. Like, he comes in, jumps in with the Hound at the beginning, and then they just stand it for such a long time. The Chami 1 didn't expect that the cooldown for that ability was going to be online again so early.
No, but why would you stay? That's the whole point, right? So, at this point, Blacklist... Yeah. I think they have to find another angle at this point. No, none of the teams are going for the actual rush on the 4-minute neutral objective, which is the Tyrant here. They're more focused on making sure that they get the timing for the buffs. So this is where the wrestle starts to happen.
Wow. I'm telling you, right over there, that is what happens when you have the greed of the gold and the greed of just trying to clean the...
Yeah, it's going to be rewarding for the side of Bigatron at this point. Also, bear in mind, the reason why they don't really go for the buff is because they have the numbers advantage. They have that Crimson Golem available for the taking if they need to. But Bao getting caught out by Dragon here. They're looking to get the setup as well. F1 not looking too good. And oh, hang on, quite a bit of damage. Gen Myth will be taken down, and that's a lot of free burst damage coming in. Golden Kite showing you what he can do with the lead here. Level 8 for himself. Bao, unfortunately, will not share a different fate here. He gets taken down, and Blacklist are just all across the map. T2 under pressure as well. Oh, Chaz using the ultimate to come in as well. Will not be able to finish the job. This is a return for Lanfeng, but immediately shut down by Golden Kite. And Blacklist International, 4-2 now, seems to have all the answers against Bigatron by Vitality. Right, it's not looking too good for the side of Bigatron by Vitality here. We'll take a look at the itemization in a bit. Right now, Bigatron needs to figure out where do we go across the gorge, because Blacklist has successfully taken quite a huge chunk of damage and put it onto that T2 on the top. And this is going to be a big concern for Bigatron if they lose a T3 early in this game. At the same time, if you take a look at the gold advantage, this is going to be 1,000 worth of gold going to the side of Blacklist. We'll take a look at where this massive gold lead is going to be coming from. And that's actually in the form of Chami 1 winning against Ball. Now Chami 1, he's going to be joining the team. It's a 4-man push at the bottom side of the T1. Bigatron here suffering against the split push prowess of the Agudo by Jashi here. And everything in the jungle on the side of Bigatron is available for the taking from Blacklist. As we head into the 7-minute mark here, it looks like Blacklist will try to put a little bit more pressure. Here we go. Zhang Qiu does not know that they're taking that Overlord. This is not the Shadow Overlord. This is only 7 minutes into the game, but Jashi, this is all of the gold advantage you can squeeze off of the map here. And with the rotations, Golden Kite has been free farming this entire game. And we'll take a look here. Nice knockup from the side of Dragon. He's not going to be too concerned about is Azure Golem against that onslaught coming in from Blacklist. But that is not the true target. The true target here for this other Blacklist International is going to be that T2 on the top. If they can find more value before the 10-minute mark, this is going to be a very tough game for Bigatron to come back from.
Has destroyed a tower.
Now job is done. Golden Kite does have that T2 taken down for free. Blacklist start to move around the map. They want to secure more resources. The next big one that's available for the taking is going to be the Crimson Golem coming in for the side of Bigatron here. Immediately given sight of. And here Joshi starts working on it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what is going on in here. Right now, it's a 2,000 gold advantage for Blacklist International. They are completely in control of this game. I like the way that they're playing right now. It's just like you can see the presence. You can really feel what Blacklist International is trying to do through this 2026. The total domination of the game.
Yeah, it's a very commanding position, right? Because Golden Kite, not only does he have the level advantage, he has the gold advantage as well. And Bigatron right now, they're trying to figure out, okay, where is this gap? Where can we squeeze an advantage out of? They can't find anything. Zankyu is one level behind Joshi. He's not able to tank too much. He does not have the refresh because there was no Dolia available. So Bigatron, they have to figure something else out at this point.
I am not a big fan of the Yanjin without the Dolia, man. I'm just going to put it out there. I'm just going to say it very straightforward. I do believe that the Yanjin without the Dolia is just a strat for the sake of a strat. Let's wait and see what Lanfeng can do on that early, and hopefully it is going to be something that is going to be very useful, because that right now, already 3 items Lanfeng needs to start carrying a little bit more of the team.
This one is a difficult one to have, right? Straight away, Blacklist International, they're already working on that Shadow Tyrant at this point. It's going to be secured by them. Right now, the challenge is, can they secure this Overlord? Will not be stolen. They have to give the life of Chami 1. Chami 1 will take a fall. And this is where the setup is going to be very important from the side of Bigatron. If they can get the kills onto Blacklist, it will be phenomenal. But that's not going to happen. Golden Kite comes in for that finishing blow onto Bao. This is going to be a 4v3. Lanfeng changes the entire fight. Golden Kite, he's now in a 1v4 situation. Joshi will be able to make it out safely. But Golden Kite, he still wants more. Gets the golden token down. One more hit. Going to be the finishing blow. Unable to find it. So Blacklist International, they will make it out by the skin of their teeth.
So close. It was just so tight right over there. F1 just running away with one little time of his HPR, man. Like, it's just gonna be really hard for him. Well, right now BTR trying to balance things a little bit again. Even though they lost the Tyrant, but they gained this Overlord. It's gonna give them a little bit of the room for breathe, a bit more oxygen.
I think at most, Blacklist are going to give them about a minute and a half, right? That's how much time they have. But we'll take a look at this previous fight here. Chami 1 giving his life, I thought that was a worthwhile sacrifice. If Blacklist could finish the job here, unfortunately, the ultimate by Joshi did not find too many members.
No, if they could have actually come in and steal that Overlord, that would have been totally worth it. But they came in and they just went back home empty-handed. That was a very big issue.
Dragon here hiding and waiting for that knockup. Finds the flash initiation, unable to find the finishing blow though. Dragon is dropping so low. Nice jump in from the side of Bao. Can they get the lives on the side of Blacklist International members? No, they cannot, but they can take the T2. Instant answer coming in from the side of Bigatron. Now setting their sights onto the T3s. Blacklist in trouble. Can they stop this onslaught of structural damage? They cannot.
No, they can't.
Finishes the job.
right now in here in just one couple pushes. Bigatron taking control of the game one more time. This is just like a pendulum. It goes to Blacklist, then it goes to BTR, then can it just go back to Blacklist one more time? That is the question that we have. But the momentum right now, it is completely in BTR's hands.
This is a big swing, right? And nice recovery by Zangqiu. He is going to be able to catch up a little bit in terms of farm against Jashi, in terms of levels as well. He is still trailing by that half a bar of experience. But the rest of the team members, they're catching up. That's the big difference here.
The whole battlefield is a little bit more balanced, right? It is just coming in to be a little bit more of understandable. Look at Yan Jens over there coming in, trying to find the flank, but it's going to be spotted by the Majin.
I think the biggest difference maker here is the fact that Lanfeng actually now has space to work around the edges of Blacklist International's composition here. And because of all these free pokes coming in, Blacklist don't really get the ideal start to the fight.
Yes. And that's the issue, right? Like, it comes in when the fight is going to start already the health bars are already just pretty low. It's already like 50% of their health bars and the fight has not even yet started.
That's the value of Gen Myth as well, right? At the Hano, all these stacks, look, he's getting the damage in, and every single catch is going to be worth it. Nice catch by Bao. He was the one getting called out. This time, it is Bigatron that finally answers. That's Jashi down, Chance down as well. And the base potentially open for the taking if they can get rid of this T2 in the middle. You can see Zangqiu already starting to work on the minions. There is no answer. Golden Kite, he was in a great position before. That is no longer the case.
The power spike starts showing right now. As we get to 14 minutes, we can start seeing that Bigatron by Vitality, they have control. They're going to have a power play for the next 13 seconds, and they might have minions to take all of the turrets down.
They do. T3 at the bottom is going to be taken for free. No answer just yet from the side of Blacklist International. In fact, make that 3 lanes all open. Blacklist International now have to deal with a barren base.
BTR was losing on the map for such a long time, and then just after a couple of fights, look at where we are right now. They changed the story, took the script of this game number 3, and they completely tossed it in the bin.
Yep. This one was Blacklist International putting their foot off the gas, but also because of the way that the draft works. Hang on. This is a huge catch onto Lanfeng as well. He will be taken down. Can they finish the job? Dragon needs to be punished for the sins. He will be taken down. Here comes Zangqiu as well. Gets the lifesteal. Can they finish the job? The next one to fall is going to be on the side of Chami 1. 44 seconds out of the fight, and they're still in fighting shape here. Gen Myth lands that Scepter of Fate as well, and here are the minions. Zangqiu looking for the potential end. Wants to go in. Does he have his ultimate? Finally has it. He will be able to push them out. And IKL recover in game number 3. Game set. Series point for Bigatron.
What a game did we just watch? Blacklist had the advantage, then Bigatron took it away from their hands, and they're going to seal the victory, and they're gonna be the first team with the match point. Congratulations to Bigatron by Vitality. With this performance, they are 1 game away from their second victory in this KIS4.
Yeah, we definitely need to look at the highlights here, right? Itemization, yes. They got to the late game, they got their power spike as well, but they were suffering. Bigatron was not having a good time at all in the early parts of this game.
Love it, man. Like, if you can see, at the beginning, I was not loving the way that Bigatron was playing. Like, the truth is that BTR at the beginning of the game did not have any direction, and Blacklist looked a lot more dominant. It was just those little mistakes by Blacklist that allowed the 2-3 fights that just took all the turrets away. It was not even just a very big Bigatron move. It was just 2 or 3 fights that they just consecutively, in just that fashion, destroyed the Blacklist 3.
I felt like they just lost vision of the farm laner, right, for the side of Bigatron, right? Lanfeng just suddenly went out of sight, and Gen Myth was always allowed to use the Scepters of Fate to get free damage before the actual fight begins. That did not happen in the early part of the game. Dragon was able to get those real engine setups with the flashes. You know, Jashi was able to get the Tumble Furball setups for the team, and out of the blue, it just stopped happening.
It was just BTR just replying back to it, right? It was just such a great game. I love the way that how Bao just played on that one. You just coming in from the flank. You just putting a lot of pressure on the backline from Blacklist. That in sometimes you do not see that much that work, right? But just the fact that his existence around just makes the whole team just to be thinking about where is he, what is he doing, and just puts a lot more preoccupation on the brains of the Blacklist players.
Yeah, I mean, in a high-stakes match like this is where information is really important. But focal point is also something you have to take a look at, right? So when you're so focused on the other members of Bigatron, Lanfeng gets the poke for free, and he had a pretty impressive scoreline here, 5-2-2.
Lanfeng, another solid game by him. Another solid game. He stood up when the team needed him to do, which is going to be this 2026 BTR new DNA of having multiple people that can raise up their hands and they just take care of the team. On the other side for Blacklist, I love the way that they played, and I am not able right now to see exactly in which moment of the game things just kind of like started falling apart, and what was the reason of these things to start falling apart. What was the reason behind just losing all of those fights?
I think one of the main things is the fact that Changming lost sight of Bao, right? Bao was actually punished pretty hard by Changming in the early stages of the game. And because of that advantage, they actually allowed Golden Kite to get an insane amount of lead, not just in the farm, but EXP as well. He was chunking the members of Bigatron down. And once they lost sight of Bao, who seems to be this big game changer as well, and allowing Genmid to get those Scepters of Fate down. This is where the so-called downfall and turnaround happened, right? Really late into the game. This was what, 13 minutes plus?
And really late and in a very short span of time. Look at how small span of time it is from the moment where we have a 4,000 gold advantage in gold for Blacklist onto the last minute of the last moment of the game. It is what, 2.5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes? Something like that.
Probably so. I mean, if we take a look at the stats here by the Clash trainers, I don't think the issue is here, right? This is not where the critical turnaround happened for Bigatron to be able to take the series against Blacklist. As we work through our way from the different lanes itself, my guess is probably Genmith, right, in the mid lane, because he was really throwing many Scepters down, and I don't think anyone dealt with him at the later parts of the game.
Well, that's one of the beautiful things about having that Hano pick, right? Like you can just deal damage from either short distance or a long range, and then in some sort of moments, like you don't even understand what's going on, and then you just look at your HP bar and it's already like at 20%. So the way that Genmith played on that Hano, and just the mechanics of that Hano allowed him just to be a very big trouble for Blacklist. In front of him, Dragon, I saw a couple moments where Dragon on that Mai was being a little bit over-aggressive, and he ended up paying with his life.
Okay. So we get to see the main difference here, right? So the situation that presented itself. Genmith, number one, was able to tank a little bit more for the team. At the same time, because he was the focal point on the side of Blacklist International, this opened up the room for Lanfeng as the RLE to really just go in and get the damage done. And one thing that really complimented them was there was a couple of moments in the later parts of the game where F1 got a pretty nice Tremor Smash. But here we go, MVP. It's going to be Zhang Q for his performance on this Yangjian Tri-Light.
3-0-2 is going to be the KDA for Zhang Q, the Tri-Light Yangjian, the MVP. Did not have the best of starts, but then after that, kind of just took responsibility of what he needs to be as the captain of the team and came in and they just allowed BTR to be one step away from their second big victory of this KIS4.
Yeah. And this is where the lane matchup matters a lot, right? Changming was really just giving all of the pain to Bao in the early parts of this game, and you could see when Golden Kite had the advantage, they could not do anything. Genmith could not even use his ultimate to full effect.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like when Golden Kite has an advantage, there's nothing that no one can do. Like his mechanics are on point, and if his heroes have a little bit of an edge, he can really capitalize out of that.
We'll take a look at this. So Genmith is actually laying down the pain here. And this nice flank. Yeah, look, Lanfeng left all alone. Perfect setup by the side of his F1 roam as well. That was where the damage came in. And once they had the gold to buy the appropriate items, yeah, this game was over.
In here, that's one of the moments where I'm saying that might have to just overstep in there. That he comes in, he wants to go in for the kill, but then after that, leaves his team with one less player, one less key player in there.
Now, this is a very stressful situation, especially for PKL fans, because right now, if you just joined us, our IKL champion representative right now, Bigatron by Vitality, are at series point. All they have to do is to win one more game, and this series belongs to IKL.
One more game, that's all they need. But one more game against Blacklist, that's going to be really tough. If it is going to be the same level of performance that Blacklist has had in this 3 game, it's going to be really tough. Well, what about if we go for a short break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you this critical match of tonight.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju kuladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikir ku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama, di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Akulah mastermind di balik kekacauan, satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libat seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Di power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kokong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari, saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini. Jutaan kalian pun saya terangkan lari, seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam dan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go this sing sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel alright. Orang jajali terjalan dah. If you want me, profit way mah. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali? Don't try me ni, aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. If you ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan kuatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jari. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku
We are back. The KIS4, the Honor of Kings first international tournament of this 2026. Right now, BTR is an advantage 2 against 1 against Blacklist International. This game is going to define a lot of things, right? It's going to define if BTR is going to take their second victory in a row, or if Blacklist can try to claw their way out of the abyss where they're falling in right now.
I feel like this particular game is going to be a super sustained competition from both teams, right? And it probably is going to be a wrestle between the Liu Bang pick. It has to be.
Of course, that Liu Bang pick in there, it's going to be a vital one, right? Like, you can use that Liu Bang with so many different other options that they still available in the jungle. You can use the Liu Bang with the Musashi. You can use the Liu Bang with the Fade. You can use the Liu Bang with the Lamb. There's so many different options in there that you can pair the Liu Bang with.
Yeah. The question now is which team gets to use it, because Blacklist, they have the Lianpo Liu Bang combination available. For the side of BTR, you do have the Musashi or Lam along with the Liu Bang combination. And maybe, just as a consideration, this could be a super early game-centric draft from both teams as well.
You think so? Just something completely different to what we have seen? Instead of just pushing the game to the 15, 16 minute mark, just going for a quick 12-minute, 11-minute victory. Is that what you're aiming? What you think is going to happen?
I think that should be the case, right? Because if you really want to consider, if you take it from Blacklist position, you want to win the game as quickly as possible so that your players don't get too much fatigue. On the other end, for Bigatron is, let's do this quickly so they don't really have time to research what their lose condition was.
I agree with you, man. Like, it is just a change of the tempo. Try to do something different. Try to do something that your opponent is not going to be expecting. That is going to be one of the things that the coaches are going to be trying to find out and try to figure out in this game number 4. Bigatron having the advantage because they already have that match point. Do you think that it's going to relax them a little bit? Is it going to give them a little bit more time for them to calm the nerves? Or do you think that actually adds up to the pressure?
I think it definitely adds up, right? This is where teams kind of falter at a lot of times, right? As you are close to the finish line, you really want to give in all you got. And this is where if a team like Blacklist, they're known to be able to hold on against pressure. And when you finally break, that is when the floodgates open and Bigatron might get punished.
I like the way that you put it like that, Ken. It's actually very logical. When you actually are very close to the finish line, you really want to sprint. It's just that. It's like you see the finish line in there, and then you start just pushing a lot faster and a lot faster. And pacing here and this kind of change of momentum might bring in some big mistakes. And that's where the baton actually falls.
Yes, they need to be very patient because, now we're in group stages, it's a best of 5. As we head up into knockouts, it's going to be a best of 7. Teams need to learn how to pace themselves. They need to understand. Sometimes you need to burn certain compositions away from your opponents. And looks like Bigatron, that is not going to be the case. They are going in for that prio pick on the Dharma for Bao.
First time that is going to be available. If it is available, I am going to take it. Sadly for Blacklist, they could not keep banning that. It was too much to keep in there if they would allow assassins like the Mashira doing all the Jets.
Yeah. This is a very scary thing, right? When you're playing against strong teams, immediately you want to ban out the comfort picks. We know Zhang Qiu's Jing. That is not something you want to allow him to play. And you pick the lesser of two evils, because when you play against good teams, it's what kind of problem do I want to face? Because whatever you give them, it is going to be a problem.
Oh, look at that. Ganon Mo from Bigatron by Vitality. They're really going to be looking just for the real burst damage. It is a lock, and that's going to be painful to receive.
Yes, it is. And I mean, now you have massive tank from the side of Bigatron. I like this response by Blacklist International, right? So with the CS state, you will be able to get down the Flowborn tank once he's down past 10%. But in order to do so, you need the burst damage. This is why the Long is such a great pick here.
Lapu Lapu and Ogren provide tankiness. They allow sustain. And when you have something so painful like the Ganon Mo in front of you, that sustain is going to be really welcome. You cannot allow yourself just to receive and just be burst out by the Ganon Mo. Because of the mechanics of the Ganon Mo, being accurate is very difficult. But in the moment that you're accurate, it pays off very highly.
Yeah, this is definitely something to consider here. And I feel like Blacklist International, the answer here would be an Ambrosia. I'm curious to see if Bigatron is going to ban out the Ambrosia, because Ambrosia means free dive. You have space for the Organ, you have space for the Lapu Lapu to create space for the Loom. And there's damage.
I just completely love to see just the way how right now Blacklist International is just putting BTR in such a difficult place. No channel, no Direnzier, already no early for BTR, no True Chat. What option do they have? The options for the farm lane are very limited.
That's true. But that's also why Bigatron is kind of like focused on that mid lane burst damage potential, right? And Blacklist International, they are happy to take this. They are hovering over the higher. That will be picked up. Now I'm curious to see what is going to be the class lane for the side of Blacklist International. But that is saved for the last pick, so they can counter pick whatever the Bigatron is going to try and formulate right now.
Let's wait and see what BTR is going to show us as their last two picks are just coming in online. This is a very difficult moment. Erin might be an option, just being able just to deal a lot more magical damage. The problem is with that Erin pick, there's a lot of magical damage coming in from BTR. Lady Sun seems to be a lot better, just even more burst.
Yes, even more burst. The rolling raid will be able to allow you to get out of very sticky situations that Blacklist International might present you here. My question is, as the higher, which is going to be in the hands of Dragon, who do you stop in the team fights?
Well, if I would be looking to stop onto someone, it is just going to have to be the Ganon Mo, man. For me, just getting the Ganon Mo out of there, just being able to just get in the Moonscape Mirage, it makes it extremely easy just to take away that element out of the equation. So the mobility from our members is going to be a lot easier. Taking Ganon Mo out of the equation, it says that Bigatron's 50% of all the damage that is going to be dealt is away. It is a good opening for BLCK.
I like it. You know what? I'm going to add in a secondary viewpoint for this. I would actually go for Zhang Q. Lock away the tank. Everyone is pretty squishy.
That is true. So it means that you need to initiate that first, right? As the Flowborn tank is going to jump in, pull him out. But then you need the follow-up to be quick in there, right? Because if you pull him out and then there's no follow-up and there's no actual fight happening, as you come out, you're gonna die.
That's true. I mean, the onus on that is if you lock in Zhang Q as Dragon, hopefully your team dives the hell out of Bigatron's lineup here. Because you can get rid of the Ganon Mo, you can get rid of the Lady Sun. Yeah, it should be easy pickings. Yes, Flowborn tank is tanky, but not a 1v5 hero.
I love it, man. Like, it's just one of those things that we will be able to explore more as 2026 passes and how the year evolves, right? Like being able to see how how these heroes like the Haya are going to be developed into the culture of each of these clubs. How they will start understanding exactly not only the mechanics, but the strategies that you can play with that Haya pick.
That's true. I mean, this is just an introduction to the professional scene for us, as Haya has been newly introduced into Honor of Kings Global. But with this being said, there are heroes here we are very familiar with, Jashi with Yalgren as well. Do you expect that he's going to go for the Tuskboard Camp Steel at level 1?
It has to.
Enemy minions
It
will
has to.
arrive in 5
Come on, like when
seconds.
something is working, when something consistently functions, why just to deter out of it, right? Like you need to just keep doing it, just keep going at it again and again and again, until it does not work no more.
Okay, and it looks like they understand this. So Zankyo is actually going to stand in the brush right beside the task force as they work on to that initial wave clear.
He's already learning his lesson, and he's actually someone very smart, right? Like he already can take all that information and make decisions based on that.
And I like this movement by the side of Blacklist International. They do have an advantage in the farm lane here. But here comes Gen Myth. If he's looking for that final hit onto that fire beat there, will secure it for the team. So that's good news for the side of Bigatron. Meanwhile, Blacklist looking for that finishing blow. Jashi, he's ready with the Sprite Link as well.
Look at that F1, still level 1. It's going to be really difficult. Joshi comes in. That's one of the beautiful things about that Aldrin rally. It can be so aggressive in these first stages of the game because there's no actual damage that could actually take him out.
Okay, this is not looking good. F1, he is now in the middle of two different members. F1 uses the flash. He might have to get first blood. And with that, it will be first blood. Shammy 1 responsible for Blacklist success in the first and a half minute.
The Sakir overstepping, thought that he could get out of that rush quick enough. Even by using the flash, it's not going to be enough. It's going to be first blood for Blacklist. A very good opening one more time for the PKL team.
Yeah, and this is at the cost of using the flash as well. Now F1 will be back in lane. Gen Myth does have access to his ultimate no longer. And at this point, Blacklist understand. They have the numbers advantage, they have the damage as well. Joshi is level 5. He can definitely take them on here.
Oh, look at that. It's going to come in right now. Joshi being able to take control of all of the resources. Look at that. Nothing that they can do. Tranky sees him in there. Cannot engage right now. He's gonna have to just clean the wave and go back. The way that Joshi is playing today, it's actually really well done, right? Like very meditated. He does not jump jump too much. And at the end of the day, he comes in and he gets most of the resources. Every single time that he jumps, he does get the objectives that he wants.
It's pretty important. And to complement that, you know, Champion 1 has been really successful against Bao so far in this game. Once again, Jashi is going to secure every single thing available. And here we go. Bao misses his truth mantra here. Whoa. Will have to pay the price by staying alone at the lane to clear the wave as Jashi will TP to the mid to ramp up his farm even faster.
Bao over there on that wide ulti, right? Hits the proxet and it's a little bit wide. That is a very big issue. But well, nothing dangerous for him. It's just one of those little mistakes that might affect confidence.
Yeah, which is why I was talking about the fatigue, right? You want to end the game fast. And because if you lose the series, I feel like it's a guarantee, soft guarantee that Blacklist will take this entire series.
Well, it's difficult to say. It is very difficult to say, but at the same time, I understand the logic behind it. Before I make my point, look at this, a 3v1 against Bao.
Yep, response by Zankyo is immediate here. F1 as well with the heals. But Chaz is around the corner. This can instantly turn into a 4v3, which is not ideal for the side of Bigatron. Bear in mind, they do have their outs, but this is the 4-minute mark. I think the neutral objectives are more important at this point. Chaz going to use his dash to make sure he is staying safe, and quite a bit of damage onto that Reforged couple blades here.
Wow, when the blades hit, they hit hard. That is very difficult. That's one of the reasons why that Ganamo is such a difficult hero to play against. Look at that, Moonscape Mirage.
Yep, Dragon catches Bao in the depths of the Mirage here. We'll be able to set that. This is going to be a 4v5. They can start to have success here if Blacklist plays their cards right, of which they are already doing so. They're pushing BTR away at the same time. Chammy 1 working hard on the T1 at the top. Should be secured in a moment's notice.
Red team has destroyed
Lovely how we were discussing at the beginning who should Dragon pull into the Moonscape Mirage, right? And then one of the options, we were talking about how it was needed to be the Cannon more, how it needed to be Tranquil on that Flowborn, but it ended up being Bao the target of that ulti.
Because he probably would have been the game changer. A multi-man catch with the Proof Mantra is definitely going to make life so much more difficult for the side of Blacklist. And I like this decision making. Blacklist actually gave away the first timer of the game, but to take the trade to steal away Zhangqiu's Azure Golem. And Zhangqiu needs his Azure buff really quite a lot.
Well, that's the thing, right? At the end of the day, it's not just written on stone that you must go for the Tyrant every single time, right? Like sometimes you need to just look at what puts it in there. Look at that dragon out of the map.
Yep, and that's going to be an instant kill. Bao here will be saved by the Spriteling with the shield as well. They are trying to hold Joshi off, and the life bars on the side of Beakatron are not falling too fast. Blacklist unable to find the finish here, which means they have to deal with the loss of Dragon with no rewards in return.
That is going to be very painful for them, as right now the minions are coming in one more time, and the mid lane turret is going to keep receiving so much more pressure.
I mean, it's all about creating space for Genmith, right? Ideally, what Zhangqiu would have wanted was that if he could take Joshi out and take away that Azure buff that was on his body, that would have been pride for the side of Beakatron by Vitality. Unfortunately, not going to happen.
That would have been the ideal scenario, but right now I'm already starting to understand how Beakatron wants to play this Flowborn and Ganonmo combo. In the moment that the Flowborn is jumping in, immediately, like it's just not even a matter of a second after Ganonmo, the Ganonmo blades are coming in and flying straight to where the Flowborn is.
Yeah, I definitely can see that. And you know what, Isaac? That is one of the multitude of options they have. You have the Balproof Mantra as well. Can you imagine that? That's going to be an insane amount of damage and catch potential from the side of Beakatron here. So Blacklist, they need to play and position themselves well. And this is exactly what's happening. Champion 1 making the split push as they defend this aggression coming in from the side of Beakatron.
That Zhangqiu has eyes on 4 members from Blacklist. Gotta be careful right now. It's going to be the Moonscape Mirage.
Okay, they are putting in the damage for the side of Lanfeng here. Nice flash from the side of Bao. He wants to get the Truth Mantra down, unable to find it. Bao will be the first to fall. An instant deletion by the side of Joshi, and this is where Blacklist can shine. 3, 4 members will be taken down. Zhangqiu leaving Genmith all alone in the mid. He has to defend. I think he has to run away. And Genmith here, still comfortable with staying, but Golden Kite is around the corner. All he needs is that big burst of damage. And BTR. Genmith, he really needs to be playing safe here. He will back off for the time being.
It is a quadra kill coming in for Joshi. The first quadra kill of our KIS4. The first quadra kill of 2026. Congratulations goes to Joshi. As we can look at the instant replay, right? The Truth Mantra comes in. It is able to find onto members, but just the upgrade is so tanky. Val just cannot survive that.
Yep, it's pretty insane because that looked like a perfect catch from the side of Bao, but unfortunately that Truth Mantra did not lay his hands onto Golden Kite. So Golden Kite actually bought some time for his team. That's how they really changed that team fight there.
Well, I'm not going to jinx it, but I have to say it. This smells like 5th game. It does smell like that.
I agree with you on this one. I don't know. We have seen the comeback, right, from the side of Beakatron. We'll see if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, true.
Radiance going to be dropped down and slow Joshi down, but the Spriteling immediately put into place. Blacklist did not manage to get that finishing blow in game number 3 here. So if BTR successfully defend again, this potentially could be another comeback game for Beakatron by Vitality.
Well, one of the biggest difference in comparison to the previous one is that this time they have a lot of very tanky heroes, Blacklist, right? So that's going to allow them a little bit more of that error room. There's a lot more room for mistake in terms of that. I would say that Blacklist in this moment, even if they were to make the mistake, it would not just be as painful as in the previous games.
Yeah. Right now, it's really about position. If Blacklist manages to delete Lanfeng and Genmith, this game is over. There is no fight. And we'll see how that is going to be like, because the way that Bigatron are, composing themselves, you know what Bao is looking for. He's looking for the multi-man catch into the Truth Mantra, but the way that they've positioned themselves on Blacklist, they're inviting that to happen. They want Bao to come in.
Bao is trying to come in. The problem is that he is not being as accurate as we are used to. And that is a very big problem. You can see the Tyrant just being 50%, but the counter-attack.
Yep, that is exactly what they're looking for as well. Lanfeng is going to be the first one to be taken down. Genmyth going to follow suit. No, will make it out for the time being. But this means Blacklist have the numbers advantage. And the Sakia F1 going to be taken down. Zhangqiu going to buy some time for the team by clearing the wave in the mid. But this is the 10-minute mark. Blacklist, they have to make the damage come through. And that's going to come in the form of the Shadow Tyrant. Zhangqiu knows not to be greedy. TP's back home.
Yeah, exactly. He could have actually go in there for that Crimson Golem, but that would be a little bit too big of an overstep. The Tyrant was just a little bit of a hook, trying to bring in the BTR members. And as everyone just came in to check on the Tyrant, the counter immediately happened, taking Lanfeng and the F1 back to the fountain. Right now, Blacklist has full control of the map. They've got 70 seconds of the Dark Tyrant buff as well.
Look at the goal difference between the junglers here. 5-0 and 3 for the side of Joshi. He is the main carry for the team at this point. And this is a huge benefit for Blacklist because Zhangqiu is supposed to be the tank, but he's far from being able to tank any of the damage coming from Blacklist.
11 minutes in the game, we can see waves coming in from 3 different directions. The Ogrand can get eyes on the members from BTR, sending them back. The one turret is going to fall over there in farm lane. The ones in clash lane and the mid lane will still stand.
Great job by the side of Blacklist International. A much more composed Blacklist International. And with that, 20 seconds left on that Primal Bond, they're going to start working on their own jungle camps and start positioning for that Shadow Overlord take. So based on what's happening now, Blacklist International, by all measure and by all metrics, shouldn't be able to lose this game. They just need to take 2 more T3s.
Hopefully they won't be able, because I really want to keep watching more of these games.
Yeah,
I really
I want
want
to see one more as
a
well.
little bit more action, man. Please, I want more of this.
And this is so funny because Blacklist, they always have this very confident hold in the early parts of the game, but it feels like late game is not the strongest. So I want to see, does BTR outlast Blacklist in this game, or does Blacklist really hit the nail in the coffin here and end their dream of BTR for a 3-1 victory?
Let's wait and see what's going to happen over here with this wave of bangers. If they are able to just open all of the lanes over here for bangers and then get a 14-minute super minion waves coming in, that I do believe that that will be the end of the game here for Blacklist and BTR. Let's wait and see. First bangers waves are going to come in. That's going to be a free turret that they will take over there in the clash lane. Nothing to do in there for BTR to contest that one.
Yeah, that was a guarantee, right? The moment the Vanguard was in range of the Vanguard protection, that was a guarantee because Golden Kite is so far ahead. It's at level 15 already. A familiar story in the previous games. Right now, Blacklist, can they be crystal clear and super clean?
Well, the good news for BTR is that they have Cannon Mo that can actually clean those dragons very quickly, right? Now the
here we go. The setup by the side of Chaz has been taken out as well, but Zhangqiu gets the first kill of the game onto Chaz at this point. Zhangqiu will trade his life. Genmyth and Lanfeng, they need to survive the fight. They are the damage dealers, but Lanfeng has been taken down. Genmyth as well as F1, they are the last hope for the side of BTR, and it looks like that hope is no longer. Blacklist comes back and ties things up 2-2.
Blacklist comes in and takes one more game. It's gonna be a 2-2. It's gonna send us all the way to the 5th game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for one more game. Aren't you happy about this?
Yeah, definitely happy. And I mean, this is to be expected, right? Joshi on the Ogrand, another staple pick for this guy. He has performed really well in 2025, and as we step into the first lap of 2026 in KIS4, this is why Ogrand should be banned when you're playing against Josh.
I think that the Ogre needs to be a little bit, take a lot more priority from what I have seen in these last 2 days, man. Like I've seen a lot of those very tanky heroes just being really good. And the Ogre not only is tanky, but it can deal a lot of damage. So it's important that we start understanding how this 2026 is looking like, because in this patch, in this meta, did you see how the Ogre just stood there receiving lots of burst damage and actually not being affected by it? It is something that we need to go back and study for sure.
Yep. The lifesteal, the sustain is what makes Ogren really scary, right? Because not only can he tank, he also has a built-in execute button, right? The moment he activates his first skill or drops his ultimate down, he enters the seer state. Once you're below 10% of your health, that's instant life gone. You will be taken out, deleted from the game. And it was so difficult because he was playing really well with his first skill. Look, Genmith as the Ganamo, it's so hard to aim, and Lanfeng, no way. He got caught so many times.
Yeah, no, it was actually really difficult for Lanfeng in this game. I think that the pick of the Lady Sun was not the best for them. Just having that Lady Sun in there was very difficult. It limited a lot what he could do. The Lady Sun and the Sakir, the combo in there did not work as they actually would have wanted to.
Yeah, it felt like F1 didn't really have many options, right? He did not manage to get his Mulberry power too many times in this game.
Well, and that's one of the things when you have the Sakir, right? Like the Sakir is actually an interesting hero because it can fly around, it has mobility, and it has some sort of initiation. So that's actually really good. The problem is that Lady Sun and the way that I understand the game might need a little bit more of a tankier kind of hero, just to go around with her, that can actually allow her to be more mobile and to really understand how she just needs a bodyguard. Let's just put it like that. Lady Sun needs a bodyguard.
Definitely need one, because there were 3 big things happening for the side of Blacklist International. Chami won, as well as Chaz, and I believe Golden Kite. Okay, Golden Kite does have like his Ride the Wind burst in terms of like getting the CC down. Chami 1 as well as Chaz, both of them had the frigid charge. So the moment they were close and within range of Lanfeng, he was guaranteed to be gone.
Very good performance here for Blacklist International. This is one of those games where there was no come and go, right? Like all these previous 3 games, we always saw like the pendulum going from left to right, and then just one of the teams just kind of like just allowing the other one to come back. But in this one, it wasn't. It was just Blacklist since minute 2 all the way until minute 14. Look at that.
Yeah, insane. Very consistent performance. There was very little room for Bigatron to do what they wanted across the map, right? The initial idea of, okay, let's get Zankyu to dive in and set the range so that Genmith could get the couple blades down did not appear too many times, and Blacklist took full advantage of the gold efficiency that they had and the gold gap.
The gold gap in here just demonstrates the supremacy of Blacklist in this specific game, right? I'm really happy that we're gonna be able to see that 5th game, right? Sadly, in here, like we were able to see Ball's Dharma. We created so much hype around the fact that, oh, we will be able to see his Dharma, that his performance was a little bit more on the disappointing side, I would say.
Yeah, because he couldn't find the farms. He couldn't find the angles as well. And at every point in time where he wanted to commit the Flash Truth Mantra ultimate, Blacklist were always ready for it.
Every single time, like they had already a plan in motion. Look at Josh's map right over there. Wow, this is just
invasion.
Complete top performance. Insane.
Yeah, very insane. Because at the start we were kind of considering, okay, does he go for the invade? No, they just paired up, cleared the waves. But his game plan wasn't to invade at the start, it's to invade for the rest of the game. And boy, that strategy worked brilliantly for the side of Blacklist International. And the difference maker here between the mid laners, Dragon was getting all his ultimates on point.
Lanfeng and that Lady Sun very difficult, very, very difficult game. Could not actually participate in most of it. Like, he participated in the kill, but how many kills did they actually have? That is exactly the problem here. Lady Sun just tried to deal some damage, but was never able to really just get the gold necessary to have her damage online.
It's sight for sore eyes for the Blacklist International fans, right? This is the kind of recovery we were asking for. And with that, our MVP, once again, we know it. It's going to be Joshi with the MVP performance onto this organ here, the Soul Guide, 5-0-6. Not just dealing the damage, tanking it as well.
Well, this is exactly what I wanted to see today from Joshi. That is why we were discussing it here at the beginning of the game, that it was going to be a matter of just seeing which of these two junglers, it's going to be Janky, is it going to be Joshi, who's going to have a better performance today. Joshi in this one with a very, very, very clear pinnacle performance of what he can actually do.
Yeah, this one was really a big miscomp, right? At the start of the game, Genmei did get a nice shutdown onto Dragon. And this is where the miscommunication happened, right? The moment Bao went in, it felt like the team was very disconnected. There was no follow-up until it was too late.
Oh, beautiful. I love seeing quadra kills. Do you want me to tell you something, Ken? I like more triple kills than quadra kills. Because when you get a quadra kill, you start looking around like, where is the next person? Where is he? I need to find him just for that penta. At least in the triple kills, you know that you're still pretty far away, though.
Yeah, and that, removes that potential greed. That might cost you the game. But at this point, it does not matter. The crystal was already exposed. And of course, Blacklist International, what a performance from them in this game number 4. Which means we welcome you to game number 5. And this is going to be an interesting one because IKL had a few day-to-day with the second series of the day. They won it in the same fashion, 3-2, right? Last game of the day, secured it for IKL. Does BTR do the same with Blacklist International as their victims?
I think it's kind of different because you got to remember that it was Dominator, the ones that came in. It was not the Dominator, the one that had to win 2 games at the end in order to take the victory, right? So if the script is going to continue with the same as the team that was 1-2 down is going to end up winning, maybe this has got to be Blacklist International's opportunity. Maybe this is the time for the PKL to actually take that dub in their favor.
No, that would be ideal, right? Because then we get to end the day with PKL 1, IKL 1. And we know the fans from both regions. Both regions want their teams to win. And we're going to go down to the wire here. Now, we'll take a look at the bans and picks here, specifically the picks. Now, this leaves a couple of options open for Blacklist and Bigatron. I feel like the ball is in Bigatron's court. Do you want to pick up the organ for yourself?
Why not? Let's understand. Tranky's Ogren might work really well with the whole composition that they are trying to play right now. If he can get Yogren, and then since we are already on the game 5, due to the BP, they're able just to push Joshi to something that he might not like that much, right? They can still pick the Ogren, and they can still ban 2 of their jungler heroes for Joshi, and get him a little bit on the pickle.
I mean, because at this point of time, we have seen Zankyu play for more than a year. And so we know that Jing is definitely a possibility for him. That is going to be 100% bad. If it's not, Blacklist has a plan for the Jing. Now, on the other hand, Blacklist, though, we are seeing Joshi use the Lam quite a few times, but not in this series just yet.
Not yet. We have not yet seen it. Hopefully we will be able to see this. I want this game 5 just to be the best of Blacklist against the best of BTR. That's exactly what I want. I want it just to be the best against the best. I don't want this to be like, okay, a little bit of a mistake in the BP and then that's why the game just went that way. No, I want just like their top against our top. Just like that. Just give me prime top performance.
There's a very high request because both teams definitely do not want to give the best heroes available on the roster to each other here. So we'll see. Blacklist, they will start off with the prior pick because they have selected the blue side. And this means Gen Myth will not get to play the Mai Shiranui. No Fire Ninja for you.
That Mai Shiranui is being respected highly, since that Gen Myth does have a very big performances over there on that Mai Shiranui, because it's not the first time that Blacklist is going to ban that one. Blacklist has not allowed that Mai in any of the games.
Yeah, and of course, double down the respects here. Blacklist International, they know that Zangyu wants to perform, he wants to be flying high. No Jing for you. And so Bigatron, they will respond in kind by taking out the Chicha. I think Blacklist is expecting that the Algren is a potential pick from Zangyu here.
Potential pick could actually be Blacklist International. They decide just for their first pick to go with the Lady Chen. We understand the AoE coming in from Lady Chen, but just go with your mid laner as your first pick. That is not actually very common.
I mean, they were expecting, Bigatron to come up the tanks, and here we go with the 50-50 matchup. The Pei against the Ukyo Tachibana. A matchup for the history books here, and to complement that, we're gonna have the stock standard combination. Byron as a smart mace with the Tiger's Pei.
Byron and Pei, very strong combo right over here coming in from the side of Blacklist International. Very balanced, very early in terms of the Tiger, and then very late in terms of the Byron, allowing just to be able to sustain in both ends of the clock.
So I feel like this is going to open up the doors for potentially, the utility roams here. The Guikus is a potential pick for this other Blacklist. We could also see the Secure for this other Blacklist since they have not used it yet. Because the big tanks are gone. There is no more Lapu Lapu. There is no more for the side of Bigatron as well. So let's see.
Nope.
What else do they have in a tank?
What else do they have in a tank right over there? I don't know. Like, they could actually use the Lian Po. The Lian Po would be a good pick. I don't understand why we're not prioritizing a little bit more of the Lian Po, because I am loving I'm loving to see that hero.
Okay, we've seen this in the previous series. The Fang as a farm lane pick, and Bigatron, ooh, okay, they're actually going for the potential time bender Sun Bing pick. And I like this, right? It gives you a lot of sustain, health rebate, as I like to call it, in the big team fights, and the silence by a time lapse is going to be really important.
Sun Bin is a very interesting pick, right? The problem in here is going to be when you have that Sun Bin with the Eren in the early stages of the game, it's going to be difficult for them just to try to play in the laning stages. Trying to fight against that Lady Sun and the Lian Po actually is going to level it out. I do believe that the farm laning stage is going to be very balanced.
Yeah, it really then comes down to how many free hits do you get, right? For Golden Kite, can you get your frag grenade down? Because that's going to be the premise of you having extra damage. On the other side, the ultimate weapon, the Bai Chi, being picked up by the side of Bao. How effective is this truly going to be here?
Well, we saw Baiti yesterday, and when Solid for Kagandra just used him, it was actually really good. I liked him a lot, and then just having right now the Baiti pro Sun Bin, in terms of late game, you have a lot of sustain. So it is actually pretty good. It's a very good combo in terms of those two. On the other side, you already have the Byron, so you have the initiation, and you have the sustain, you have the tankiness that hero can give you. I am liking a little bit more the BTR composition compared to the Blacklist.
I feel like this Clash Lane is just going to be a pillow fight. They're just going to hit each other and nobody dies because Byron has the lifesteal, so does the Baichi. So I'm curious to see how this is going to turn out. The turning factor here, I believe, will be the mid laners. It depends on Gen Myth and Dragon. If they get the setups that they're looking for, it spells disaster because they have the stuns, the CCs as well.
In terms of the mid laners, I like a lot more Lady Trend compared to Xiao Xiao in terms of this. I can see the Lady Trend just having a lot more influence in the game as dealing damage later on compared to the Xiao Xiao. The Xiao Xiao is going to depend a lot if the Paisi can initiate, right? If the Paisi can initiate and the Xiao Xiao can come in and deal some more burst damage, that's going to be really good. But if Paisi does not have the stun, if Paisi cannot actually start the fight, it's going to be very limited what Xiao Xiao will be able to do.
Yep, and the range of flowing side, it can be a little bit further in comparison to the usual mages. You can, once it's locked in, you can actually start to run away as a Lady Chun. So that's going to be very valuable for the side of Blacklist International here. You take a look at this first information sourcing by both sides in the mid lane.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our last game of today. Whoever that wins this match is going to take the victory, is going to take the 3 points, and it's going to put them back at the top of their group stage.
I mean, it had to be this way. Now, both sides will be using their sprite links here to get that extra shield value. And the wave clear is going to be a little bit faster for the side of Blacklist International as Genmith looks to support his cast in a 3v2 matchup to allow space for Lanfeng to get that Firehawk at the bottom.
Here, the 2v1 against the Pirates, he has to be very careful. He does have over there to stay, but got to be very careful. That 2 against 1 very early in this game could spell trouble for him.
I mean, he really did his job as well, right? So he actually stole away that camp. And right now, it's going to be a very slight advantage going to the side of BTR. We'll see if this is going to be having a compound interest for the side of Bigatron by Vitality. Because Champion 1 will get to push him out of lane. And this is where Joshi, potential gank incoming.
Potential gank indeed. Look at that. Clean the way, but look at that in the farm lane one more time. It is going to be F1 with that Sun Bin allowing the sustain that keeps Lanfeng alive.
Yeah, I like this composition by Golden Kite and Chance, right? They're just playing so well as a duo as well. They're actually out-damaging Lanfeng. If not for F1 on this Sun Bin, they would have lost this lane really early on.
Oh, wow. What are we doing right now? He comes in with half of his HP, procs his ulti, so the stun is not going to be there for too long time.
At this point, it's really poke and prod by both teams. They don't really have the damage to be able to take the first blood into their hands. And bear in mind, this is a scary situation. Bao did commit the flash, hoping to be able to exchange it or get the trade from someone on the side of Blacklist International. Did not get that situation to happen. So this 4-minute mark is a little bit concerning for the side of Bigatron by a Vitality.
It's gonna be very tight, right? Like he will get his flash and his ulti back by the 4-minute mark, but then everything is gonna have to be timed very properly. Ladies and gentlemen, remember that the city key for today is gonna be Sunblaze. Sunblaze is one of our first city keys for you to go back in game and just to log in and get all those freebies. The second one is gonna be Flare Up. Flare Up is going to be our second city key. Thank you very much for all of you who has been supporting us today in a day 2 of our KIS4.
Yeah, lovely support. We want to reward you with all the EXP as well. Now, reward it is, but this time it's going into the hands of Blacklist International because they have successfully traded Chaz's ultimate for Lanfeng's flash. That is a much different cooldown timer for the side of Lanfeng.
That's good news for Blacklist completely. Look at that one more time. Bao getting so much trouble. Dragon has been pretty focused on coming in and trying to make the 2 against 1. It's going to be a 3v1. The ulti is going to be wide. Bao is still sustaining. He's still taking in some more damage, but the first blood is going to go for Joshi.
Yep, that's huge. Mazaki as well. Genmith, they're here to finish the job. Joshi gets taken down. Here comes a replacement as well. Chaz looking for an opening. Unable to find the final hit of his Tremor Smash, but Genmith still takes a fall. In the meantime, they do get a trade in the form of Dragon in the mid. So this is just kills galore, and right now, it's a even trade. Nobody gets the better in terms of finances for the time being. But Lanfeng has started this first 4-minute Tyrant, and it should go into the hands of Zhang Q.
It should go into the hands of Zhang Q. Joshi is still pretty far away, so he cannot actually come and contest it. That first advantage is going to go for BTR. Let's wait and see what they can do with it. The rotations here for the farm lane, one more time, it's already the 4 minutes, so they can start actually chipping out of that HP from the turret.
Important here. And we'll see what this goal difference is going to be like. Right now, it's pretty much neck and neck, right? But in terms of individual goal leads, I don't see much difference except for maybe the clash lane. Chami1 still ahead of Bao by just that little bit of gold. 700 sets them apart.
Well, right now, that 700 gold is going to come down to just the Byron fight that he won, and Bao's just losing over there in the 1-3 gang, right? That's what creates that little window of an opportunity and creates a little bit of that gap. It is not that big a gap, and it is not that critical at this stage. We're very early into the game yet, as we know that both of those heroes are actually pretty late.
Yeah, but right now, Blacklist International, I think they found a little bit more success. They've gotten the T1 at the top. Right now, Lanfeng is trying to get the trade. Should be able to do it unless Golden Kite has something else to say. That is going to be the case. And the TP coming down from Zhang Q. This is looking like they want to invade the jungle of Blacklist International.
They have the eyes, they have the timer. It's going to be 7 seconds for that Crimson Golem to spawn. And it's going to be Joshi, the one that is running back home, trying to come and protect his Crimson Golem. Will he be able to come here in time?
They're locking him away. Joshi, though, makes himself home in the jungle of the side of Bigatron by Vitality. Right now, Chaz does secure that Crimson buff into his own hands. While it did not go into his jungler, it's better to have it on a team rather than giving it to the side of BTR.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. That's better. If you need to cut your losses, at least just give it to one of your team members. That is going to have some effect right over here, since Josh really would love to have that Crimson Golem for himself. But well, if it doesn't go to Golden Kite, it is good for BTR as well.
Okay, I want you guys to take a notice in the difference of the roam items here. So we're gonna have Guardian going in for the side of Chaz. He feels the team needs more physical and magical defense. But meanwhile, F1 actually going for the Crimson Reaper here. They want to have the additional movement speed. And here we go, BTR attempting the steal, not gonna be successful. Is there a team fight to follow? No, they will not be. BTR, they just need to stop the movement of Blacklist International because they're trying to get the split push at the bottom.
They want to try to split push. Yukio Tachibana might not be able to get that going on at the same time. But you can see the BTR has a very clear idea. The movement from left to right is kind of creating chaos in the tempo from Blacklist International.
Oh, nice flash. And Lanfeng will be caught out. Will they finish the job here with the Tremor Smash? Chaz finishes the job, gets 2 more members in the form of Genmyth. But here is the answer from the side of BTR. The Baishi by Bao is going to be successful in getting down Chaz, but it's a roam for a farm lane. This is beneficial for Blacklist. Oh, hang on, Dragon gets caught out as well. Bigatron, they now have a 2-to-1 trade. Golden Kite is still alive. Until they get his life, it is still in positive effect of Blacklist, unless they get this Crimson.
Well, that is actually pretty good. I would say actually that I like this trade for BTR. The fact that Lanfeng is falling, well, that is painful. But trade that for 2 kills and a Crimson Golem, and I'm gonna say that it was actually a pretty good trade for BTR in my opinion.
Yeah. Now both roamers actually have gone for the Radiance, just a different component as their base for the Radiance. Let's see if this is going to be a big difference maker here. F1 using the time flux to maximum effect here.
The time flux is going to be more and more fundamental. It's going to be more and more critical as time passes, right? We've already seen it in previous games, how important that Sun Bin second ability has become as the time passes in the game.
Yes, it is important because it makes Bao much stronger than he currently already is, right? The longer Bao stays in a fight, the more damage he does. He gets more sustain as well. And Bao is someone, as a Baishi, you cannot ignore.
Well, exactly. That Baishi cannot be ignored in any way. Already level 10. I would love to just keep an eye on his itemization, because we know that he's just going to be such a tanky hero. It can just stand in front of anyone from BLCK.
Chami1 takes quite a big bunch of damage here. This is going to be BTR looking for an opening. They want to put pressure here. Hopefully get the setup. Nice jump by Bao. Can he finish the job here? It is going to be Champion 1 taken down. But here comes a response by Dragon. Beautiful ultimate coming in from the side of F1. This is why the Sunbin is picked, because he gets the silence. He gives the health rebate. And Bigatron are reaping the rewards of this current decision right now.
F1 taking the spotlight real quick. He decides that he wants to take a little bit more of a critical role in this whole script. Now the Canyons come in and the turret in the mid lane, it's going to fall. They're trying to defend it. It is going to be very difficult for them.
Zaku is falling a little bit low. Bao jumps in. Perfect catch on the 3 worth of damage coming in. Nanfeng will finish the job for the team. Another kill. Golden Kite has been called out for the first time in this game. And even with the itemization being bought, Eternity played. What good is that if you're dead? 2 members down for Blacklist International and BTR. Their timing cannot be even more beautiful. This is right smack at the 10-minute mark. Shadow Tyrant going into the hands of BTR. Joshi, he knows he needs to make this count. He has to get the trade now. And BTR, I don't think they know what's going on. Hang on, Genmith is close to the corner. Are they going to stop this? Oh, this is not going to be stolen. But Joshi needs to stay alive. I don't think he will be able to. Genmith will get that attempt going, but Joshi makes it out.
He makes it into his tiger form and he's able to make it out of there. What's the dominant movement? Just very determined by Joshi, right? Like he comes in, he makes a decision. He knows that he cannot contest the tyrant, that he goes immediately for the overload. That immediate trade, that decision making in those split seconds is why Joshi is so respected here in HOK.
Yep. It's one of those things that define your success rate in Honor of Kings, right? Especially in the pro scene. You have to make that call here, and it is going to be stolen by the side. This Crimson Golem going to the hands of Zhang. Beautiful steal. This puts Blacklist in a pretty vulnerable position. They do have the Tyrant buff on the side of Bigatron by Vitality. One wrong positioning from the side of Blacklist, it could spell T3s on the menu.
Look at this, right now it's going to be the T2 turret that is going to fall. What is Joshi doing right over there? He's waiting for a very big flank.
Oh! Yeah, big catch though. Champion 1 has been called out. And once again, this is not going to be ideal. BTR, Bigatron, they know what's at stake here. They see that movement by Joshi. They will make that move to defend the T3 at the top. At the same time, they will not be able to catch Joshi out just yet. But BTR, all of that aggression has to stop. They need to defend their base.
I can already see a very clear plan here from Blacklist. They're going to just stop playing the fights and they just try to go for the back door. We have seen it in the past with the pay, and it just smells like Joshi is gonna try just to wear the hero cape and then just try to go for the back door for the top win.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter what hero it is, right? Joshi has taken so many different heroes, especially in the assassin jungle position, and gotten the back doors of his life. So now, Blacklist International fans, they want this to be the case. Even if you don't win the team fights, get the crystal. That is the whole point of the game anyway.
3,000 gold advantage right now for BTR as we're getting into the 13-minute mark. They've got control of the lanes. It's going to be very difficult right now for Joshi to try to win one more time that same opportunity. As right now, I can imagine that BTR is pretty aware of what his plan is.
Yeah, look, they are trying to pull the same strat as well. Zhang's waiting at the sidelines here. Actually, if he catches eyes onto Golden Kite here, especially with that final kill, they don't have enough damage to make the defense on the side of Blacklist International. Now they will try. T3 on the top is going to be chunked down quite a bit. It's going to be taken as well. At the same time, Zhang seems to have taken the T3 at the bottom. So Bigatron, they make the plays, they pull them apart, and Blacklist now have to face the wrath of Bigatron with the help of the Mega Minions.
In the moment that we actually thought that it was going to be Joshi trying to go in for the backdoor, it was actually BTR responding, taking 2 of them. Bao comes in,
gets the catch though.
He's going to make it.
Huge catch, huge knockup from the side of Chaz, but where's the follow-up damage? Bao's the only one that's really truly low. F1 with the save on the time flux as well. And even with all of the attempt, flashes used, Blacklist cannot find the opening they were hoping for.
Well, Bao jumps in a very good fashion. The problem is that he jumps in so deep that there's no one in there that can actually follow with him. That was the actual problem of that move in there.
And the biggest thing now is that it's going to take a bit of time. But BTR, I think, are in better fighting shape in comparison to Blacklist, simply because they have the time flux. They're looking for that take. Tyrant is down. They have the fighting prowess as well. Zankyu is left alone on the backlines. Joshi 1v1. He tries to chase him down, but Sage's Sanctuary, Zankyu, they have turned the tides. It's a killing spree for the side of Lanfeng. And with that Blacklist International, it is going to be a 4v5 situation. Bigatron, they can see the future in sight. They have two big waves, one in the top, one at the bottom.
Minions are coming in. This might be the last push of the day. We can see them already coming into the high ground, Ken.
Yep, it is going to be Zankyu. He still stays alive. The crystal is open for the taking, but they want to take the fight. Champion may have saved the game for them. No, he cannot. BTR, this is IKL's day, and welcome to the winner's circle for day number 2.
Bigatron by Vitality takes 2 victories in 2 games. Congratulations to the IKL representatives. They're gonna be at the top of their group after this amazing game performance.
A very tight game for sure. I mean, we expected this because both are champion materials of their own region. But bear in mind, once again, this is just the start of the journey for KIS4. Lessons will be learned. We'll see who grows faster in this part of the tournament.
Blacklist International came in, they showed us how they flex their muscles, the same as the fan right over there. It's just showing us. Blacklist International came in, flexed their muscles. They showed us very good performances. We should not be actually very focused on the fact that Bigatron took the victory. We can actually understand that both of them, they showed us what they have prepared for this 2026. I love the way that the two of them played. Like at the end of the day, it could have gone either way in this last match. But Bigatron by Vitality, with that composition, using the fights and the Sunbin, jumping in there with the Ukyo Tachiwana after, it is what took them and gave the victory.
Yes, very nice execution of that draft as well. Blacklist, I think this is the only way this match could have ended, right? It needed to be the last game because both of these are champions of their own respective regions. And now stepping into 2026, we get to explore the diversity of styles of draft, right? They just wanted to go for super sustain on the side of Bigatron, and that plan worked for this series.
No, super sustain for me has been just the way to go in these 2 days, right? Not everyone is right now at the top of their level because we are already coming out of the preseason. So super sustain for me is the way to go because it's safe and you have a lot of different heroes in there that can actually work really well under these strategies.
Yes, super safe, and I think it's a safe way to make sure you have the best chance of winning, especially when it's the last game of this series. I obviously have a different kind of flavor. I like to go fast, and I want to go aggressive. I want to invade the jungle. So, yeah, that's probably why I lose all of my ranked games at this point. But hey, let's learn from the best of the best. And now BTR, what a way to end the series 3-2. IKL's day for sure today.
Very well done. Congratulations to IKL. 3 games, 3 victories from the IKL representatives. All of the Indonesian Kings League players and fans are for sure very, 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 very happy. Well, a lot of people were not understanding, or I know that they were a little bit confused about the Sunbin pick right over there, right? So what about if we just talk a little bit about what is the main idea of just having that Sunbin? Having that Sunbin allows you with the time flux to just be able to recover some of the damage that you have, some of the HP that you have lost in the last 2 seconds. And that is super important as we move on into the late parts of the game, isn't it, Ken?
Yes, it is. Especially now, bear in mind that if you max out the Sunbin second skill, at max level, it returns 50% of the damage that you take. That is a lot. And why this works wonders with Bao is because Baiqi also has a lot of heals. He's called the ultimate weapon for a reason. And if things go awry, you have your ultimate, right? The time lapse to get the silence in. That is one of the ways to maximize the usage of the Sun Bin. Not easier said than done for sure.
No. And at the end of the day, that's one of the reasons why you need to practice it a lot, right? I love to play Sun Bin myself. I just love the way how you can communicate with your teammates. I love how we can always just start seeing, like, based on what items you already have and based on the timings of the game, you understand how to coordinate your second ability with your teammates, especially with your tanks over there in Clash Lane.
Yes. Now, this is not professional advice. You can try, Sun Bin with the smite as well. It does work. You get the silence in, get the steal, get out. But, it works sometimes, not every time. So, jokes aside, let's go back to the game here. This game, I feel like Bao really performed very well. But my personal MVP of this game, it has to be F1. The Sun Bin pick really changed the game for the side of Bigatron by Vitality.
Oh, completely. And that is one of the reasons why the roamers are the unsung heroes, right? Like, because they do all of the hard work, they do all of the hard carry, but they do not have the joy of getting the kills. They do not have the joy of dealing the damage. But if we analyze just exactly how the victories are built, a lot of these times are just because of these utility roamers around. So the caster's MVP for sure is going to go to F1.
Yeah, fully agree. And to add on to that, this game was actually quite difficult for the mid laner Dragon on the side of Blacklist International, because in order to use your Destructive Deluge as Ladies Journey, I think it's safer to have it guaranteed it's going to land. But it's so hard to aim, especially with the time flux. Everyone's movement speed gets so much higher, and it also dilutes the damage that you're dealing on that ultimate.
Yes. We saw two Lady Suns today. Both of them had a very difficult time. Do you think that it has to do something with the way that they were played, or is just this hero in this patch is just kind of like just falling off?
No, I truly believe it's just a draft difference, right? Because you want to be able to be in a position where you capitalize on the frag grenades, extra damage, rolling rates as well. But we'll cover that in a bit. Let's cover the MVP. It is going to be Lan Feng. This guy came in at the clutch, the maximum clutch moment, which is at the end of the game where things were looking so dire.
Yes.
Lan Feng showed up and really put the pain in pedals.
The Laurel Princess Erin is going to allow Lan Feng to catch in one more MVP. It started in a pretty shaky performance at the beginning of the game, but then at the end it just came in and just delivered the damage that actually was needed from him.
Yeah, very curious. And if you take a look at the way the fights were happening at this point, the amount of setup available from the side of Bigatron was also one of the main reasons why they won the fight so much. You have the saving grace from F1, you have the setup by Bao and Genmith, and this provides the perfect room of opportunity for Lan Feng to come in, because you have to throw skills at Bao. If you don't, you're gonna die.
And that's exactly what I mean, right? Like, imagine if you wouldn't have the help of Bao on the bites, if you wouldn't have the help of Sun Bin on the F1, Lan Feng wouldn't be able just to come in and just to get those kills and just to become the MVP. So in some sort of way, that MVP is shared among the three of them.
Yeah, for sure. I think the way they executed this last part of the game was so beautiful. They were staying within range of F1's time flux, maximize the damage. Look at that, 50% of the damage refunded back to them in their health pools, and what a beautiful performance. A great way to end all the monstrous series that we have had today.
Beautiful people, beautiful game. Look at the fans right over there going crazy over there in Jakarta. I am actually very happy that everyone was pretty entertained. All of the games today has been really, really good. Very intense from the first moment that we started 8 hours ago up until right now. All of the games have been really very powerful, electrifying activity today.
Yep, so you can definitely expect a lot more coming in from the future games. I think almost every single team has showed their gameplay already, right? And of course, now we will head into the interview segment. I want to hear what Mara has in store for Bigatron for this interview. I'm not sure who they're going to be interviewing. My guess, it's probably going to be Zhang Q.
That is my guess as well. We love to hear from him. So what about if we just go and connect directly over there, directly from Jakarta, Indonesia, Mara on the stage. Let's see what the players have to say. Hopefully she's going to be able to get someone different this time, Duncan.
Yeah, if I get to choose, I think Bao would be the one that I'm curious. Or maybe we get F1, right? And get him to explain why Sumbin. So with that, we'll take a look at the interview. Who is going to be the interviewee? Mara, let us know.
What an amazing game. You guys, BTR by Vitality, were so amazing. Val, thank you. My gosh, phenomenal. Don't laugh, Zanky. You know you did well. Now, Val, game 1 and 3. You guys were down in the early game. How did you manage to bounce back from that and hold down Blacklist International, especially with your Biron? That was so great.
To be honest, I don't know what's happening that time. I just go up and then I don't know, just go like that.
You were just going with the flow. You were just going with the flow. You don't know what happened. It just happened.
Yeah, it just happened like that.
But you know what? I don't understand what happened. Thank you. Before the game, I asked you for your prediction. You're going to go up against Blacklist, I said. What's your prediction? And you said 3-2. 3 Blacklist, 2 BTR. What happened in that game? Why did you say 3-2 for that prediction?
I said 3-2 because of, I say we 2 because I hope we can win 2 games, you know. But I didn't expect we can win because Blacklist is a strong team and they already played long time, right? And we are the new team. We still need chemistry. Yeah, for overall. So I expect 3-2, right? Blacklist win, and tomorrow we win Nova, we get the top 2, right?
You were giving them so much respect. Speaking of that, you guys have done great taking down Nongshim Red Force and Blacklist International, Val. But tomorrow, you're going to be going up against a team favorite. As Zanky said, it's going to be against Nova. So how do you plan to prepare for the super team?
I think just give Zanky Jing. Just give Zanky Assassin and then just see the game goes.
So you're the key.
Have Bao we trust.
In Bao we trust.
Maybe 20k into let him carry me.
You're gonna let him carry you.
Yeah.
Okay. So both of you. I love the synergy. I love the chemistry that you guys have.
Aku fans boleh mabaga.
What did you say?
Yeah, aku fans boleh mabaga.
20,000.
Boleh. Yeah.
Boleh. Here, thank you. I don't know if you saw the crowd was going wild earlier. They were standing, they were cheering, they were taunting the other side. What do you have to say to the bigger troopers and the ones that was cheering the entire time for your team?
So good. I love you guys. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
And thank you for giving us such a great match. Let us know how you like what they showed us. That was so phenomenal. But you know what? Our casters have more to talk about, so we're going to go back to them. Casters, lead the gorge.
I love the energy and I love the way that even though they have not been working together for such a long time, you already see how they're already like becoming friends. And there's nothing better than just competing in a team where you have your friends in.
Yes, it's not just about the good times, right? Why it's so important to have friends in a competitive team is because when you go through the tough times together, when you have to really learn the painful lessons of the pro scene, it's better to do it with people that understand you, that know how to grow alongside you.
Well, I hope that BTR is going to take that camaraderie, is going to take that friendship, and is going to just extend it all the way through the 2026. And let's look at the group standings after 2 days of participation. Group A, BTR, 2 games, 2 victories, sitting at the top of that Group A.
Yeah, this is not gonna stay the case though. Tomorrow, I think they might. I think they were talking about it. They have to face Nova, right? Now, let's hit the Group B though. DMT, what a day! Now they are standing on top Group B with 2-0 for the scoreline here, and it's up for Kagendra and Boom as well as Team Hawk to try their best to manage to get the catch up here.
The only team that has had 2 performances and it still has not been able to see the victory is Blacklist. But remember that in terms of this group stage, no one is going to be eliminated. What's going to happen is that it's going to affect their seedings into the knockout stages. Tomorrow's matches, we're going to start the day with Boom Esports against Team Hack. Then after that, we're going to have Blacklist against Nongshim Red Force. It's going to be the last game for the boys for the PKL. And then in the last game of the day, Bigatron by Vitality against Nova Esports.
Yeah, what a story this is, right? Blacklist looking for their first win. Boom, of course, wants to get revenge here. And I feel like Team Hawk, I mean, lessons have been learned today. Is tomorrow going to be another painful lesson, or have they learned fast enough? And of course, BTR, Nova, this one. If BTR beats Nova, that is going to be a story for KIS4.
Of course, because then BTR beating Nova in KIS4's in the group stages would set them up in 2 different ends, and that could actually become the final of the tournament. So that would be actually very interesting for us to observe. What is going to happen tomorrow between Bigatron and Nova Esports? That's something that we're going to leave for day 3. Remember, we'll still have some more other matches. We're going to have Boom Esports against Team Hack, which is going to be a really good one. And we're going to have Nonshin Red Force against Blacklist. We're going to bring you all the important information and all of this energy starting tomorrow at the same time as today.
Yes, and so be prepared, because I feel like now we're in the experimentation phase of the group stages where teams will try compositions. I mean, you know, we have seen new heroes. The Guikusa has made his appearance today. We have seen the Baichi as well. Aaron coming into the meta as well with different builds. We have the physical build with the Spark Force Jagger. We also have the magic build that has been showcased today. To, of course, varying effects, degree of effects and results. So once everything has been settled, experimented on, and we head into the knockout stages, that's where you really get to see who is the creme de la creme in KIS4.
All right, Ken. The highlights today was a lot of them, but what would you say was your biggest highlight for today?
I like the DMT one. I like the DMT game against Boom because both teams definitely still learning, and they have been screwing quite a lot, right, from what I've been told. And this is going to be a 50-50 matchup. So I think the highlights from the games of Boom as well as DMT is something you need to go and rewatch and do some homework, right? Because that could help you in your rank games as well.
I think that for me, the highlight for today would have been game number 1 between Bigatron and the Blacklist. But well, let's talk about that tomorrow. Thank you everyone for being here. Mara, send us home.
Season 4 group stage. And tomorrow, we will slowly determine the ranking of each group as we will see the halfway point of this phase. And more intense matches are coming. So expect great fights from every team as we'll slowly shape the face of the knockout stage. I'm Mara Aquino, and we'll see you tomorrow for another exciting day here at the Heroes Gorge. Keep it good vibes, everybody. This is our game. Have a great night.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Second numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bela spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lemah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libat seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang sampai di sana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun satrakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam dan harap kembali. Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani? Aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tuh kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, kau di singgah sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali terjalan dah. If you want me, profit me mah. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali? Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. If you ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan buat